happy single sadness day to you. Truth is, I've always hated Valentine's Day. It doesn't matter whether I'm single or in a relationship. To some extent, I might hate it more when I'm in a relationship because then there's expectations, you know. But I'm just not. I'm not into romantic stuff, really. You know, I'm not into watching love stories or romantic stuff. Although I did watch 51st Dates with Rachel last night. It was fun to watch. I'd say it's an id movie kind of, but I thought it was pretty good for a while, and then it does too many things that don't age well. Plus, like, it didn't need to be a comedy as well as a romance story. It could have just been a romance story more successfully, I think. Hi, Danielberg Sports Highlights. But yeah, Valentine's Day, I've always hated it. Um, this year, Rachel's got me some Valentine's Day presents to open. As a general rule, I also don't like to get presents, but um, I like to make Rachel happy, that's for sure. So I'll be happy to receive them anyway. I don't really like any holidays except, in theory, I like Christmas, but nowadays it makes me depressed. You know, I guess I kind of like 4th of July a little bit, but most of all, mostly I just dislike holidays. Just get rid of them entirely, all the holidays. Just give people day off still, just get rid of all the holidays. Bought my wife a new belt and bag for Valentine's Day. The vacuum works just fine now. That's a good one there, pretty cat. That's a pretty funny one. I guess I'm not gonna have anything up in the other tab. It's gonna have the live stream on the screen today. Why, you may ask? Well, potentially hundreds of reasons, but really just one reason. Namely, today I took something that rhymes with mushrooms. Accordingly, and I'm in a going up phase, so I feel a little unsettled. I mean, pick out my thought on such things is the same as my thought on all suggested taxes, newish taxes, just general taxes in general. I oppose it, obviously. It's insane and stupid. Just like California's got this tax that if you win in a poker tournament a certain amount of money, you have to pay state tax on it if you're from out of state. So, what has that done? Well, it does not create more tax revenue in California. It creates many fewer poker tournaments in California. Understandably, people want to go to a sane state when it comes to that sort of thing. They already have to pay federal taxes on big wins, even though there's not a fair bookkeeping on the thing. Like, if you're going to have to pay taxes on your big wins, you should be able to mark those against your losses, right? But the only people who are allowed to do that are people who have their profession be professional gambler. At least that's how it used to be. Maybe they've changed that. Maybe now nobody can do that. I'm not sure, but it used to be that professional gamblers could do that, but nobody else could. Why are INFJs always lefty loons? They're not. Maybe the ones that you've met are, but and your use of that term suggests that you're you're exactly the same thing as the people you hate. I should say a boogeymanist, a groupist, a passion chaser rather than a rationalist or a statesman. You know. Does Vegas have state or local taxes on money? No, of course not. I mean, well, obviously, um, the state taxes would have to be from Nevada, but what Vegas does do though, a lot of the hotels will only charge for parking for non-locals, but that's on a hotel to hotel basis, because the Vegas hotels want to encourage the local gamblers to go to their hotel to gamble, and so they have free parking for people who live in Las Vegas. They seem to always have a massive outsider preference. What's an outsider preference? You mean they're not anti-immigration? Is that what you're trying to say? First of all, not all immigration is the same at all in terms of the inclusion of people you're bringing in, right? Like I've said before that we should either have a blanket prohibition or increased scrutiny at the very least if we're going to let Islamic people move to the country. But that's because specifically their ideology is anathema to a free and civil society. People have are going to object to immigrants from certain places for certain reasons, right? It's not correct that we should treat all immigrants the same or immigration from all places the same. Um, it's also not correct that we should have such a big problem with Mexico. I'm married to an INFJ, Scott. She knows all my positions on everything. She doesn't go ape shit at all. She might disagree with me on some positions, but as far as I know, she's at least indifferent enough not to voice that disagreement when it comes to immigration. And she's not afraid to disagree with me where she does. Like, she doesn't like my correct position on abortion. No, I'm not watching any games right now. Because the correct position on abortion is that it should be a matter left up to the states. Because it's obviously not a matter of it's covered among the federal government's enumerated powers. And it's not an issue that can be determined by an appeal to a rights calculus. Maybe you did live in quite a far left town, but you know, regardless, you've got two kinds of people if you want to divide it into that. You've got people who are engaged politically because it's of some emotional passion, in which case it doesn't matter what their positions are, they're not doing it right. Or you've got people who are engaged in it reluctantly and honestly as a statesman would because there's a need for them to attend to it. Reluctantly, I say, because the political landscape has gotten rid of sensible political talk like the stuff I'm doing right now and replaced it with polemic. Eric Gibson. I don't know who that is. Eric, are you grilling ribeyes? No. I don't know what I'm cooking today. I can show you what I got Rachel for Valentine's Day if you'd like. I'll go in the kitchen in a second. I really said, in general, I do not like Valentine's Day at all. In fact, quite frankly, I strongly dislike it. It's my least favorite holiday. And it's the case that I like it less, even more. I dislike it even more when I'm in a relationship than when I'm single. Because when I'm in a relationship, then I have to do something. But I, to be frank, I absolutely fucking hate Valentine's Day. It should be called the male partner torture day. But not tell Rachel I said that. She was asleep. Hi there, Capamuria. I didn't get her the Maxwell House coffee, okay? I hate Valentine's Day a little bit less with Rachel, when I'm with Rachel than the other partner than with because I like making Rachel happy. I like seeing her happy and she's excited about it and stuff. What's a Jew? You mean Rabbi Leibowitz? Yes, he is a Jew. Me, I'm not a Jew. I come from Christian stock myself. And I'm Christian myself. But you know who was a Jew? Jesus. That's right. Jesus Christ was not even a Christian. That fucking heathen is going straight to hell. Single sadness day, that's right. You know, it's like when you're single, Valentine's Day is just like a little bit sad because even if you're happy being single, well, here's a holiday from which I'm explicitly excluded. The only holiday that does that, right? That excludes the population from celebrating it. I mean, it's like St. Patrick's Day may be Irish, but everybody can celebrate it. Um, well, yeah, single people can do that in theory, pretty cap. It's not really. It's taking advantage of opportunity created by Valentine's Day. Valentine is a pagan thing. Well, that had nothing to do with whether I like a holiday or not. Some people say Christmas is a pagan thing. Easter as well. I don't care whether it's pagan or not. Pagan schmagan is what I say. The beautiful thing about paganism is that everybody, even Christians, can be a little bit pagan. Love your spouse every day. I do love my spouse every day. I love her today as well. I love her so much that I did stuff for her on Valentine's Day, even though I hate Valentine's Day. So there you go. And I love her so much that when she gets up, I'm not going to talk about how much I hate Valentine's Day anymore. She's a wonderful, beautiful woman. And that's why this Valentine's Day is maybe the Valentine's Day of all the Valentine's Day in my life that I hate the least. I hate it a little bit less than the other ones. And Rachel asked me about like what I remembered from Valentine's Day in elementary school. I don't remember a single thing about it. But obviously, I hated it then too. I thought it was incredibly dumb. It's like, who wants a whole holiday full of stupid girl stuff? Probably what I thought when I was a little kid. Same with Cinco de Mayo. It's not just for Mexicans. It may be about Mexico, but anybody can celebrate that. Fourth of July, I guess if you're a national of another country and you're living in another country, then you probably are excluded from celebrating Fourth of July. Hi, buddy, start panting like a dog. Hi, buddy, start panting like a dog. No, thank you. Cinco de Mayo is about mayonnaise. It should be, maybe. It should be about 5 mayonnaises. No, I'm already Rachel's Valentine. I'm sorry to hear that, Teabag. You got nobody. So they call it Single Sadness Day, but I already have a Valentine. I have a permanent Valentine. Unfortunately, this year's Valentine's presents don't count for next year. That'd be nice if it worked that way, huh? I was playing No, I'm Not Human, weird ass game. No, I never played it. Never heard of it. Jacob Uwe retracted his message. I didn't get a chance to see it. How can you type words in a chat box if you don't have a body? Got no body. Well, what I think he means to say is he doesn't have anybody. So a little different. I'm sorry you're alone if you don't want to be. Also, if you're single and you want it that way, I'm sorry you have to face like normative pressures to be otherwise. Valentine's Day, imagine if there was a day called Thin People Day. Let's celebrate the fact that we're not fat. Well, wouldn't that be a mean holiday? Seems like it would be a mean holiday to me. That's kind of like what Valentine's Day is. God, you don't need to get so butthurt about it, fat people. You can celebrate it too if you want, I guess. Can you imagine some thin people saying that? fucking people, I tell you. Valentine's would mean something if we were immortal. It means something even though we're mortal. I'm not saying Valentine's Day is meaningless. I'm saying I don't like it. Big difference between doesn't mean anything and I don't like it. It's about like it's not about even that, even a word of that. It's about being a couple. It's about romance and stuff. It celebrates being a couple. So, in that regard, what I'm saying is it's the equivalent of if you had a day called Thin People's Day, where the thin people go, yeah, we're not fat. That would be a mean holiday, right? And then the fat person goes, well, what about me? Okay, go ahead, you can celebrate too, I guess. Never really get all butthurt about it, just 'cause we're having a holiday. What could be more wholesome than a holiday? You know what I'm saying? I mean, the point is, Valentine's Day celebrates all the stuff prior to the moment of actually having sex. It's not supposed to be tawdry like that. It's supposed to be wholesome. But even so, what I'm saying is, it's a mean holiday because of the reason, the analogy I put there. Opportunity to remind those you love you do. I do remind Rachel of that all the time, and I did get her stuff today for Valentine's Day. It's not like I didn't do the things I'm supposed to do. I'll show you what I got her. And I'm not saying Valentine's Day shouldn't exist or something like that. I'm just explaining that it's kind of a mean holiday. Because it's all about romance, but not everybody has romance in their life. You know? And don't start end with me about like, well, then maybe we shouldn't have children's birthday parties because it's not everybody's birthday. But everybody does have a birthday on some day of the year. Grapes on a stem, those aren't grapes, those were flowers. Who would mistake a flower for a grape? National Not Down Syndrome Day. Yeah, fuck yeah. Hey, fellow non-retarded person. Good job. Good job. What is something that a person with inferior TE might say? Well, TE doesn't have much of anything to do with talking, so it's hard to say what they would say. I mean, it'd be an FI Dom, so that means they're either an SE or any second slot person. If they're second slot, they might have a lot to say. Especially if it's not in person. Like if it's SE second slot, they might have absolutely nothing to say because that would be any polar. In terms of topics, well, that's more likely to be determined by particular factors than it is by function stack. What happened to the fucking Canada Dry I had? I know I did not finish drinking this thing. So where did I leave it is the question. Right here. Yep, there she blows. The grapes on a stem that were fed to Caligula prior to orgies? Is that how he enjoys his grapes? On a stem? I mean, what are we trying to get up to here? Let's see. Grapes on a stem just means things in a place. So I mean, like, when I'm talking about the cups in the cupboard, I could say, the grapes on the stem in there. That's not very useful, but okay, that's fine. That's one thing you can do with language. You can assign it to do different things than its normal meanings. What am I looking for now? Now that I have my beverage, probably a cigarette, I guess. Seems like I was looking for something else though. Cigarette will do. I guess I'm looking for an open type of cigarette. Oh, for fuck's sake. God damn it, why do I always lose everything? I mean, how many grapes can one Caligula eat? Doesn't he get full of grapes at a certain point? Just sit there all day eating grape after grape. No, slaves, keep feeding me more grapes. God, this emperor guy is such an asshole. Why didn't any of their slaves just kill him? Because they'd be tortured to death or something. No, Puttycat, that's not a good idea. Prostitution in general is bad because it's so, like, super exploitation likely, or increased risk factor of exploitation. True, you can come up with hypotheticals or maybe point to specific individuals who engage in prostitution in some sort of fully empowered way and it doesn't incur any exploitation or you know horrible the horrible things that come along with it. But happy Valentine's Day! I love you.
I love you too. I'm sorry, it's not your favorite holiday. It's not mine either.
That's fine. I got you some stuff in the kitchen there for you. Of course.
Yours.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. I didn't mean for. I'm not sure how long you've been awake for.
I got 15 minutes into.
Okay, so you probably did hear a little bit of me saying that Valentine's Day is not my favorite holiday.
It's okay. You're still being a good partner.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to talk about that when you were awake.
It's okay. As long as you don't feel like you're like.
Oh, what I was saying when you weren't awake was, I may not like Valentine's Day, but I dislike it less with you than any other conceivable person. And I do like making you happy, and you like Valentine's Day, and that's enough for me. I'm suggested, okay? So. Also, you should know that I took mushrooms.
Oh, sweet. All right, I'm going to take some
Adderall. Sure, yeah. Go for it. I took mushrooms. I also had a spoonful of the weed stuff.
What?
I also had a spoonful of the weed stuff with the mushrooms.
You did?
I thought I'd see how those mix together. I think they're going to mix together fine.
That's good.
I can't. Please don't make me feel bad about hookers. I'm not making you feel bad about hookers. I'm just saying I don't think we should have a prostitution appreciation holiday. I also don't think we should have National Come On a Retard Day, which was my friend. He made up like the idea was who could make up the most offensive sounding holiday. Wow. National Come On a Retard Day was the winner. I also am not advocating that we have that holiday, but just sharing with you that was a fine idea that my friend had one time. No, I didn't actually come up with it myself. That was all Corey. His ideas were so fantastic that I still remember them. All, like so many of his ideas to this day. I still think of them all the time. You know, he just had that. It was all about that pop. He came up with Vaginal Blood Sploosh Splash Party as a name for a one period. Liz is on her Vaginal Blood Sploosh Splash Party. What a fantastic, fantastic name for something. He came up with It's Goldilocks and the Three Birds. Which is a great idea. I tells her, I tells her, I tells her, I says. I tells her, I tells her, I tells her, I says. I tells her, 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 I says. I am from Visalia, she says. Visalia? I'm from Visalia. I'm from Visalia. I was confused. She was naturally confused. What a fucking genius that guy was. Whatever tense you want to use. What, accordingly, determining things by impact, what a catastrophically evil cunt his wife is. Like, she ruined that genius. She destroyed him with her BPD and toxic ways. I wish I had known sooner or something like in my 20s and just lobbied hard against it. It wouldn't have done any good. Fucking people, you can't tell people you're in the wrong relationship or that girl's no good for you and have them listen to you. The only thing it does is it makes them end their friendship with you. Or not talk to you about that thing anymore, at least. Not talk to you about their significant other. That's just how life is, I guess. Nothing I could have done to stop that vehicle from driving right off the cliff. Hi, Ruben. But, when I say that guy is a super genius, I am not kidding around. Like, the world suffered a great loss because of Liz. If it weren't for Liz, even if nothing had happened heretofore that people could have available to them, maybe it could happen now. Instead, he's just a shell of a man. That shell might very well still include his genius, but the user interface is impossible to navigate. Like, I can't successfully be his friend anymore because he's like a burn victim. Wherever you touch, it hurts. Even if you're trying to pat him on the back. It's one of the great tragedies of my life. At least that one is not my fault. And those kind of tragedies are a lot easier to deal with when it's somebody else's fault. And when both, there's literally nothing you could have done to help, and you actually did everything you could to help, and it didn't help, you know. So, you know, it's a great tragedy, and it's very sad, but it doesn't include any of the other kind of negative emotions that a lot of bad things from life include. I mostly have put away such thoughts, but right now I still find myself just going like, "Oh, what could I possibly do? Maybe I could figure something out to fix it. It's too late to fix. If it's not too late to fix, it's not. He's gonna have to fix it himself. He's not gonna be open to um, you know, I'm very willing to help, provide a place to stay, or whatever, you know. But he's gonna have to be predicated on him calling me, obviously. Dick Trickle. Yes, Teabag, that is correct. Sounds like she's blowing her nose to me. I don't know what she's doing there. She could have been squeezing a bottle of toilet cleaner, like making that sound. I don't know. Or she could have been shitting. I have no idea what she's doing there. Dale's always working hard to get him. Dale Earnhardt? Well, they probably named him Richard. Back in the day, people named their kids weird things. Like, there was a famous outlaw who was actually lynched here in California named Holden Dick. Holden Dick is his name. Sure, the Dick is spelled with a Y, but still. Obviously, his parents didn't think when they named him that. They were the people would think that of like holding onto your penis. I mean, that's what this is what being a non-toxic person in a toxic relationship is, Casey Jones. And that's definitely potentially the case. The thing is, I didn't. That didn't happen to me when I was in a toxic relationship. I didn't compromise until I lost all self-respect. I continued to hammer away on what was correct and what was the right way to treat your partner and so forth. We got into lots of screaming matches, but I never sunk to her level. And I also did internalize some of the shit, but I didn't compromise on what was correct. In the end, I left her because I should have left her long before then, but that's not how it played out for me. But it's how it played out for most people, probably. Like, it's certainly how it played out for Corey. I like to say that the right relationship doesn't involve any compromise at all. You know, it just involves because because there's compatibility in what people want. You know, like the right relationship for me and Rachel both, is not involving any compromise. It's about who's ever correct wins, whoever's incorrect loses, you know. You know, didn't have to grade I preferred probably when you greeted me with oil up, but I see you decided to add that additional thing. Obviously, not a homosexual. I'm on my third wife, all of them female. I have a daughter as well, and not one that I made with a turkey baster or adopted or whatever. Marriage has, Putty Cat, let me speak your language. Marriage has tax advantages. There are other reasons to get married that are practical if you don't like the romantic angle or whatever. Like you can make you can like let's say I get hurt in an accident and I'm in the hospital and I'm unconscious or something. Your legal wife has certain availabilities, privileges, powers, whatever that your girlfriend would not. Husbandry, the care, cultivation, and breeding of crops and animals. But one other big advantage, Putty Cat, is that it makes your significant other feel like you hold them special enough that you want to legally make it a permanent thing, right? And it's also the case that when you get married, it opens you up to certain kinds of liabilities potentially, should the marriage fail, right? Like, you're not going to pay alimony to an ex girlfriend, but I'm not going to pay alimony to anybody ever, so that doesn't matter to me.
Thank you for the presents.
Sure, darling.
They're beautiful.
Happy Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's Day.
I guess I'll open my present too. Let's see what I got here. You got a husband's vacuum. The animal husbandry don't happen in the city is a great song by a band. I don't remember what the band's called, but the album's called "We're in It for the Corn," and they have a song on it that says "Animal husbandry don't happen in the city." These are the sweatpants.
Sweatshirts.
Sweatshirts. Oh,
Yeah,
you got me a
check them
sweatshirt.
out.
You surprised me with a sweatshirt.
Oh.
Or I thought I knew about the sweatpants because I tried them on.
Yeah, they're in your closet.
Oh, cool. Thank you. I'm going to throw these things in the chest. And put them in my pocket. My pocket's not a good place for those things. The hickoids? That might be correct. From the information I gave you, you should be able to Google it. We're in it for the corn. Is the album there, and the song name is "Animal Husbandry Don't Happen in the City." Okay, cool. Yeah, so you're right then. No, marriage isn't there to prevent things. Pretty good. You're right. Marriage does not prevent cheating. My first wife cheated on me. If somebody's like, marriage is a good way to fix problems in my relationship, They're incorrect. That's not what marriage does at all. This is great. This is a wonderful sweatshirt. Rachel always gets me the best freaking shit.
Oh, you look so cool.
Thank you. This is a wonderful sweatshirt, Rachel.
Oh, I'm so glad.
What is that other thing I was thinking about that you got me that was it's so perfect. I can't remember at the moment, but I was thinking about it the other day, like, oh my god, this thing is so critical. Relationships are really a lesson in holding on and letting go. Yeah, well, certainly it involves letting go of your fears to some extent, because until you get into the right relationship, which will be your last relationship unless you fuck it up. So I kind of hope you don't get into it too young, you know. Until you get into the right relationship, every relationship prior to that was the wrong person to be with. And when you're with the wrong person, it creates problems unavoidably and creates damage and a lack of trust unavoidably. So when you finally do get with the right person, it takes some time to undo the all the trauma induced reflexive defensive stuff that goes on. Ponding and shedding. A butt plug. A butt plug. 5 pesos each to buy my butt plug. When a location has a Scooby-Doo mystery van and a black 67 Impala, you know that place is really haunted. Putty Cat, I did not necessarily think that about my first wife at all, for sure. I didn't think like that at all. I just thought, I want to have a kid and a wife, and this woman seems like she'll do. It's more like that. So, unsurprising, perhaps, that relationship didn't work out. The second wife, also very practical. She was a good mother to Delilah. She like earned it at that point, right? Rachel, I wanted to marry her because I was trying to make her happy.
You're handsome.
Thanks, beautiful.
You're welcome.
Well, you're 22, y'all. That's just called being sane. Not to want to have kids at 22. You know, I had mine when I was 28. And that's way too young in retrospect. Should have waited till I was 40 years old or something. But yeah, you do what you do when you're young, because the clarity and wisdom that you have when you're old, well, you may think like, oh God, why was I like that when I was young? But the reason is because you hadn't learned from that yet. Ooh, this is a thicker one. This looks like really comfortable. Wow. See, Rachel knows what matters, right? Like she knows the thing that I'm actually gonna use all the time and appreciate and stuff. She got me got me all these shirts with a pocket right here because I like to put cigarettes in. And I just never wear any other t-shirts now, except for those ones that she got me. You picked out these lamps with a floor thing you step on. Super great decision. Things like that matter a great deal, but you don't think about it a lot, right? Like, whether or not your wife buys you sweatshirts that are good sweatshirts that meet your needs actually, and you're actually gonna wear or not, that you actually want to wear all the time, or whether she buys you some crappy thing that you don't like. It might seem like it not make much of a difference, but over the course of months, when you wear the thing all the time, it makes a huge difference. Like Rachel pointed out, maybe we could get Delilah's old car that she's not using. It, it seems like if you look at it from the outside, it's just like one sentence. How important could that be? But it was the actual solution to this problem that was tearing me apart.
It was a tough one.
Yeah. Oh, you sound like my mom, Casey Jones. Casey Jones says, I kind of refuse to get into a serious relationship unless I can buy a house. But my mom's position was that we shouldn't have a child until we owned a home. And that it's irresponsible to have a kid unless you own your house. I'm like, well, mom, baby's coming, whether you like it or not. She hated the fact that my wife was pregnant. She definitely would have preferred that she got an abortion. But then the moment Delilah was born, she realized the error of her ways. And she was like the most doting, wildly in love grandmother that anybody has ever been, you know? And she felt that way even though we still were renting. I rented that house for 20 years. Isn't that crazy? To rent the same house for 20 years. My rent didn't go up that much over the course of 20 years. I had a good deal there in Temple City. Sure, it was a tiny 2-bedroom house. It was still a 2-bedroom house with a garage. And we got it at a good price. It's crazy how much cheaper it is to rent up here. Like, when I was thinking, like, oh, we could probably get 2,200 a month or something for a 2-bedroom house over there. Thinking, well, it's been a long time since I rented that house in Temple City, and by the time I moved out, I paid almost $2,000 a month for it, and maybe we could find somebody to pay 2,200 for this. Not up here, you can't for sure. Maybe 1,500 like tops for that place. So I was surprised by that. I thought I was just incorrectly projecting LA housing costs onto here, which I should have obviously made that realization because there's no way in a million years you get this house for $500,000 in Los Angeles. Anywhere in LA, basically, even in a shitty neighborhood. I've already had survived one head-on collision with a moving vehicle. I don't need to risk another. I've kind of lost the urgent need to be in a relationship. Either way, if a relationship comes my way, hell yeah. If not, who cares? Not hurting myself over being angry and lonely anymore. What does what does that have to do with a car crash? I don't understand how those things are connected. See what else is being said here. I mean, maybe in the shittiest neighborhood in LA, you could maybe get this house for 500,000. But I somehow doubt it anyway. It's possible. Obviously, you try to transplant this house into LA. Well, it's also on an acre lot, right? So probably not. Probably even in the worst neighborhood on an acre lot, I doubt it. Of course, it wouldn't be nearly as nice a place if it weren't in such a nice place. But yeah, maybe you could. If you took away the lot, let's just in the backyard where like the pond is, you could probably get this in like for 500 grand in the right neighborhood, which is to say the wrong neighborhood. Oh, I see the connection now. Wow. Sorry to hear that you went there, or that happened, or what have you. But remember, young people are all over the place. Your frontal lobes are fully developed. So when it does, don't kick yourself too much about that because young people do idiotic things. Just and the reason we know this is because it's always the case when we're older that we have regrets. The true goal of youth is to get to where you're old enough to actually have some capacity to make good decisions intact. Oh yeah, plague boy. Wait, plague boy? Fag boy? Oh, you're saying that I'm homosexual? No, I'm not a homosexual, actually. But regardless of whether you are, I got a little question for you. Who loves you, baby? And the answer is Telly Savalas. Big yawns for little Eric, huh? So I fudged a little on my rule, my general guideline, you could call it, of don't take mushrooms more than once a week because you want the full effect of them. And I just took them on Monday, but I decided to take them today anyway. Why? Well, it sounded fun. That's why. I probably should eat a little more than an eighth. I just ate an eighth. That's fine. I don't trip super hard. It's fine. Mushrooms always make me feel good regardless. Unless you eat something stupid like microdose. Believe me, people out there who think that your microdosing every day is gonna help you. If you microdose one day on a clean head, it might actually impact you a little bit, right? But if you microdose the next day, I try to do this every day. Like, no, it's a health regimen of microdose every day. every day the microdose will just do nothing because of the way mushrooms work. Like tolerance for mushrooms. I mean, mushroom is not that kind of drug. It's not like a vitamin or something. It's so dumb. Microdosing. I mean, I guess it's not inherently done to microdose once a week or something. If you just want to have a little bit of the benefits of mushrooms and not all the benefits of them for some reason. And I get it, maybe you gotta go to work or something. But pick a better time to do mushrooms then. Let me see these. I watched one video on YouTube of somebody. I tried microdosing for a week. And I take the microdose one every day for the week. Okay. The first day I said, I think I felt a little something. Let's see here. Do gay pride people celebrate Valentine's during Pride Month? No, they celebrate it during regular month. I slept most of the day. Stop making me tired again. I do have the mushroom yawns, but they're also legitimate yawns because I'm a little sleep deprived. Although I got a pretty good amount of sleep last night. Eric, what's one view or idea you really invested in under 30 that you now look back at and think is dumb? Um, well, I don't want to be provocative in my answer, but I was very pro-choice. I also believe in evolution. Or I didn't really believe in it. I assumed that it was the correct explanation. Um, I'm still more or less pro-choice-ish, I guess you'd say, but I have a much more nuanced understanding of everything now than I used to. Like, my position on abortion now is that I don't need to have a position on it. I just have, present all the arguments and stuff. And my position on evolution now, of course, is that it does not explain anything. It's a horrible make believe. It's explanation theater. But I never really looked into evolution very much before, I don't know, 40 something. I guess I probably always had questions about it, but thought it would be too boring to learn the answers. Yeah, I'm on mushrooms. I don't know, I don't have any games on right now. I'm not interested in having a game on the other tab because I'm on mushrooms and speed and some weed edibles. I could probably use a little bit more speed, but probably don't really need it. I think I'm fine on speed actually. No, I don't want to try Zens. That's like mouth tobacco. I got enough mouth stuff going on already. my dental situation is just horrible already. So the last thing I need to do is add chewing tobacco to the mix. You're like, oh, you can replace smoking. I don't want to replace smoking. Smoking is the best way to tobacco. Well, buddy cat, Rachel is currently on her period and she's not going to get a pain in the ass, I assure
You know.
Because home fries don't roll like that. That's dirty. When did I start smoking? Well, I started smoking when I was 17. Then I quit when I was 21. Then I started smoking after my first divorce at 31. Again. And I have quit for periods of time in the interim. Most recently, I quit for 4 days, I think it was, when I got this dental surgery. How did you do that? I just didn't smoke for 4 days. So, and I quit for longer than that in the last few years. One time I switched to vaping for like 6 months or something. I really didn't like vaping. It's so like, what? It's like saccharin, you know? In what way is saccharin similar to sugar? And I'd rather just have nothing in my drink than saccharin. It tastes terrible. Vaping is like that. It purports to be some kind of equivalence to smoking because you blow out vapor. But, sir, I've known Marlboro Reds, and you are no Marlboro Red, to quote that vice presidential debate. My favorite question is, when did you start arguing with your sister? I don't have a sister, but it is an interesting question. They're probably very young. Let's say they're twins. When did they start arguing with one another? Could have been in the womb, even. Although I only consider certain things to qualify as arguments. Otherwise, it's just fighting. So they couldn't really have arguing. It's a covert way to call someone gay. Who would see through that? Who would understand what you mean with that? Like, who could possibly decode that strange thing into you're gay? I would decode it first as I don't have a sister. And if I did have a sister, I would wonder, well, I wonder when it was I did start arguing with her. Or if I argued with her fairly often. I had a placid relationship with my sister, I'd say, well, I don't really argue with my sister. And nowhere along this line of reasoning would I conclude that you were calling me gay when you said, when did you start arguing with your sister? If you gave me a million guesses as to what that really means, I would not have come up with you're gay. um, it's Valentine and was asked to go out by 5 girls. Turns out I was in the girls' bathroom. You gay, says Eleanor Stockton. Again, people say this to me a lot, but
You gay?
I am not gay. This is my lovely wife, Rachel, right here. And she is my third wife. So, despite so many people on the internet telling me that I am gay, I am actually not. But it's one of the things I get told I am more than any other, I think. I get told that I'm gay more often than I get told that I'm Eric. I almost never get told that I'm Eric, of course, because who would tell somebody that they're their name? Like, Putty Cat, you're Putty Cat. The Maxwell house was not part of Rachel's gift, okay?
I love my gift.
It was just near Rachel's gifts. You get told you're ex-NFJ a lot. I mean, it's like you got a bunch of some random people come up to you and tell you, like, hey, you've got Hodgkin's lymphoma. Do I really? Who are you? What do you know about things? Explain to me what your reasoning was. I just use my intuition. I can just kind of intuit. You got Hodgkin's lymphoma. Well, you shouldn't pay any attention to idiots telling you what type you are because they don't know anything about typology. Or maybe they think you're just very happy. I don't think that's the way they mean it. No. Hi, Luigi Espino. I mean, the thing is, anybody can, and everybody can, and maybe everybody should intuit what type somebody is. But that's not a good way to determine what type somebody is. It's, in fact, expressly a terrible way. Hey, brother, I'm here, please. You are here, thank you. Hi, Josh. You don't have to be polite to be here. But I guess it doesn't hurt. You're not just here, but you have good manners. No, I didn't. I only watch basketball games with USC involved until the tournament. I don't watch basketball in general very much. The only sport really where I might watch um, teams that aren't mine is college football. Maybe professional football too. I don't really have a team for professional football. I guess the Niners, but you love apples, please, huh? Well, I am very happy for you. I'm happy for you, and I'm happy for your apples. Some people might try to say you shouldn't like apples, but I'm not one of them. Me and my Jewish homies finna make your kid trans. Too late. My kid's already an adult. She's, despite my best efforts, straight. I was hoping she'd turn out to be a lesbian because when I was a father of a small child, I thought, I don't want any boys taking advantage of her. The green ones, huh? You're gonna make my child a green trans? I didn't know you could trans a person's color. I didn't even know that people had a color. If people do have a color, my color is gold. Well, If you're in the Navy, you should wait until you're out of the Navy to have gender reassignment surgery, obviously. Nobody should expect to get time off from their job to have elective surgery. It's ridiculous. Like, hey, I need 6 months paid leave to get my nose job. No, you don't. You absolutely don't get to have any paid leave for elective surgery. You shouldn't even necessarily get paid leave for non-elective surgery. As it is, they gotta have to find somebody to replace you while you're getting surgery done. So what, you expect a company to double their output because you're sick? Ridiculous. How spoiled have Americans become, huh? Expecting all this stuff that other people, that they themselves would never conceivably provide. No, that's what I'm saying. How spoiled have Americans become? They expect some. Well, I've got a problem. Well, welcome to the world. You know, just because you've got a problem doesn't mean other people have to be responsible for it. It's like my dumbass cousin Julie. She had cancer and was such an idiot. She didn't understand that there's such a thing as quality of life that ought to be prioritized over sanctity of life in at least some circumstances. She had no money to pay for anything and wanted absolutely every treatment conceivable to the point where she wasn't even like she was a vegetable. And finally, she died. This miserable death, lasting a long time. And who paid for all those treatments? The taxpayer. And it's like, we're paying for treatments that somebody who wasn't a complete tard, and she was really dumb. She wasn't blood relative even, she was adopted.
Did you have a crush on her?
Yes, I had a crush on her when I was 14. I mean, just because I have a crush on somebody doesn't mean they're smart.
Okay. I don't know. I was just thinking because I'm like, oh, if you have a crush on someone, what do you think of them? Like, I don't know.
I mean, even then, I would have told you she was a complete idiot.
But that was part of her charm, I'm sure.
I like the way that she said, "Oh my." She said, "Oh my," and she said some other thing that I thought was, I just thought was adorable. You know, she's also older than me and developed and stuff. You know.
I get it. You're painting a picture.
Yeah, I was a 14-year-old boy. I didn't even really realize I had such a crush on her until it was time to say goodbye. And then I like burst into tears.
Aww, you are expressing feelings.
Yeah. I was like, it's inconceivable to me that I would have cried at saying goodbye to my aunt or uncle, right? I never was going to cry over that. So, you know. I also had this really cute older cousin in Louisiana, but I didn't have a crush on her.
Is that the one who made the jewelry?
Yeah. The reason I'm saying she was really cute is because, like, everybody in Louisiana thought she was a real number.
Ah.
My last crush was on this chick that had very low empathy but high charisma and high intelligence. We got to know each other junior year. Last time we talked, we were both 20, mostly over it, but it did a number on my psyche. Did a number on your psyche? We got to know each other when I was abusing amphetamines. Well, the only fun way to do them. Who could blame you? Abuse is a word that should be reserved for when people hurt other people. You were just having an enthusiast relationship with them. Have I ever been to Germany? No, I've never been to Germany, Harry won't stop talking. And I've been all around Germany in Europe. I've been to Italy, I've been to Austria, I've been to England. It's not really near Germany, but where else have I been to in Europe? I've been to Russia. Uh, I stopped in Finland briefly at the airport on my way to Russia. That's it, I think, for Europe. Horsemonger says, Eric, quick to the time machine. That's There's just been a groundbreaking discovery in 1666. I will check it out, Horsemonger. Unlike you to arrive with a link all of a sudden. I have no idea. So, why are you showing me this? I mean, it's fine and everything, but I don't understand why you're showing me that at all. It's great and everything, but I do understand that rocks that are lower down are older than rocks that are higher up. I already know that. Okay, well, I watched that for you. I don't normally like to do people's argumentational work for them, but I watched that for you. You're going to make arguments in favor of evolution? What I want you to do is to address the questions I've had about it on point, or answer my objections on point. Not make unrelated arguments in favor of it. if that's your plan. I am fine with evolution being an explanation for things. I want it to be the explanation for things. It needs to do its job, right? According to me, you should think that the same thing. It needs to do its job, and and have either answers to the questions I have, they're real answers, or ask yourself why you're advocating in favor of it. Smoke rocks a cock. Let's do those two things right now. We're gonna smoke some rock and some cock every day. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I don't think we should free Diddy. I think it's a bad
Yeah,
idea.
really. We probably shouldn't have freed Britney either.
I think we should free Diddy when his sentence is up, obviously, because that's the law and whatnot. But I don't think we should let him out any sooner than that. That's for sure. He's a horrible person.
I realized what life is like when you was a cat.
Okay, well, I watched that thing. And that's fine. I'm not, like, don't worry about my emotions or whatever at all. That's not a concern for me here. Or don't worry about how I feel about you either. That's not related to anything. This won't make me feel differently about you or me or anything. So you don't need to worry yourself about that at all. This is just another instance of the same thing I encounter periodically, which is people who want to gain fair evolution. We'll see if this time maybe you are different than the normal thing I face. It's certainly possible. The thing I hear arguments like, well, how do you explain this then, Eric? The point is, I'm not trying to explain anything. I'm pointing out that evolution fails to explain where species come from. And evolution is the thing claiming to explain something. And I'm an expert on explaining. I'm like the best in the entire world at explaining. So I can assure you, if evolution successfully explains something, I would be able to notice. And if you're thinking, I don't want it to be the explanation, that would never have anything to do ever. It doesn't matter even if I didn't want to or do want to. It doesn't matter what my desire is, how much it would hurt my feelings. I cannot not be correct about stuff like this. It's impossible. My subjective concerns are maximally aligned with being right, not with whatever the moment's subjectivities are. I mean, on some level, if you want to eliminate all the arguments about evolution itself and just focus on like people and such, it's like people come to me and tell me they're in favor of evolution. They're ignoring some basic fact here, which is that are you actually saying that Eric, am unable to tell whether or not something explains something successfully. It's like I might be able to tell that I can't render a verdict on this because I don't understand the subject matter enough, or it's using weird its own symbols that I don't have mastery of, or maybe even it's just too hard for me, like I don't know, calculus or something, stuff like that, or chemistry, organic chemistry. You can say it's too hard for me, or you can be honest and say it's too fucking boring for any smart person to pay attention to for 5 seconds. But it's like the real estate of science. Regardless, are you seriously telling me that there's this actual explanation for things, and I am either unable or unwilling to recognize that it is an explanation for things, or that it does answer questions? Are you seriously telling me that? Are you trying to tell me that I either, number one, that I don't know what qualifies as an adequate explanation, or number two, that I'm wrong about that, or number three, that I'm unable to tell what does qualify as an actual explanation? Are you seriously telling me that you are willing to entertain any of those possibilities when whoever you are, you could never conceivably understand things half as well as I do? It doesn't matter who you are. If there's things that I'm understanding, you don't understand them as well. If there are things that I don't understand, you might understand them better. You definitely will if you understand them. But for things that I do understand, like argumentation and explanation as a science and what qualifies and such, you've got to be kidding me if you're even positing the possibility that I'm not able to tell whether evolution explains things adequately. That when I note these fundamental conceptual flaws with it, that I'm wrong in some fashion. It's inconceivable. It's completely inconceivable. My whole life, every fiber of my being, is dedicated to the craft of knowing whether or not things explain things adequately. It's ridiculous. I don't want to talk on the phone. Yes, it does have the burden to, because the title of the thing of evolution is the origin of the species. Evolution, as an idea, concept, is the thing that takes the place of, now we understand how species came to be. That is expressly and its only meaningful claim that it makes. To say that it does not have the burden to affirm the only and central claim it makes is complete batshit bullshit insanity. No sane person could possibly agree with what you just said, that evolution doesn't have the burden to affirm its central claim. I mean, if you want to talk on the phone and you say that, I don't need to hear anything you have to say at all, right? Because it's meaningless, not gobbledygook. If you're of the mindset that evolution does not have the burden to affirm its central and only affirmation, then there's nothing comes out of your mouth would be worth anything at all. No, let's talk on the phone, because what? Your garbage isn't going to work in text? It's not going to work on the phone either. It's like when you start a conversation about evolution by trying to remove the burden of proof from it, we already know you're attached to your position and you don't care about the truth. The gall, the insanity that you would actually think that that would pass muster when I look at it. The idea that somehow evolution doesn't have the burden to meet its affirmations fundamental claim. If you thought that somehow I was going to nod my head and go, yeah, that makes sense, or not just throw it right back in your face as the pure garbage crap that it is, well, you were wrong, sir. And we don't need to go any further in your so-called whatever proof of evolution because we already know that you don't care about the truth at all. You don't care one bit about the truth. Otherwise, you would not try to remove the burden of proof from evolution. No, see, this is what people who don't mean anything do, right? That's not what I meant. I said that, but I didn't mean that. That's what people who don't mean anything do. Sorry. If you know what you mean to say, then you would say it. And if you said something that meant something specific and good, then we would understand it. There's no way to hum and haw around your fundamental not understanding of things. Okay? You can't you can't find words that we're going to agree on that are mushy, right? No work ever gets done with mushy words. Words mean specific things to do a specific purpose. It is not to be mushy. It's not to find some way where Eric's going to somehow agree with you.
Have I made you more sick? I feel like now you're getting sick.
No, I feel a lot less sick than I did
You
yesterday.
do?
And again, Rachel, for the billionth time, you and I have the same virus that we got from Cameron. Okay? Our immune systems deal with it differently, but you can't get me more sick no matter how much of your virus you
I'm
give to me.
sorry. I'm not trying to argue with you. Do you want to call him?
I interrupted you. You're right. You're communicating with me via text. I can't interrupt you. How can I interrupt you when you're writing in text? And I don't want to talk on the phone. I took mushrooms today. I don't want to have this conversation.
That's true.
This is not the mushroom trip I want to have, Horse Mumbler. It is not me talking on the phone with Horse Mumbler about whatever. I'm live streaming because this is what I want to do. What I want to do is not talk on the phone with Horse Mumbler. It's not that I don't want to talk to you on the phone. It's that it's not what I want to do. I don't. Okay, well, I'm not delegitimizing what you want. What you want what you want, and that's wonderful. I don't want what you want, and that's fine too. Hey, I'm gonna put the mood that I do want instead. How about this kind of thing? This is something I want to do. I don't want to talk on the phone, but what I do want to do is this. That's right. Who loves you, baby? Piñatas. sombreros. 5 pesos each to ride my burros. Tequila and churros. Fiesta time in Michoacan. The hands of friendship reach south of the border, but remember Mexico is still in North America. Piñatas, sombreros, 5 pesos each to ride my burros.
Why are you looking
Tequila and churros. Fiesta time in Michoacan. I offer this song as a sign of friendship to the people of old Mexico. Land of Mayans, land of tortillas, amigos, piñatas, ferreros. This is what I want to do instead of talking with Horse Mumbler about evolution on the telephone. No, I totally do not want to do that. Okay, so I hope my central point is clear. And it has absolutely nothing to do with you, Horse Mumbler. I like you wonderfully fine. It's just not what I want to do right now. Horse Mumbler, if you meant something worth listening to, you would have said it in the first place. Let me explain. You have in this room here to say what is actually something that means something. Not, let me find a way that Eric can agree with my mush. The point of this is I need to phrase the mush differently so that Eric agrees with it. Eric was never going to agree with anything that doesn't mean anything specific. And when you do say things that mean specific things and they're horribly, terribly wrong, there's no way to say like, well, no, I didn't really mean that. I said that, but didn't mean that. You say what you mean. Okay? And you mean what you say. That's what words are. If you knew anything worth listening to, you wouldn't have said those words. It doesn't matter how much mushing around we do together, I'll never agree with you because you're wrong. And you don't know how to use words properly. It's like agreement is not about you and me, right? It's about the words that we use that mean specific things. Then, once we have specific, concrete meanings that matter, then we can do agreement, right? You're worried about agreement, worry about what you're saying. Like, you're like, okay, well, look, the point is we just need to agree with my central thesis, one way or the other. I just got to find the right words, blah, 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 blah. No, be right first and then start doing any of that other work. You're putting the cart way before the horse. What you need to do is figure out first what qualifies as an argument, etc., all that other stuff. So just forget about it, dude. You're in no way, shape, or form are you ever going to make any progress with me unless you are first correct. And you have no idea how to be correct, obviously, and have no good experience with being correct. So stop trying to perform in that area. Or learn the requisite skills. One of the two things. Because anybody who ever says those words is absolutely not qualified to talk about the subject at all, or any subject. Like, you know, if if you're that, if you care that little about being correct that you would say try to remove evolution's burden, then you obviously shouldn't be listened to about anything that matters, right? You can talk all you want about stuff that you like and experiences you have or whatever, but obviously nobody should listen to you about anything if you're that fast and loose with what needs to be done legitimately when it's not in your interests.
I think there might have been a little bit of a miscommunication. I do feel a little bad for Horse Mumbler.
I mean, I the point is there it's like there's a difference between workplace and hanging out, right? Like when
Yeah.
you're trying to argue about something, when you're trying to make claims about a subject of evolution, that's on the job stuff. So that you need to be precise with what the fuck you're talking about. I hate it when he does this. Eric has an awful habit of not understanding what I mean and then not letting me explain. Eric, I didn't want to talk about evolution. I want to talk about something else, and you tried to make me talk about evolution. No, I did not try to make you talk about evolution. I may have intuited that what you were talking about was evolution, and I may have been wrong, but I did in no way, shape, or form want tried to make you talk about it. That's insane. Again, you're not being using words correctly. I can't say what I mean if you don't give me time to say it all. You have infinite time. You're writing in the fucking chat. Again, this is proof you do not use words well. So let me say the words on even ground, please. I don't want to have a conversation with you. You can, if you had the capacity to say words that were worth something, you just write them. You do not need more than 256 letters to say something that's meaningful. Again, this is another example of you not using words well when you say things that are contrafactual. I do, but you misunderstood because we're not talking. No, I don't misunderstand or understand based on whether we're talking or whether I'm reading. That has absolutely nothing to do with how anybody should process words. It does not matter if I'm hearing them in my ear or reading them with my eyes. It's the same fucking words. And your disregard for the legitimacy and integrity of words is appalling. Let me talk out loud because I can be precise, please. Oh my God. Precision is not related whatsoever to whether you type or talk. You have infinite time. You don't need to type fast or slow. I can't write them fast enough. What, I mean, you're able to write these things that don't mean anything. Why don't you take that energy and time that you're using to write these things that don't mean anything to write something that does? You do, how about this? Stop worrying about whether I'm misunderstanding something and say a thing that will correct my misunderstanding. How about that? You know, like a responsible person would. Again, that's the beautiful thing about being correct is it's not time sensitive, it's turn based. So I am reading all of these things you say, and you still have not corrected a single misunderstanding. Why don't you correct it? Articulate the thing that I misunderstand. Articulate it in one or two sentences, please. Articulate the thing that I misunderstand. You don't have to articulate how you would clear it up or anything. Just articulate the thing that I misunderstand in one or two sentences. If you cannot articulate in one or two sentences the thing that I misunderstand, such as, ham science, how hams are made, then if you can't articulate, give it any kind of a name, then it doesn't matter how much time you spend on it, you still won't say anything. Like, for example, I can tell you what you misunderstand very clearly in one or two sentences. You misunderstand the purpose of language. You misunderstand the goal of a conversation about something. I can go on. I can articulate what you misunderstand. So if in fact you are correct that I misunderstand something, or give it a name, articulate what it is that I misunderstand. Misunderstandings are not complex things that you can't possibly describe in a sentence or two, right? As like even a feature film, I can nutshell it. I have to pee down the street. To nutshell Star Wars, he said, farm kid grows up to be space wizard. That was a fantastic nutshell of it. Now, give me some direction regarding the thing that I misunderstand. I mean, one thing that you misunderstand is the meaning of the word misunderstand. No, I didn't. I said bland cake. That lady who lives down the street. Oh, well, I misunderstood what you said. I thought you said pancake. But I was wrong because of my misunderstanding. Now, your turn. You do that thing that I just did. To explain to me what I misunderstand. And thank you so much for going on a mushroom trip all about you, by the way. You can't concentrate on what I'm saying because I'm yelling at you. You're bombarding your SI and abusing your FE. I'm asking, the reason I'm getting mad at you is because you has nothing to do with any of those fucking things. It's because you're not using words to mean things and you still want somehow to be correct or for us to find agreement about shit. There's nothing to agree on. You're wrong wholeheartedly in every way. And if you think you could be more right if I weren't yelling, well, I mean, then why in the world do you want to talk to me on the phone? And why would you even think, it doesn't matter what my emotions are, right? Whether I'm furious, terribly sad, fearful, or whatever. Doesn't matter whether somebody else is yelling at me, sighing at me, or whatever. My words are the same and they are the same rightness regardless. Because I'm correct about things. And that's who I am and what I do. You are the exact opposite. Entirely wrong, entirely unqualified to even think about anything that matters at all, and an abuser of words. And a person who's made my mushroom trip all about his fucking stupidity. The thing you misunderstood was 3 sentences long. We were so close to revolution. Yeah, it's like that Typology guy who was insisting he was an ENTP. Probably wasn't, may have been Typolar, but definitely wasn't an ENTP. He was very weak TI. No, I just need to write it down. Go slower, I need to write it down. Okay, well, you're already disqualified from being an ENTP. And you're protesting that somehow you're just kind of ENTP who's not one. Well, too bad for you. And stop being a dumbass in front of me. Go be a dumbass someplace else. I don't go be a smart person in front of you. I guess that's part and parcel with being a dumbass. I'm bombarding your I'm bombarding your ass. What about me? I don't want to be having this conversation at all. What about me and things that matter to me? How are you bombarding me? How about you're bombarding me with an experience I totally don't want to have? How about that? No, but I wanted to bombard you with experiences you did want to have, Eric. Well, you know what? That's why I didn't put you in charge of my experience. I wouldn't know what I wanted to open. What's the other one? What's it called? I don't want to stress this very much, but I think you're a wonderful person. Makes me feel sad that you, being a wonderful person, and obviously oblivious to this reality, are attempting to do things that you have no business even dreaming of attempting to do. Just like I did when I was in college, and I took the longboard out to go surfing on a day with big waves off of steamers. Even though I was a terrible surfer and only could not even stand up on little waves. Some people out there were immediately like, "What are you doing out here?" Because just by the way I paddled, And of course, the big wave came and it crashed me really bad and broke my longboard, and I had to make the swim of shame all the way around. Lucky I didn't get hurt. And I had to go home and say the shared longboard that the whole house used was broken in half because I was a fucking idiot. So the thing is, the point of all of this is hopefully we have experiences like that where we learn, oh, I have no business trying to perform at a high level in this very serious thing when I've got no business doing that, right? Hopefully those things we can learn from them and avoid that kind of thing again, right? Like I never tried to go surfing in big waves again. And I recognize that, oh, maybe this is a deficit area of mine. And it hurts potentially. I'm lucky I didn't get more hurt when my Dunning-Kruger shines through so loud and proud as to make me think that it's a good idea to do this. Right? It's insulting to people who do it well and seriously that for you to have such to be meddling in matters that need to be done rigorously with such brazen aplomb and such a complete opposite of the skills you need to actually use language to explain things, right? Obviously, you're gonna crash. It's the wave's gonna hit you. You're gonna break the longboard in half. And this is that. Remember that it's not the consequence of anything other than you trying to do something that you are completely, intentionally ill-equipped to do. That you have no business ever dreaming to attempt to explain things, right? When you recognize your own deficit area and you recognize that, oh shit, that was a bad idea. I shouldn't have tried to go rock climbing when I don't have any arms. But what I mean by this is you're not using language in a TI way at all. Consistently across the board, in every instance, you're not using language in a TI way. TI way of using language is precise with what it means. It says what it means, and what it means is of a small enough scope that it can be expressed easily in a sentence or two, right? What can't be conveyed in a sentence or two in text? FI, vagueness, subjectivity, wrongness. That's what can't be conveyed in a sentence or two. And that has its appropriate place, right? Most of life is all about that stuff. Almost everything in life, that's what matters. Vagueness, subjectivities, efficacy, outcomes, not being correct, in all of life is all favoring that, but not explanations. So don't be such a fucking blind dumbass. And insist that while you have all the rest of the world for you to go prance around with your vagary, that you gotta have, purview over this area as well, where words mean things. I'm not satisfied with the entire universe being subjective and stupid for me. I need you and Eric to be subjective and stupid for me too. No, I'm not going to be subjective and stupid for you. I'm not going to have a conversation with you on the phone. I don't want to hear about your feelings about things and how you are, in your mind, you are meaning things and you are using words correctly. I already know what that kind of stupidity looks like. You don't need to explain it to me. I know I said it, but I didn't mean that. What I meant was it's going to take some time when you have a face-to-face conversation for me to convey to you what I meant. Then you never meant anything, ever. there's no way to convey nothing to me more effectively with more time, right? And again, where's my boy? What in the world made you think it was a good idea to not just, you share me that link, right? So I looked at it. I intuited, maybe incorrectly, that you were going to somehow find something like this evolution. And I've conveyed to you multiple occasions that I don't want to have my mushroom trip defined by horse mumbler. If it were defined by horse mumbler, I would love it if it was horse mumbler being correct about something. That would be fantastic. If horse mumbler had some points he wanted to make that were clearly articulated and defeated my own points about something or answered a question of mine, that would be magnificent to have the stream be about horse mumbler. But for me to have to make the stream about horse mumbler's insane wrongness and disregard of the meaning of words, well, that's not what I want. As always, anybody else's wrongness is informative to the rest of the world. They listen to me and what I'm saying about it. Most importantly, they listen to what I'm saying. I don't care what they think about me at all. That has absolutely nothing to do. I mean, I might care a lot about what they think about me, but not when it comes to being correct, right? Like, I could be the nicest guy, meanest guy, anything in between, stupidest guy, smartest guy. The only thing that matters is the actual meaning of what the words I'm saying mean. And you'll note what a good and thorough job I do of not pretending to have competency with emotions. This stream is not entitled Lover's Advice from an Expert here on Valentine's Day. And isn't that really what life's all about? It's kind of all about learning what your deficit area. First of all, learning that you have a deficit area. Just like when you're a little baby, you just think, Well, I just have everything. And then that the deficit area matters at all, rather than just be like, well, I'm not gonna be good at I'm gonna be good at sucking my own dick, but I also don't think it's a good thing to be good at, really. So, um, then eventually you maybe recognize your deficit area not so much as just something to not care about, but as potentially a problem for you. And then to recognize that you don't have a good understanding of the complexities of your deficit area because that's part of having it as a deficit. And then to understand how your failings in that area produce linked to concrete harms that you can learn lessons from. It's all a complicated process, but at the end of the day, there should be some cues that make one go, okay, well, I don't really understand this, but I know I'm not going to go over there anymore because I have some vague kind of concept um, that that area over there is only for people with 4 legs, and I only have 2 legs, so I kept getting tripped all the time when I was over there. I don't know. I can't explain the physics of it, but I know better than to just go over there. So at some point, you've got to learn, like, okay, well, I use words for subjective and personal reasons that are hugely important to me, right? And that I shouldn't use words for some other purpose. It's not the case that I should be using words to explain things instead of being how I am. I should be how I am and understand the great value and how lucky I am to be a subjectivist, because I've got clarity about what really matters. Looking out for number one, and my interests, and I use language to make bonds with people. So we find some kind of commonality and find ways that we can agree because it's good for human relations. And that's wonderful. You're lucky. You're a lucky one. You don't have to be right. I don't have clarity about all that stuff that matters. I have to be right instead. And what a terrible trade-off. Like, what possible value does anybody get from being correct and from understanding things? You can't even, like, everybody around you is doing just fine or badly or whatever without understanding the things you understand. So it's obviously not necessary for anything. And if you look at it correctly, you'd say, well, it's the dumbass's way of doing things. You have to, who needs to understand the things that I understand? Nobody needs to understand them. And nobody does. Who benefits from a person who insists on being correct about everything? Not the person being correct, not anybody around them, and not anybody who hears his correctnesses, with the possible exception of somebody seeking an answer to a question that those correctnesses answer. Yeah, this is the only conceivable circumstance in which the person is correct, has any useful application whatsoever, is if there's somebody else who's asking a question and needs an answer to a question, is legitimately seeking an answer to that question that my correctness answers. In no other circumstance can my correctness be deemed to be useful to anybody at all, ever. Least useful of all to me. In fact, being correct guarantees that I am not useful. If I were useful, I wouldn't have the attentional fortitude and loyalty to the tree of pointlessness that's required to be correct. It's like nobody gets to even begin to talk about the entering the valley of correctness if they think that anybody's feelings, tone, form of communication, whether the text or voice or whatever, any of those other things that are not meanings of specifically the words matter at all, right? Pacing of delivery, tone, you know, being able to go like more of an interface style is not a help you be more correct. It's the opposite, right? It needs to be more turn based and less interfacey. We need to remove all of the subjective considerations that don't matter when evaluating what's correct. And of course, nobody can be correct if they are if they are optimal for life. It's in no way, shape, or form is being correct at all adaptive, right? It's not a good adaptation to the world in any way, shape, or form. So, if you're remotely well adapted to the world, be it emotionally, outcome oriented wise, whether it's comfort with agreement between people based on we're well intentioned or stuff like that. Any of that stuff, you don't get to be correct. If you were correct, you'd never even have. It would come as a surprise to you when somebody else suggests that any of those things could possibly be meaningful in any way, shape, or form towards the question of what's correct. And today is what happens when conflicting frames crash head into each other, right? Like, Horseman did not come here with ill intentions. He came here well intentioned. He just wanted to bond with his bro. And that's whole sensory feeling stuff. Meanwhile, I'm an infant about my feelings, so I'm playing right now. I'm doing what I feel like doing, and that's about as sophisticated as my feelings get. And then I thought it would enrich your experience if we do something. That's just sensing stuff to me. It's like I'm not that down with doing stuff. Well, maybe be more interface here to have a phone call. Well, that's conflicting frame again. I'm not really that down with interfacing. That's why I live stream all the time. I have panel discussions or whatever. I'm a child in my FE, so I'm kind of petulant about it and unfair about it in certain ways and whatever. I want to be. I want a one-woman show about my vagina. And my boobs, of course. I don't want to exclude these girls from the one-woman show. I call it her story, but spelled with 3 R's. her story to really drive home the fact that it's not his story, okay? Like, oh, I was born. My first moment was the moment of a vagina. Because womanhood is everything. I think I first appreciated womanhood that first moment when I got to touch my mom's vagina on the way out. And like right away, then I started eating. What did I eat from? Why, breasts. Beautiful, womanly, motherly breasts. The source of all that is good in the universe. As I grew, I came to understand that boys aren't really humans, but that woman is the most and only human. I don't blame men, I pity them. What's their problem? They only have one X chromosome, and therefore no redundancies. But what if you run out of a little bit of womanhood someplace? Oh, that's why you need the second X. It provides that. It fills in those gaps of womanhood for you. Yes. So was I mean and unfair to Horse Blue today? Yes, I think I was. And also, I point out that really what happened there was an inevitable collision of frames, right? It's just one of those things where he came in with FESE kind of stuff, perfectly reasonable thing to do, but for me, doing something different than I normally do, well, that's a slot, your most touchy spot, and I like this kind of FE, much more TI oriented. But that doesn't excuse my behavior, I guess. I don't know. I'm on mushrooms. I'm also not as careful with people's feelings when I'm on mushrooms. I'm probably more petulant and childlike in various ways too. Sort of an excuse. And it obviously doesn't justify certain kinds of bad behavior, but you know, nothing I just said was wrong. So it just wasn't very nice. And it was first and foremost not concerned about him, but rather concerned about correctness. That bipolar, once again, experiencing regrets because they hurt somebody. I guess that kind of what makes the whole thing almost inevitable is that to know that what I was doing was wrong would mean that I was prioritizing putting myself in his shoes kind of stuff soon enough to change to behave differently. But because F5 Polar is always going to be late to the party. In fact, it's going to be very well late to the party because when TI first tries to correct somebody, it's fairly calm, it's whatever. But invariably, people who are wrong try to double down on their wrongness, or incidentally do. Like, Horseman was saying, well, no, you misunderstand, I need to clarify. It's kind of incidentally doubling down on your wrongness because of the implicit appeal to a frame that's not subject to that, TI is not gonna. There's no way FI is gonna come into the equation until after TI has chased the burglars out of the place. Anyway, I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't. I wasn't thinking about the person at all. I was just reflexively displaying my frames and attentional deficits. It goes to show you that just because you learn from something, quote unquote, doesn't mean you won't make the same mistake again if you're blind in that area. So I call it your place of least resistance. You should also call it your place of most regrets. Well, you know what I know about stuff anyway. I'm not Telly Savalas. How much could I possibly know? Well, I do know one thing. I know the answer to the question that I'm going to ask you in a second. And this is an important question. And it's really the question that matters. Okay? Look at all this correctness stuff. What matters in life, of course, is this question. Who loves you, baby? Telly Savalas does. And I do too, Horse Mumbler. Who loves you, baby? WHOLOVES YABABY question mark, I guess. Who loves you, baby? Telly Savalas does. Who loves you, baby? Who loves you, baby? Telly Savalas does. Who loves you, baby? Well, who else could it be? 100 million years ago, from Mount Olympus came a man who had himself a very glorious name. He asked, who loves you, baby? And that name was Telly Savalas does. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
It's important to ask yourself that every couple of days. Who loves you, baby? If there's something wrong with your life, decent chance it has to do with the fact that you've not asked yourself that question. I don't know what all that is. What is this? What kind of instrument is it? Oh, it's that, right? That's what it's in. Okay, I remember what that is now. That's not what I'm That's not what I want to play. I want to play the other tracks, not that one. Do I need all these tracks? Or some of them repetition tracks? Seems like at least that one's a repetition. Well, let's see what happens. Oh, that's vocals. That's what that is. That's why you should name your tracks. It's a rockin' song. It's a walking song. If you don't want to walk, then you better not song. It's a walking song, and if you're walking wrong, then you're not singing this song because this song's long. It's a long song about walking, Ron. If you don't walk right, then you're walking wrong. And if you walk without listening to this song, then clearly you're one of the people walking wrong. I don't like this part. I mean, I don't dislike it, but it's just there to fill us, be another part, you know. It's not wrong, it's just not right. It'd be fine for like a one bridge or something. Been walking, meow, meow, meow. I've got to walk all the time when I go to places. I don't have a car nor braces, nor any kind of, I don't know, maybe skateboard or kind of thing that you roll on your feet like what are the things called? Skates, I guess they're just called skates. Or roller skates, that's the word I'm looking for. You got some roller skates and you're rolling along. But then this is not the song for you. That would be wrong, because this song is for people who walk all along. It's a walking song, and if you don't listen to it, then you're walking wrong. This part just wait for it to be over, basically. Like, get out of here, this part. Yeah, just like before we continue, let me just read these announcements. You mean announcements about walking? That's what you should make announcements about, and that you're stalking me. And if you are, then I wish you'd go away, because it's not right, and it might not be even legally acceptable. I don't know. Depends what municipality we're talking about, Joe. Legal things are municipal ones. Perhaps they're made at the state level, son, or sometimes the federal as well. There are multi-levels of sovereignty that you gotta gel with if you wanna live. You gotta obey all kinds of laws, yes. Like places that has minor as homeowner associations. Oh no! What happened? I got in trouble with the homeowners association. My grass is too long, or it's not long enough. I'm not sure which it was, but I've had enough of this stuff. I don't need homeowners association telling me how to live. Get out of here with that HOA kind of nonsense kind of biz. Although sometimes I wish we had an HOA that expressly says those neighbors have to go away because they don't fit in with the community vibe, with the loudness and I don't know, being outside all the time and crazy kids running around and the dog just loose everywhere all over the ground. And what's the purpose of that? I say juice. Juice? Why would you say juice? I don't know, it rhymes with something there, I guess. Like perhaps it rhymes with the word loose. Perhaps it rhymed with the word caboose. I'm not sure what I would have said before that would rhyme with juice. But whatever it was, juice was the right answer then. That's the answer I'm sticking with, kid. Because I don't like to change what I say, and my answer today is juice anyway. So go ahead and buy some juice. Drink it down, drink it in your caboose. That's right, take the juice and pour it in your butthole. Because your butthole is remarkably effective at doing a variety of things. For some reason you can eat in your butt, and you can also breathe, it seems. At least certain animals can. They can breathe through the butt. Why? Who knows? There's an evolutionary advantage to it, I guess.
Who loves baby?
Who loves you? This is not who loves you, baby.
I know.
But who loves you, baby, anywhere in life?
Yeah, that's what I feel.
Yeah.
I felt it, so I said it.
You were right to say it. How much Adderall do you take?
I took one, but I think I'm gonna take two.
I was gonna recommend you going to a party.
I'm sick. Sorry I look like this.
Being sick is also though kind of a good thing in terms of Adderall in the end because
Uh huh.
it seems to me like it kind of flattens out the whole thing. Being sick a little bit
Yeah,
makes it kind of gradual decline.
it does. I feel like the um, I feel like the Adderall does most work on the cold than it does like hyping me up. Hey Keisha. Hey Putty Cat. Hey the Ghost. Hey Johnny Cats. Hey Iron Lion.
Well, I'm glad you're still here enough. You were here late enough. Horseman Lord to hear my apology. It seems like you were,
Yeah,
so that's good.
I'm
I
glad.
was afraid you had already left, maybe.
I thought that you already left too. But it's hard, Horse Mumbler. Like I don't like seeing you two argue because
Okay, well, I mean, he's basically saying, give you more rope.
I don't think it's really. I
Giving
mean,
you
I
more
just
rope is fun, but it doesn't make the hanging any different.
I feel like it's just like not a great time to talk about.
Yeah, I'm on mushrooms.
Yeah,
So it's like to try to dictate to me like in the future you need to behave differently. Well, and lessons go two ways, right?
you can't talk to. I know that I can't. There are certain things. Even when you're like on a roll with Adderall, there's certain things that I just like. I know will turn into an argument, or I just don't. I don't know.
Do you know my wrongness triggers?
Yeah, yeah.
There's some ways a person can be wrong and it's not triggering me, and some ways that it is. And the thing is, I'm responsible for my own behavior, but it's also the case that you taking a longer time to say nothing won't help.
Yeah, toilet paper is helping. I'm not sure. Like, I don't think I have the flu. Maybe I have COVID. I'm not sure, or just a cold. I'm not sure what I have, but it's been lingering. No, I didn't get nachos, and I didn't get Maxwell House. Although I think there is coffee made. Did you make coffee?
I thought I did. Yeah, I did make coffee.
Okay.
I forgot about making
Um,
coffee. I'm gonna have a drink anyway instead.
I actually I understand why people don't like Valentine's Day. I didn't like Valentine's Day for a really long time too. Even as a kid, like how we were talking about if like I gave like a special card to like a kid in class, but I didn't, and it would always be like I don't know, it would be like the couple stuff, and it's really tough for people who don't have a partner to like
All the
celebrate.
Valentines you give out in school would say, "Thanks for being a pleasant acquaintance."
Yeah, basically.
Thanks for being a pleasant acquaintance is worth getting no Valentines at all. I think.
Yeah, I think.
You have infinite time to say and define those things. And that has nothing to do with whether you're being yelled at. You're not hearing me at all. I'm understanding my failures on FI grounds much better than you're understanding your failures on TI grounds.
It's just like also you're on mushrooms and like
Yeah,
I
and
just don't think that you should be there. I don't
nobody
know.
is more or less correct depending on whether someone's yelling at them. I'm not, I mean,
Oh really?
this is what makes me yell in the first place. That idea, things like that make me yell because it's so, it's, it, it's an appalling violation of everything that being right is about.
I mean, like there are certain times where just like having a logical conversation with Eric just isn't like the right time. I've like definitely learned that. Um, I thought it was over in Apology said too. I really hope that that's really what comes to. We don't have any. Oh shit. We don't have any Vicks. I don't think. I don't think we do. We might have. Neither. No one won the argument because no one was actually like. No one was being heard. I just felt bad for Horse Mumbler because it like like uh I don't have a vaporizer. Um I think that Horse Mumbler had some good points to make. That's the thing though with Eric is that like oh man, like I feel you, Horse Mumbler. I've been there, you know? I've been there with Eric like where he like will think that I said a certain thing and then go like on about that when actually I meant something different. Um, and sometimes I need people from the chat to explain like what I'm trying to say to him. Um, no one won. Who? Gil? Eric? I don't know. Eric gets sometimes he gets visuals. Not even stoned situations. He's not stoned. He's um first of all he's on mushrooms. Second of all, he's also on Adderall. So like that's like a crazy. No, I'm not gonna eat the mushrooms. I had such a bad trip last time with mushrooms. I don't really miss it. Mushrooms are very inconsistent for me. Well, they do say that the truth comes out when you're drunk. If I get yelled at after sentence one, how am I? That's the thing, though. That's the thing. That's what happened. Like when like Eric and I get like yell at like when we get into an argument and there's yelling involved. I actually do crumble and I do start to cry. There's no winning. There's no hearing. And he already apologized. It's I'm sorry that like you went through that with Eric and that you do go through that with Eric. I just think it's a bad time to be talking to him about it. Well, Yvette, I hope that I don't really want to see what else comes out when you're drunk. The best song about drunk people is called Drunk Girls by LCD Sound System. And it talks about how like inhibitions get lowered when you're drunk and you do things that uh when I start arguing with my sister? Are you talking to me? Yeah, I know, horse mumbler. Um the giggly mushrooms, that is a good time to talk to it's a good time to talk to him about what he's talking about. It's not really a good time to like he's also on Adderall and like Adderall does make people more like aggressive. It's more Yeah, hopefully a good giggly time ahead. Indeed. That's like that like really happens like really when there's like a I don't know, it doesn't always happen. I know, horse mumbler. I'm sorry. I feel you. Like I don't know what to say except that like I understand what you're going through because like it's happened to me before. Hey G. But Eric is sorry. He apologized. I don't know if you heard. And I know you were.
I'm sorry. I really am sorry. I didn't think about you at all, really. Most people in the world, in the camp, that people use words to mean things. I'm in this small camp of people that says words mean things, and any other part of that previous sentence just detracts from that. I know you're well intentioned, you're trying to be collaborative, but like a tone deaf person can't collaborate with a musician on music. Similarly, you cannot possibly collaborate with me on intellectual stuff like this. And it's not an insult to you, it's just a reality. And the the things you say to as like indications of your effort towards collaboration, instead of being actually collaborative, they're just um, they're, they're just efforts at attempting to bond with me or interface with me or something. But that's not what we do at work. Work is work. It's a serious business for people who know what they're doing. I don't want to battle you, horse warbler. I'm pointing out that there's a frame clash, right? That there's an inevitable conflict of frames here as we have different absolute and instrumental values. We're valuing different things, right? And from my perspective, you're trying to bring your soccer game into a serious workplace.
Can you feel my head? Your hands are warm.
You feel fine.
Okay.
You don't feel like a fever. You want a couple Tylenols? Tylenol will help with other bad symptoms. Like any kind of achiness or sore throat or whatever.
Okay. Thank you.
What did I do for Rachel for Valentine's Day? I got her flowers and candy.
Yeah.
I
Okay, good.
could show them if they're still over there.
Yeah, I put the candy away, but the flowers I put in a vase.
Okay, so see, this is gonna cause problems with us for Horse Warbler because if you are serious in the sense of having the requisite skills, there are things you've said that would never have come out of your mouth, right? Like a surgeon doesn't say what's a scalpel, and when people go like, "What the fuck are you doing in the operating room?" Because no, you don't understand what I meant by that question. I needed more time to talk it out. It's clear you're unqualified, right? And so when you say things like you needed more time to express what you were going to say, or that you need to talk to me face to face, then you're unqualified to be correct about things. Those things don't just not are not necessary for correctness. They're, if anything, they run contrary to correctness, right? Like interfacing is not a better way to be correct; it's a worse way to be correct. And one's correctness is not contingent at all on whether one's being yelled at. Like, it doesn't matter how you talk to me or whatever. I already have knowing already all the things that I'm going to say that are correct, and those persist regardless of any other factors. Obviously, subjective factors are irrelevant. And if in fact you were qualified to collaborate in this kind of stuff, there are things that you would never have come out of your mouth, not because you didn't mean what you said or whatever, but because it you wouldn't have even dreamed of imagining such a thing. So it's not possible for you to collaborate with me on this. You don't have the requisite skills. You don't use language well for this purpose, right? You use language well for subjective purposes, which is very much important, much more important than this, right? But just as I understand that I'm FI polar, and that's why I was mean to you, and that even though I may not always be able to demonstrate having learned from that mistake, I can at least recognize the deficit area. So too should you be able to recognize that we're not using words the same way. I mean, I don't know what type he is. You're more qualified than I to talk about this stuff by my own past admission. I've never, ever admitted any such thing. And if you were qualified, you can counter argue just as well in text, if not better in text, than you can by voice. Because with text, you can take time to be concise, say exactly what you mean, make sure that there's no words in there that somebody might use to convey that you're wrong, right? You don't get to, if you think you're going to be more right in a voice conversation with me, then we already know you are no possibility of being right. And it's also evident that you're not hearing me in anything that I'm saying, right? Like, if there's a point you'd like to make, write it and push enter. It's not even about anything. It started maybe with Horst Mumbler is not an INTP. There's zero fucking chance in a million years that he's an INTP. He has the very evident FI deliberation function all the fucking over the place. What's weird about it is you're not validating on FI or TI grounds, because I've expressed it on multiple occasions. This is not what I want my mushroom trip to be. But you ignore that. And you're not taking into account what I want in any occasion. You're also not taking into account what's correct on any occasion. You're not responding or dealing with what I actually say, which is, if you have a point, write it and make it. And don't then, when you do say things and I say that's bullshit, don't be like, well, I didn't mean what I said. You know. I did type you as INTP a long time ago, Horseman Alert. That's true. Before I actually knew how to type people. So you are correct that a super long time ago, I typed you as INTP, and I was wrong, obviously. As I've realized many engagements with you ago that I was wrong about that.
With INTP?
Yeah.
What do you?
I mean, I didn't know what to think, actually. I thought maybe INFP, ISFP. I'm not really sure. But definitely, he doesn't live within 1,000 miles of TI. So we can definitively eliminate INTP. The thing is, I don't need you to display skills you don't have, but try to emulate my ability to recognize at least that there are skills you don't have and behave accordingly. Well, this is a conflict I have all the time with particularly TI polar people. It's like, I don't go to your house and try to be correct there. It's like, you have the entire world. Everything in the world is dedicated to you and your subjectivity. But you want to have proper and legitimate, executive bathroom privileges in the one place in the world that's pure and true and correct, which is the land of correctness. You don't have any pass into the land of correctness. You, in fact, are a virus that the land of correctness needs to eliminate. And like I said, horse mumbler, I don't go to your house and try to tell you that I should collaborate with you about your subjective shit. Why not? Because number one, you're an expert on subjectivities. And number two, who would know your own subjectivity better than you? And number three, I'm utterly unqualified to be a guide on subjectivities, as is indicated right now with my continuing frustration with you. I know that I cannot be an expert on stuff that requires subjectivities. And I don't try. It's like, I was sorry. I'm increasingly not sorry as you continue to repeat the same things that I've already corrected you about. And you display no learning at all about your own limitations, which is what you should take away from this conversation. Again, I'm not asking you to be good at what you're not good at. I'm telling you to recognize what you're totally incompetent at. That's so Naruto. Believe it. I believe that I can do this. And that's what matters. You matter a lot, horse mumbler, but your words are garbage. When you're talking about this kind of stuff, absolute garbage. It's always going to be triggering when you got people who actually know what they're doing something, and somebody who has no idea what they're doing come in and claim that they do know what they're doing and want to work with you on something. It's going to be hard not to be like, you cannot be serious. Sort of thing I've seen before, like ENFP philosophy. Some ENFP sent me their philosophy to try to prove me they were ENTP. It's just like, okay, this is the most offensive claptrap of meaning nothing I've ever fucking read. Emailed him back. Well, what do you actually mean by things? Like, what do you define this as, and what do you find that as? And he sent back some vagary, like, not not in a billion years are you a TI user. ENFP philosophy like Foucault and fucking Peter Springer. Will you just fucking die with your wrongness? Your attempts to make it's very much like those idiots who want to make God TI sound in some regard. But the very fact that they want to do that in the first place, it already proves they have no business attempting it, right? But um, but they're horrible, like proofs or whatever. It's so reminiscent of like Foucault trying to establish that this is how society should be with these courts that have all, they try a case by having all the stakeholders reach agreement on what's the best outcome. That somehow that would be better than actually determining like what's correct and making that the outcome. Look, the point is, Joe may be guilty of stealing $1 million from you, but we need to all agree on what the penalty should be. That is to say, Joe should have to agree, Joe's mom, everybody. Joe starts, he says, I think we should have no penalty. And then the victim says, I think you should have to pay me back the $1 million plus go to jail. Well, let's compromise our way to the right answer. what insanity, right? It's just pure fucking hubris. The idea that thing that you're inherently wrong could somehow be made less wrong with your feeble garbage attempts to justify it. I guess that's why you're so wrong in the first place. Foucault, Peter Springer trying to write a paper that established a universal obligation to help distant others who are in need, who are poorer than you, basically. What fucking insanity. Only a complete net job would conceive of there being such an obligation. And to say that it's universalizable is to misunderstand everything that words do and say and everything, right? Like, obviously, you can't universalize an obligation to help other people because if you did, then you'd have to either help every single person who is less fortunate than you until you were as unfortunate as they. um, but more importantly, you can't universalize it because there's uh, there's no clear definition of what somebody's in need is, right, compared to you. If I have $1 million but it costs $500,000 a day to live, I am dirt poor. It's once again an attempt to turn what's fundamentally an impact calculus into a legitimacy thing, which can never conceivably be. Because why? Because idiots are idiots. That's why. Because fucking TI Polar thinks it's an INTP. Howdy. And I'm, it's unfortunate that this this come to Jesus moment came also with bad feelings and stuff on your part, like feeling bad or whatever, but it's necessary, right? One has to be okay with the person one is ultimately. And pretending to be something one is not a good way to live. And that's the simple truth of the matter. So, you know, maybe I could have dealt with this more kindly, but I don't regret it at all, actually, because this is something I didn't, I perhaps didn't fully understand how much of a misconception you were laboring under. Oh, yes, I am. I'm 100% as right as I think I am. Horse mumbler, I can't even believe you're on the phone with Rachel. Because, as I've already conveyed to you, there is no conceivable way to be more correct by talking.
Why don't we? Why don't we?
Right, yeah, you're right. Fair enough. Fair enough, Horse mumbler. You're right. You're talking to Rachel. I'll let you talk to Rachel.
All right. So I'm gonna talk to you, Horse Mama. But can we maybe put a pin in this so that maybe at another time that we can talk about it? Because it's not unimportant. It is good for you to get your side out. I just don't think right now is a good time.
Yeah, I don't want to. I don't want to get. I don't want. Listen, I don't want to get my side out. I want to. I. I. I want to be able to talk to you.
Go, yeah, go have a conversation with Rachel. That's totally fair, and he's right about that 100%. He's 100% right that I shouldn't have engaged in their conversation. And that's my bad. But I didn't even think it was Horse mumbler on the phone, actually. When I heard, uh, when I heard that Eric's not as right as he thinks he is, I thought it was actually her friend Kami for some reason. But I don't know what she's talking about, but yes, I am. I assume it was political. Yeah, it smells exactly like T.I. Polar. I can be wrong. I am wrong sometimes, right? But the thing is, the difference between me and other people, it seems, is I don't talk about stuff about which I'm not correct. Right? Xanax is not strong enough for me. I prefer clonazepam. Well, I hope you get it then. Have you tried taking more than one Xanax? I don't like benzos I don't dislike them, but I'm very wary of them because they can make you black out if you take too many. What's amazing here about this whole horse mumbler thing is his obliviousness to my FI concerns, right? I've conveyed on multiple occasions, I don't want this to be my mushroom trip. I don't want my mushroom trip to be defined by horse mumblers, whatever. And he just ignores that completely. Not only does he ignore what I'm saying in the words, but he ignores my feelings too. So I don't really feel bad about getting mad at him. He doesn't validate objectively, and he doesn't validate subjectively either. And this, I also don't want Horse Mumbler to make me into the live stream. This is how I enjoy a trip, is by live streaming. I also don't want time him out or punish him anyway. He didn't do anything wrong per se, but he's he's still. What I'm saying is simply this: he doesn't validate subjectively either. would not enjoy the trip more if I weren't live streaming. I would enjoy it less. Or maybe the same. I always like being on mushrooms. There's no bad way to be on mushrooms as long as it doesn't involve having to do stuff or solve any problems. Like last time I took mushrooms, I was working on music. I was working on music before the mushrooms kicked in. I was like, well, let me kill some time until the mushrooms kick in. But I ended up keep working on it after they kicked in, and I encountered this problem, which was a glitch of a track thing that happens sometimes, which I already know how to solve too. It's like I've solved it many times in the past. I could not figure out how to solve that problem. I tried many different things that I should have already known don't work, and I couldn't. It was just baffling me how to solve this problem. Then the next day when I wasn't on mushrooms, I solved it in like 5 seconds. It was still there because couldn't figure out how to solve it when I was on mushrooms. It was like 6 slot TE. I think it's fair to say that TE, your 6 slot function is not going to perform at all when you're on mushrooms, and you're going to have problems there. Like Rachel, she often has problems with FI on mushrooms. Sometimes she'll have big, like, crying mushroom trips, and so she didn't take mushrooms anymore. Yes, the mushroom peak was during this conversation with Horse Mumbler, and I expressly told him I did not want to have this conversation while I was on mushrooms. I don't want to have it at all, but I definitely don't want to have it on mushrooms. That's why I'm saying it doesn't validate on subjective grounds either. Because I told him that, and he ignored me. To be fair, Eric, you could, yeah. Of course, if you live stream and you open yourself up to TI4. No, I acknowledge that, zombie. I also have the right to complain about it. I could have hidden him. I could have timed him out. I have other remedies, but the remedy I'm choosing is to complain about it. And it does turn out to be an interesting conversation topic. It's like I may not have wanted the whole mushroom trip to be on a horse mumbler. That doesn't mean it necessarily is terrible that it is. It hasn't ruined my mushroom trip. Like I'm still super glad I took mushrooms and still happy that I'm on them and everything. I hate feeling lethargic all day for weeks on end. Who wouldn't hate that? Guilt. That sounds like torture. I think we both know what the answer to that problem is, though. And you live in Sacramento, I'm sure there's some shady parts of Sacramento where you could prescribe yourself some amphetamines. Man, you gotta obviously be careful, make sure it tastes very little at first, make sure it's not have any fentanyl in it. Just for some reason, drugs pushers these days just put fentanyl in things for for no reason. It's like if I buy meth, it might have fentanyl in it. Why? Yeah, you just need to find a good street pharmacist. That's not that difficult. If you know the bad neighborhoods, you walk around with a shirt, t-shirt says "Love meth." The answer is yes. Or sometimes it's cross contamination, huh? I don't want to do that, but I can find a pound of it I want, says Casey Jones. Wow, sounds like you got a solution to a problem you don't have. You can't go to a regular pharmacist and buy meth for like 80 bucks a teener or something. It'd be better probably if you could. You just wait in line at the pharmacy and you drop off a prescription. Oh, I don't have a prescription. I just here's 80 bucks. Let's get a teener of meth, please. I I know you. I have to ask here. You don't have it out on the shelves. Well, what's our Star Wars? It's red, so that means they must think it's really serious. Let's take a look. Thank God for Rachel tending to horse mumbler's feelings. Because guess who doesn't want to deal with horse mumbler's feelings? A little somebody named Eric. Maybe I'd be much more receptive if I weren't on mushrooms. When I am on mushrooms, I do seem to be a little bit more rough and tumble with people than I otherwise ideally maybe would be, but you know, just like when I live stream, I make the deal is I get what comes and I can have various solutions to it if I want to. So too with whatever else I was talking about. So not until Sunday night. Sunday, what time? It says Sunday, but I don't see any actual hours of Sunday when that happens. Oh, I see I'm not on Sunday. No, I am on Sunday. Really, it starts Monday morning, 2 a.m. Going to start? I don't believe that it's going to be, it says it's going to be rain, but 35. I don't believe that's going to fall as rain. It doesn't really show us getting snow until Tuesday. And then Wednesday, more snow. Wednesday, mostly snow and not so much rain. Well, I'll see what happens. You know, they may say it's going to be rain, it could be snow, or it could be that they're right. Or nature could screw us both and make hail, turn us both wrong. I'm assuming I'm advocating in favor of snow here. If I feel really bad, I take a Tylenol. Yeah, I take Tylenol sometimes. I don't even have to feel really bad at all. I think to myself, I only have a certain amount of Tylenol I should take because it's bad for your liver, right? And otherwise, I take them all the time. Because the thing is, Tylenol is actually a mood stabilizer. A mild one, but sometimes it doesn't need to be like a notable head change to note. Like, it doesn't need to be intoxicating in any way for you to note a meaningful impact from it. Anyway, if you think about like the way that Tylenol can impact the way you feel, your mood, or whatever, um, it it may be considered like a mild drug, but the benefits of it can be quite dramatic. Anyway, thank God for Rachel. Because the idea of trying to have this conversation myself with horseman work, it's like, I already know exactly how this conversation goes. You are not able to or willing to hear my words, understand what they mean, and behave accordingly. Like, the other thing is, it doesn't matter how wrong he is or whatever, it has no impact at all on our subjective relationship from my perspective. But other people feel like, oh, maybe Eric doesn't like me now or something. Obviously, if I didn't like people because they were wrong, I'd hate the entire world. You know, I understand the huge ask for anybody to believe that I'm right. Because for almost anybody at all, they're not qualified to make that determination. On any heuristic or rule of thumb one might use in the absence of actually doing the deliberative work, you rule against me. I don't have any like PhD or whatever. Many respected people may disagree with me about certain things, etc. This kind of heuristic stuff. A sensible person using those heuristics will always rule against me. Conflict comes typically when you've got another deliberator who is not operating on heuristics, is instead determining things in the same basic way, but they have the other kind of deliberation. Because, you know, they know things or whatever that are true, but they don't understand why they're true, right? Like, they'll consistently um, be like, here's a thing that's true. And I'll say, okay, well, what are the reasons why it's true? And they'll say some garbage. I'll say, that's garbage. Well, then maybe these reasons over here, or let's find some reasons that you can agree with why this is true. My point would always be, if you had good reason to think it's true, you'd already know what those reasons were. My position being, it doesn't matter if you side with the right side. It's important to be correct for the right reasons. As evidenced by Trump on COVID, like, he happened to, because everything that Trump does is kind of like completely crapshoot arbitrariness, right? He happened to be on the side against COVID alarmism, which was the correct side to be on, but he didn't have any good reasons why, and accordingly, nobody should have listened to him. I think I accentuated my NHP traits. I mean, I think being an NHP was maximally well served by my career, but I I do think I'm a much better thinker, etc., because of debate than I would have been without it. Like a lot of things in life, once you have the lexicographical tools, then all of a sudden it seems, oh, I can do these kind of jobs, no problem. Until you have them, those kind of jobs will continue to either not, you won't even notice that they exist because of the lack of word distinctions, or they just baffle you. Like, I couldn't answer lots of kinds of questions, philosophical questions, before cognitive functions. They're easy to answer with cognitive functions. Because what cognitive functions does, it reminds you to return to the fact that whatever object of analysis you may have, it links in some way to some human attention. It's Saturday, man. Let's get ripped. I thought, well, I am already on mushrooms and speed and weed edibles and smoking weed. Well, how much more do you want me to do? You don't train an intentional manner like that. What is the case that is that you can more effectively do intellectual work with the right tools than you can without it. So if you don't know, for example, that um, if you don't know that, this is an oddly specific example I come up, I can't go with another one, but you don't know that topicality is really a ground argument and not a like what would the alternative be? I'm, forget this example. I'm kind of drawing blank here as part of it anyway. But if you don't know the difference between, if you don't have a distinction for case level and frame level arguments, for example, and you don't have that lexicographical tool in place, then you're going to come across the same problem all the time, which is like you're trying to you won't recognize when you're arguing with or against an opponent's framework, etc. Lots of stuff. So you need these kind of tools in order to be maximally able to be correct, but you don't need them to TI. Like TI fundamentally checks for consistency. And so being correct has a generative component to it, whereas TI is not generative. It's a get function and a determination or deliberation function. Don't be thinking that if you have an ISTP with excellent TI, that they'd be anywhere close to as correct as me, because correctness is more complicated than that. they might be as correct as me because they watched all my shit, checked it for consistency and validity, and didn't find anything to object to. That's something they can do, right? And they don't need any tools in place because to be a proper TI person is to say, I'm the judge here. You're presenting to me all the information I need to do. So if you say the frame here is whichever fruit is biggest, then that's the frame. Now I just need to check and you say, and that's why I am advocating in favor of cherries. Well, all I have to note is you said we're going to judge this on which fruit's the biggest. You've chosen a poor choice to represent your side. You lose. You know, cherries are not the biggest. Your opponent is advocating in favor of oranges, but one could even conceive of watermelon that would clearly dwarf your cherry. So, I mean, thinking of other things that might be bigger than a cherry is not a TI thing. That's an NE thing. But, noting that your opponent's fruit is bigger than yours and you set the framework of biggest fruit, that doesn't take any tools at all, right? It's just using words to mean things rather than to express people, right? You can think of TI as an eagerness to remove the specifics. Like instead of including statements here that mean things, can we just put in A, B, and C, please? Like if Jody and Bob go to the store, can we just make that if P and Q, please? There's an understanding that of words as doing stuff, right? To see them as replaceable with symbols, to the capacity to define terms for the purpose of a given discursive event. For the purpose of this conversation, let's define Apple as anything with uh, more than four sides and no right angles or something. And then TI is like, well, you're just doing what one should do with language, which is taking something that's hard, complicated, and meaning packed it into one word that means those specific things to make communication more efficient, right? But for people who aren't TI, if all dogs, uh, if some dogs like the moon, and all things that like the moon can fly, isn't necessarily the case that some dogs can fly. If they want to badly enough, who am I to tell them they can or can't fly? That's how FI uses words. In other words, it's not just, dogs, moons, flying. Those are just interchangeable with any other thing I could think of to put there, right? It doesn't matter that we're not actually talking about actual dogs. If all P's love Q and some and if some P's love Q and all things that love Q also are, is it necessarily the case that some P's are? That's what I'm doing when I'm asking that question. What FI person is doing is they're saying, they're putting themselves, okay, so I'm a dog now, and and I love the moon, and can I fly? Well, I want to badly enough, if I really believe and feel that I can fly. Most importantly, who's anybody to tell me I can't fly? That's what they're doing. But the same thing, right? How do you think different drugs would affect different types? Explain to me more the topic you brought up earlier, coming on retards. Well, it's a perspective holiday, National Come on a Retard Day. Um, it's expressly to celebrate Native American heritage, but also our differently cognitively able people. Because think about it. Think about it. How many of us regular people have at some point had come on us? Probably all of us adults, right? Is it fair that we be the only ones? We put ramps for wheelchairs. Shouldn't we accommodate in this field as well? Accordingly, I would like to begin my advocacy for the following holiday being added somewhere in March, probably, maybe the 17th is what I'm thinking. National Come on a Retard Day. The thing about that hilarious idea, though, is that I want to give credit where it's due. I did not come up with that. That's hilarious, but I didn't come up with that. The thing is, Eric, there are lots of times where we think we know the limits of something, and then an FI user comes along and pushes the boundary. Oh no, FI is wonderful. It's critically important in all kinds of different ways, and the person who has it lives, fundamentally a better, more rich life than the person who doesn't. Like, I look at my neighbor Kay; she's an ENFP, and when she's doing stuff, like when she's playing songs and such, she's feeling the emotion of it so strongly, and she's just there, and all these critical things. Like, I FI is something I definitely always want at a party, right? So that it's not just everybody being too cool for school all the time. There's many, many ways in which in life FI is wonderful and deserves mad respect, etc. Um, Conflict comes when FI users try to use that deliberation function in the wrong area. It's not commentary on the value of FI, which, as I've said, is like it's way better it makes fundamentally more sense. It's more adaptive and lots of other things to be fluent in your own subjectivities. The problem with maximal fluency in those is, um, like for an SI level would be you just refuse to believe that your farts don't actually smell good. you know, from an FI level, it's um, you think that more vagary about a subject that requires non-vagary is going to broach agreement or something. Of course, with maximal subjective fluency, you have minimized capacity to understand things as they actually objectively are. I know someone I vibe typed as ENFP. Thinks about the human experience from many angles, is very empathetic, always daydreaming about groups of people interacting. Most textbook and intense case I've ever seen of ADHD. Yeah, the problem is when ENFPs go from like wanting wanting to promote some sort of utopian vision or like the problem they take their wrongness and try to turn it into words that mean things. Like I was saying about Foucault, right? What a catastrophe. Peter Singer, what a catastrophe. It's just the most absolute ridiculous garbage I've ever encountered. But guess what? Their ridiculous garbage gets run in debate rounds all the time. And accordingly, there's some legitimacy on some ground afforded to what's clearly vomit. You know, it's like if a kindergartner wrote something, I think this stupid shit, and put it up on the internet, well, we wouldn't cut cards from it. That's how much value Foucault and Peter Singer have. We'd cut cards from them anyway because they use fancy sounding words. That's the terrible thing about the ENFPs, right? They are good with using words, and so they make the most appalling examples of good thinking theater. So, when they're directing their attentions to their life and what they like and their family and stuff, great. Like Kay's a wonderful ENFP. But when they start thinking that their feelings are good guides on public policy or correctness, fucking Katie bar the door. You need a vigorous and stern talking to from Eric at that point, as a little somebody named Horsemumbler got today. T.I. Polar, get the fuck out. You want to collaborate with me intellectually on anything. Not in a billion years would you ever be, not in a billion years would you ever be a trillion light years within the vicinity of being able to talk with me about what's correct. So with Effie, is it about about feeling the emotions of those around you? No. Effie is just about understanding the emotions and not really feeling it. I mean, Effie is saying, let's do our best to universalize subjectivity. So it says, well, everybody likes feeling respected and heard. Nobody likes feeling no, 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 no. In contrast, FI is like, how would I feel if I were in their position? Someone removed my comment. I crossed the line. I was just being honest. Nobody removes it except Google. Nobody here could remove it even. Okay. I I am gonna remove this one, actually, because the actual joke is, of course, that we would never do that because they're incapable of consent. It's kind of a joke about polar, right? That um, if we want to be fair in the way that wheelchair ramps are to accessibility, we need to make it accessible for them to get cum on them. That's the anti-polar, like failing to recognize the consent matter of the uh, forest because they're looking at the trees of equalness, That's such an anti-polar thing to do. Well, equals better, right? I mean, every little factor gets considered equally. Among these various factors, consent. Anti-polar. Get the fuck out of here with your epistemic failures. Yeah, anti-polar can be obviously, like every polar can have its crippling consequences too, or areas where you just feel helpless. I don't know what it comes down to. Friends, compatible or not? Wait a second. You mean what I have as an instrumental value, you have as an absolute value? Well, obviously, you should have it as an instrumental value then. Oh, my absolute value? Yeah, you should have that as an absolute value too. Then you wouldn't be so wrong as a human being, as everything. Basically, as always, your problem is you need to be more like me. Hi, I'm Eric, regular YouTube content producer. I've got to talk to you about something serious today, girls. There are people out there who don't adhere and behave as though they have my frame of reference. I just want to make it clear to you that those people are bad for you, girl. If your man don't uphold value A, that is my absolute value, and value B, which is also my absolute value, they don't really love you. I shit you not, girl, okay? Believe me, I've seen it too many times. Don't let yourself get played. That's like fucking life in the absence of people understanding cognitive function. Sometimes I feel like I live in the Middle Ages, and uh, these peasants are like, "Well, it happened again. The curse killed our corn," and I'm like, "I'm pretty sure it was because you didn't water it." They're like, "Water? That's the devil's fluid." I know this corn died from a curse, and I've identified the witch who cast it. It's that lady I don't like over there. Okay, that lady had nothing to do with why your corn died. I'm sorry to tell you that. You may be correct to not like her or incorrect, I don't know. But I can promise you that her spell casting is not the result, is not the cause of your corn's death. Listen to this heretic spitting heresy about stuff. What do you mean you need to water corn? You know what? I'm done. I'm going back to regular times where people are a little more sane. But I feel that way. Like I'm in the Middle Ages when it comes to cognitive functions. And because, like, especially when it comes to, like, why people are wrong, right? Why this person and that person have conflict, or you know, sometimes people, I, this inexplicable thing. I watched this video is called. I gotta find it again. This video is inexplicable completely to me, and without cognitive functions. I would have no conceivable way of understanding this. But let me look at my history. That's Control H. What was that video I watched yesterday that I kind of liked on it? About whatever? Let me put in here comment. A mysterious YouTube commenter. Yes, that's the one. Okay. This guy, I recommend this video to everybody. It's very emotionally satisfying and everything. You should all watch it. And this is the video right here. But it tells this story, the crazy story of this guy named Pix Mikes. Pikes Mikes? PICSMICS 4. Okay. And this guy, for reasons you can only possibly understand with cognitive functions, he one day came across this video. This is like 15 years ago, okay? And it was a 4-minute long video of somebody playing a old rock band gameplay video of playing a certain song that they have in that game. This guy's like, found this video 15 years ago. It's like, I love this video. Fantastic. Wonderful. What a great song. What have you. Normal thing one might do. And then, like, he really liked the video. The next day he came back, he commented again. He kept commenting day after day after day. More or less variations of, God damn, I love this video. It's fantastic. Things like, every time I'm feeling blue, I come back and watch this video. It makes me feel better. And this carried on, not for weeks or months, right? But for year after year after year of this guy continually being the only person commenting on this video that from this channel put up that has like 17 subs, right? This guy continued to comment until it, and on a couple of occasions the putter up of the was like, dude, what? This has got to be the most elaborate troll in the history of the world. And the guy's like, no, I really love this video. Respect, man. Thanks so much for making it. It's a real piece of solace to me in times of need or whatever. And it's literally a 4-minute video that I'm sure all of the views of it are this one guy coming back to it. And, after like 5 years after asking the first time, the content creator's like, okay, it's been 5 years since I mentioned this, but what the fuck are you doing? Why are you still commenting so much? You're the only commenter on this video. Like, what is going on? Are you a stalker or something? The guy's like, nah, dude, I've never even watched your other videos. Or something like that. And in fact, he hadn't, it seemed like he was, then like after 10 years or something, he realized he wasn't subscribed to the channel, and then he subscribed to it. Presumably bringing the total subscribers to 18. Anyway, this continued all the way until, I don't know, 2022 or something. And, periodically in some of the comments, the guy would share, like, going through a tough time in my life right now. I've been super busy. I haven't had much time to get on the internet, so I gotta enjoy this wonderful video while I can. Things like that. And so he shared in one of them that, his father passed away, and that things have been hectic, and that's why he hasn't been able to be around so much to comment on this video. And so, at that point, probably people were having a reasonable expectation that he'd put more comments up. But he was behaving as though, somebody was waiting for the next comment. And anyhow, finally, somebody put somebody on Reddit like encountered this channel that had this one guy leaving hundreds and hundreds of comments over the course of 15 years. And he put it in this Reddit thread about weird stuff on YouTube, and it blew up. And now there's shit tons of like every single one of his comments has like 40 likes, and there's shit tons of people replying to all of his comments and stuff. And the maker of this original 4 minute long rock band video woke up this morning. He put I woke up this morning and noticed that for some reason the comments on one of my videos was just blowing the fuck up. I had no idea what could possibly be going on. And I look here at this video and here's what I see. You know? Talk about that's just that is so explains the chaotic nature of things, right? Somebody put up what was just a total like the same thing as putting up family photos on Facebook, right? I'm just putting up a little thing of me playing a video game for 4 minutes. A video that naturally nobody cared about. And that in every conceivable world has a long tail of zero, right? It's just you put it up, it dies, nobody thinks about it or hears about it ever again. And it has exactly the amount of significance that it deserves because it's so pointless and whatever, you know? But if you were a betting man and bet that nothing will ever happen with this video, you would have lost your bet. If you were a betting man and said, I bet this guy who put this comment on this video 15 years ago is going to continue commenting on this video for 15 years with nothing but like wholesome and normal guyish kind of comments too. Just like obviously somebody with some intuition is going to say, okay, you've got to be trolling me or something. This got to be the most elaborate joke in history. You found this little 4 minute video I put up, and now you're playing some big joke on me to pretend to make me believe that it's really that great of a video or something. You're gaslighting me or something. There has to be an explanation for this beyond the fact that you just actually like this video so much. But the thing is, with SI and FI in place as understanding things, well, it makes more sense, right? He really has value for familiarity. And the fact that he really liked that video when he had a certain moment in high school, and now, you know, it always brings back good memories of whatever. It makes it very plausible. This guy is just a regular nice guy who just really liked that video, and it became his like go-to soothing thing slash a little bit of sometimes he shares stuff about his life or whatever. But you know, all of his comments were short, you know, a few sentences at most, until after that whole Reddit thing, at which point he put a long comment and you know, conveying how much he appreciated, how moved he was, and sharing details about what his life was like now that people didn't worry about it still being in the place that where he said, "Oh, I'm stressed out right now dealing with this thing or whatever." So it was a really nice story. If you guys, I'm sorry to have been the spoiler alert people here. I should have spoiled alert, but if you don't care about learning about what happens, then you should watch the video. It's very nice. It's a wonderful story. Moving. And you know, I'm very grateful of for stuff that's moving in positive ways because I feel very, very much like push shy, as they say about the world in general. Like sometimes you'll watch a video that seems perfectly safe, and they'll have some little sad thing, and it'll stick with you. And you're like, oh God, whatever the positive benefits of feelings or whatever I got out of watching that video is not worth it because now I have this horrible memory of this thing that I have to think about. And I'm trying not to actually process the feelings of the thing, which might make it go away. I'm trying to actively not process them so it keeps sticking around. It's like whenever do think about it, go, don't think about that, don't think about that. Oh, now I understand what the problem is. You have to stop talking for a little bit to understand the problem. I was looking and say, why can't I see the chat in there? Because it's not on that tab. It's on that video. A mysterious YouTuber commenter, Pikes Mikes 4. Pikes Mikes? Pics and mics, I guess. Probably photos and microphones. For a second this morning, I was afraid my good microphone was broken in some way. But I just had to. What is that sound? What's going on over here? Kind of like a big animal, like I don't know, raking leaves. It sounds like a big animal raking leaves. I know animals don't rake leaves, but you get the if they did, if you think of what they're doing with their hands as raking leaves, then that's what it sounded like. Oh, I still can't see through the window because it's still on the wrong tab, and I still don't have my glasses, so I can't read anything. So whatever you're saying, you're just gonna have to wait until I go back inside. It's lovely out, a little chilly. I always love the way the world looks when I'm on mushrooms. I'm not like, obviously, I'm on the decline of the mushroom. But I still have the fundamental like mushroom crispness. World always looks so crisp. Pops, all the things you look pop. I don't know that much about photos to say exactly what thing it is, like it's contrast or white balance or whatever, but there's something about the way things look that makes it look a lot crisper when you're on mushrooms. Maybe it's a sharpness filter. Could be that. I still can't see what you're saying because it's still on the wrong tab. That's an SI thing, right? Like, I'm habituated so that when I do want to see what people are saying, I can just look through the window. But that's a long standing SI thing. And then there's a short standing SI thing, which is this time I have to wait to go back inside because of, yeah. Well, the matter of whether or not I can look through the window to see what people are saying right now is obviously a very low priority memory because it's not only going to be useful this one time. I mean, it might be useful again, but just incidentally. It still won't be useful in guiding me on how I should behave in any given moment in terms of looking or not looking. So, in this instance, though, I guess all this talking about it will help me to remember that I can't look through the window to see what you're saying right now. But I want you to know that I wish I could. Okay? I'm not ignoring you because I want to. God's making me. Or standing outside and having a cigarette is making me. I've got no choice. The only choice I would have would be to be wasteful and throw away almost half a cigarette. I'm not done with it, so I've got some good news for you. It's not going to be long until I go back inside. And got some more good news for you. Once I do go back inside, I'm going to put it on the right tab. Man alive, I need to eat something. I've got the yawns, the wonderful yawns. They're different than the cons because of the blondes. Na 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 na. Happy Single Sadness Day. Let's see what we're talking about here in the chat. Hi, show media. Eric, you're fucking crazy weird, man, and I like it. Yeah, I know. She always buys me fucking fantastic stuff. She doesn't buy me stuff often because I don't want her to spend money often, but when she does buy me stuff, it's fucking fantastic. It's like, how did I live without this thing? Well, that's how I was here. You were painting. That was a long time ago. It's going well. Right now, it's going very nicely. Like I'm having a good day and I'm on mushrooms and stuff. You're correct for the sake of correctness, but without much actual ambition or direction for your purpose. Why INTJ is so overpowered, sacrificing some details to actually get stuff done. True. That's SI Polar's response to what? Oh, like the window thing? It'd be the same as mine. I'm just talking about how what you learn from experience to be true on the regular is going to be difficult to supplant with remembering an experience that's related to just this one experience. You know, I did an interesting study one time on vending machines, and in some way they showed that if a vending machine has proven to be hit and miss in the past, like sometimes it has some kinds of problems, you like the drink gets stuck or whatever. Or in other words, it fails to deliver until you put in a little bit more money, and then you like maybe you put in more money and then you get two things, so you only wanted one. That, if somebody has experience with a vending machine like that, that when it's totally not working, they'll give it a lot more chances to work than if a vending machine has always been reliable, but it doesn't work one time, then you think, oh, it's broken, forget it. I'm not going to try it anymore times. How are they talking? How you could explain it? Oh, I'm saying SI is going to be, recording experience and making, people make assumptions that, well, object permanence is all about assumptions, right? And object permanence is the protoform of SI. Object permanence says, I put this thing here, and now I've gone away. When I come back, it'll still be there. So, is that a correct assumption? No. But here's the assumption behind babies losing interest in peekaboo. If two bears fucking remember it's Valentine's Day and stay away, that sound could be a lure to get you into the woods. It could be like looking at sex, then dinner. Right, so there's what you're saying is there's an extra reason to avoid going near bears having sex on Valentine's Day. Because on regular days, after they have sex, they go their separate ways. But on Valentine's Day, after they have sex, they share a meal. Well, that's why you're the bear scientist. You understand these things. That's why I don't try to do bear science because I don't know these things. Don't worry, everybody. I'm a bear scientist. I was like, yeah, well, it's a mountain lion. Don't worry, everybody. I'm a bear scientist. Is there a bear scientist in the building? Anyone? We need a bear scientist. Why? Because there's a mountain lion. And there's no such thing as mountain lion scientist. Bear is the closest we can come up with. What about a marine biologist? That's even further away than a bear scientist. Meanwhile, the mountain lion is just prowling around unimpeded. Oh, God. What should we do, everybody? I don't know. Anybody know a bear scientist? You could call him, maybe? I do, actually. I have an uncle who's a bear scientist. I'm really enjoying this. I'm picturing this happening in my middle school gym, cafetorium / assembly hall. This is where I'm picturing it all occurring. That's the auditorium, cafeterium, assembly hall that I have the most experience with because I played in the orchestra for a year, but um, I hilariously broke 2 school cellos. I was so shitty at the cello. I was sent outside to practice, and I accidentally dropped it on the cement and it broke. I think the second time the same thing happened. But it could be something else, like I left it on the ground lying down and stepped on it or something. I don't know. I don't remember the second one. Well, I know that the orchestra leader guy was very unhappy with me breaking two cellos because I didn't have my own cello. These were the school cellos. I don't know why I was in orchestra. I guess I liked music. I should have gone into like chorus or something because I was always singing. Ever since once it popped out the womb singing, I sing all the time when I'm driving, whatever. The whole drive to and from Boot Jack last night, I was just singing random little things, like. Some random things. The whole drive there and back, I was singing. I've been like that ever since I was a little kid, for as long as I can remember. People in my yearbook wrote things like, "Why are you always singing?" What do you think about gender science? Well, I think it's one of the easier sciences to master. You just got to be able to tell the difference between male and female, and well, it's pretty straightforward. You know, you gotta check for the old schlong and two bumpkins next to it, right? If they're man. If there's just an empty smoothness of nothing, that's a woman. Yeah, people like to use legitimizing words for things that don't deserve them. That's why people love to say that there's a right to something, because right is a word that does, when used properly, it's all about legitimacy. But unfortunately, wrong people who have agendas, they are only interested in influencing people to agree with them, not at all interested in using words as they mean, what they mean to say, like what they're supposed to be used like. How many genders are there? There are infinite genders, zombie. Infinite, okay? Because I am whatever I say I am. And you need to respect that. My gender is a tree. Okay? I need a bathroom just for trees. What do you mean trees don't go to the bathroom? They do it all the time. I should know. I'm a tree. There's pop culture science now, huh? Science is one of those words that people like to use that at this point means absolutely nothing. Not that it ever really meant anything. It reference is too broad a thing to be particularly meaningful. What a wonderful world it would be if things just stayed in their lane and people upheld the idea that a thing should be what it is and not something else. Of course, such notions are appeals to the aspects of life that are timeless and universal. Which is reductive of stuff that has a process of development and stuff. What was I thinking about the other day about stage of development, like, oh yeah, right. When we use language, talk about change over time. Um, we might say Gary has grown a lot, but in order to convey any kind of information about change over time, we have to anchor an identity that remains the same regardless of within that time, within that frame, you know. So in this instance, it's Gary stays the same regardless of what stage of development he's in, but we're noting the um, the change over time and the ways in which Gary is different, right? Like Gary remains the same, but these descriptive qualities from him are different. Now, and to some extent, we describe the process when we say or suggest you've been growing over the past number of years. I just saw you now, you're so much taller, right? Anyway, so a lot of difficulties in communication can happen when people equivocate on that thing that stays the same. Once you've established that Gary doesn't change, then you can't also explain, um, you can't also bring Bob into the equation and say, okay, now Bob's taking on Gary's Garyness, right? So from now on, when we're talking about Bob, when we're talking about Gary, it's played by the role of Bob or something, right? Because the whole growth arc thing is implicit to Gary and it's particularized. Bob can have his own growth arc, but it's not ever going to be Gary's growth arc. And so what people will sometimes do is say, all right, well, Gary's things stay the same, but his physical expression changes or his height or whatever. And then also they'll be like, now, um, so carry on that developmental change, and what you see is eventually Gary becomes so tall that he becomes a giraffe. Right? So the thing is, once you're working with the idea that the identity of Gary is the thing that doesn't change, you can point to any like area where it does change, dynamic area, and extrapolate in any direction infinitely, as long as it doesn't stop being Gary. Like, and we see this in actuality, like, it doesn't matter how old or young I get, or how tall or short I am, or whatever, or fatter or less fat I get. I never will, even in the maximal understanding of any of those processes extended, will ever would that be enough to make me become something other than Eric? so, so yeah, it, it's it's a kind of fallacy that is probably common more than just in evolution, but I I don't know if they have a name for it or whatever. It's a difficult one to explain. You can do analogies like I just did to try to explain it, but like it's very intellectually tempting to say that, you know, if Eric, if Eric keeps growing tall enough, then he will no longer be tall enough. He will no longer be in the height range to qualify as human, and thus would become something other than Eric, because Eric's a human, right? It's tempting intellectually to try to do that, but in fact, is guilty of this kind of fallacy I'm talking about. That when we started talking about Eric, Eric was the thing that doesn't change. Now, by extrapolating these processes implicit to Eric and his not changingness, we're going to say, by extrapolating this out, that we're going to reach to a point where he no longer becomes Eric, because all of this stuff, all the work we've done heretofore intellectually is predicated on the idea that Eric is the thing that doesn't change. That allows us to do dynamic work because that thing is static, right? And you can't just you can maybe do the work like conceptually, like, well, wouldn't it be the case that if he kept growing, it would be blah, blah, blah. But then if you do that stuff, it's guilty. You're committing the fallacy that I'm describing, but haven't named. I guess if I were going to name it, well, I guess it's an equivocation fallacy, basically. It's just an equivocation fallacy that has a specific kind of mechanics to it. Anyway, it's the fallacy that I run afoul of all the time when I argue about evolution. Is people want to constantly change what they mean by species as the conversation progresses, right? We start by meaning a species is something that is a category level under which individuals can express variation, right? And accordingly, we have definitions of species that demand that it doesn't change. A species is a genome replicator, right? we determine whether two individuals are the same species by whether they can reproduce and produce reproductively viable offspring. Or we might say we define species by its genomic signature because we've mapped its genome. A certain number of chromosomes, blah, 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 blah. And we note that individual copies of that genome have slight variations to them in the phenotype, but, like some are taller, some are shorter, etc. But we still make the claim that there's a clear and distinct genomic signature for any given species. That if you test the blood of something, that it's going to come out dog or chicken, and that those are determinate results. That even if you could, in theory, come across something that was something that's not a dog or a chicken or anything else, then it would be a new species that was itself distinct that had not been discovered yet. So, operationally, then, the way we understand species is to treat it as a category level name, and that's the part that stays the same, and that the individual stuff underneath it varies. So we can have ducks of potentially infinite variation, but we have ways of knowing whether they're ducks or not that are determinate regardless. And something is either 100% a duck or 100% not a duck. That's how we we do things in the world, right? That's the way we define species and operate as those species were defined that way in every single instance. Now when we go to evolution, there's this conversation about how you can note variability or various process changes in this individual level. Like you can imagine how a population of ducks is selectively pressured in favor of ducks that have darker colored feathers rather than lighter color. And you can see how a subpopulation of ducks might continue to follow that logic and become differentiated from the main population of ducks. And if you extrapolate that out, then you eventually come to a new species. Except that's the problem, right? It's guilty of this fallacy that I'm talking about. You've already established that the thing species is the part that doesn't change. To access the ground of individual like of pressures on individual examples that change the expression of duckhood, right, underneath the label of duck, to even articulate any conversations about the pressures, selective pressures on ducks, is to already acknowledge that regardless of what selective pressures, they either live or die as ducks. Now, you can't extrapolate out from those the capacity to adapt genetically or responsibly to changes in the environment as a mechanism by which speciation occurs for the same reasons you can't say that if Brian keeps getting taller, he'll become something other than Brian. And in that regard, it's an equivocation fallacy. Who decided Eric was Eric? Why do we call sun sun? What if there's another species out there that communicates what the sun is by clapping both butt cheeks twice and saying, and flicking their tongue? When you say fallacy, do you mean phallus? Huge swinging fallacy. Gary's mentally ill. I don't know if Gary's mentally ill or not. He's growing up, okay? Gary still identifies as Gary, but every individual's prerogative to engage in whatever subjectivities they want. And as long as they don't violate objective criteria like rights or whatever. And so I think by and large, everybody should have the following attitude towards people who are gender fluid / transitioned or whatever, which is you're doing you. It's your business. And I understand that each of us has struggles in life and has challenges with our own identity. And to the extent that I think you've made a poor choice, it would be not my business, and it would evoke compassion out of me rather than trying to dehumanize you regardless. So I think that gender trans stuff, people react to it in one of two ways. You know, people who are very, I guess, good at putting themselves in another person's shoes tend to be supportive of the thing. And people who oppose trans stuff, it's generally part of a culture war package thing that they have going on. Obviously, there's the amount of policy significance is dwarfed by the amount of culture war significance in the minds of people. But, you know, We're all well served to remember that we're all individuals going through our own shit, trying to cope with it as best we can. And if what you're doing isn't hurting anybody else, then it's not my concern. Obviously, there are some policy issues, but they're easily and quickly dispatched with the correct answer. Should How should gender in sports be determined? Whether or not you have a Y chromosome. That's it. Straightforward enough, right? What about bathrooms? Well, personally, my feeling on it is I don't want public bathrooms to have more than one person in them anyway. Like, I hate going to the bathroom and with anybody in there. But if, like, so for example, some woman who now identifies as a man comes to use the men's room, what the fuck do I care? You know, whoever is in the men's room is like any given person in the men's room is equally likely to be looking at my penis. It's a likelihood approaching zero. You might say, well, what about women though? They don't want a man who now thinks they're a woman in a bathroom with them. Presumably, they're all just getting in and out of there doing their business. Nobody's there having let's have our women's social circle in the bathroom. Wait a second. I was sitting here across from you with my pants down pooping, and you were sitting there, and we were chatting like ladies, and now you tell me you weren't born a woman, and you're looking at my vagina anyway? Insanity, right? No such things happen. It's a hilarious concept, though. The only thing stopping these maniacs from going in the bathroom and abducting people now is they have a wiener. Oh my God. I cannot possibly go to the bathroom at all anymore in public because I can't be 100% sure the other people in the bathroom with me were born men. So, accordingly, like, you're asking me to either go into a stall and close the door or pee in a urinal with somebody in the bathroom who might have been born a woman? You expect me to be able to do that, be willing to do that? I'm sorry, but I won't be a victim. Hell no. I am sick and tired of being victimized by these so-called trans people. Like every day I get up, I walk out my house, I'm subject to another victimization from trans people. Like, for example, I called an Uber the other day, and I couldn't tell what gender the driver was. I was like, how in the hell am I supposed to believe that you know where you're going when you apparently don't even know what gender you are? Could you, if you could use a map, you evaluate the map of the self and behave accordingly. Good stuff. Roast with and of trans is funny. Yeah, but it's like these trans hysteria people. Like, oh, the children! Oh no, it's their agenda! And it's like, oh my God. Do you have to be such a Maud Flanders? Look, I mean, we can all have individual stories of some trans person behaving incorrectly by not being informative to people about stuff like that. But You know, it's like, oh, I know a black guy who wrote a liquor store. It's like that kind of stuff. So you be the judge, you know? His name was Javon Washington. Sounds like one of them, right? Guess what he did? He did exactly what we all expected, proving how they are. He robbed a liquor store. I tell you, I've had enough of them. Those people and their ways. They're not the same as me. They're different and I don't like it. I got to tell you guys something. I learned something today. There are these people around and they have the gall, get this, to be different from me. I'm like, hold on. Okay, you know, I'm pretty sure I know how to be. I'm me. Okay, I make these decisions for good reason to be me and not different than I am. So basically, what you're telling me about being different is that there's something wrong with me, huh? Well, let me tell you, friends, I've got some news for you, differentness. You're the thing that's wrong. And I'm never going to be okay with your differentness. So get out of here, not me. I don't want anything to do with you. I find your newness and differentness terribly scary, and I don't like it. And as we all know, if I don't like something, there's something wrong with it. It should be different. Obviously, if it were the way it should be, I would like it. And I don't like things that are that. So, you know. So yeah, I'm a little scared to tell Rachel the news. Some people who are different from us have moved into the neighborhood. They couldn't be more different from us. They have all the key differences: race, sexual orientation, gender identity. They're all women too. You know, they're refugees from an Islamic country. And let's see, right. There's a class in India called Untouchables. They check off all the boxes. I'm sorry, but get out of here, different people. You're different in too many different ways. If you were just a little taller or shorter than us, we could excuse that maybe. But all these different ways that you're different, no, no, no. You need to get out of here. Who loves you, baby? Not me. Makes me want to enjoy a rousing rendition of Who Loves You, Baby. I think it's time, everybody. If you were here for the last one, well, you get an encore. It's so wonderful that you want an encore. I'm telling you what you want. Yes. I know better than you. You didn't know you wanted this when I began talking about it like right now. But once you hear it, you'll know you wanted it. Okay? This isn't like horse mumbler style. I know what you want. I do know what you want. voicemail is still meowing vagaries at Rachel. Oh, what's gonna help is meowing some vagaries. So he never meowed a vagary in his life. It's not Shelley Duvall, it's Telly Savalas. That's right. The man himself, the Greek god, the hero of legend, the promoter of the Diners Club. That's right. I'm talking about Telly Savalas, y'all. Because that man asked the question the philosophers of ancient times have always asked. Who loves you, baby? Let me ask it again. Because like I said, who loves you, baby? Telly Savalas does. That's right. You learned already? Who loves you, baby? It's not Shelley Duvall, it's Telly Savalas. That's right. Who loves you, baby? Telly Savalas. So now you know who the one to show the love is. The one who loves you like he loves his own biz. His name is not Shelley Duvall, it is Telly Savalas. The auteur of the question that matters most. Who loves you, baby? It's everything you dreamed it would be, wasn't it? You were right to have those dreams, and you were right that it was all of those dreams. Confirmed. You're afraid of Americans? Well, are you afraid of Telly Savalas? Because nobody should be afraid of Telly Savalas. How can you become inclusion that I don't need to comprehend it to know that they deserve to pursue happiness in whatever way they see fit? I mean, how can you be against inclusion? I mean, I don't think anybody's meaningfully against inclusion. What people do is they want to engage in the culture war stuff, right? They want to play. It's those damn yes. In this instance, and people who are opposed to trans stuff, it's basically I don't like change. It's Andy Rooney, Andy Rooneyism, you know. Have you ever noticed that nowadays when you go into the store, there's some people aren't man or a woman. I don't know whether to say Miss or Mister. Back in my day, women wore dresses and men wore suits. I'm Andy Rooney. Things were better back then. So yeah, you know, Andy Rooney's exist in the world. Wow, something's different. I don't like it. This is how I remember things being. Things were better before, in my time. Do we really need this tool specifically for blending corn? I don't think so. In my day, we just pushed it with our hand. I'm Andy Rooney. That's classic Andy Rooney right there. Oh, my beautiful, delightful, and wonderful Valentine Rachel is going above and beyond the Call of Duty right now. Having an extended conversation with Rachel about his feelings. One of those moments where, like, okay, I need to just pause, reset a little bit, I need to eat some food, I need to be a little less yeehaw kind of blazing. Let's go, everybody! Yeehaw! It is Saturday. For whatever that's worth. Which is nothing. You're afraid of Africans? All Africans equally? Are you equally afraid of, say, people from Egypt as from people from Ivory Coast? What about Congo? Are they particularly scary? What does that say? Least was in the nerve from. I can't read that for shit, dog. I don't know why. Guess my window's dirty, maybe. Slash, I need some. Make it bigger inside, but. The window's a little bit dirty. No, what does it say? Was in the air from the gas, the good old days. Oh, yeah, the good old days. Right. I am familiar with the good old days. Have you ever noticed that nowadays you don't smoke meth and things are more boring? I have. I'm Eric Ritter. I don't like it. Things were better before. In my time, you could walk into any drugstore and get a glass pipe and a nice shard of meth. Nowadays, they want to charge you $100 just to ask them. Eric, here's like horse mumbles. There's way saying in chat, calling Rachel that he's worried about you too. Like we're poisoning the world with food. Did he say he was worried about us too? About me and Rachel? Did he actually say that? Based on what? That would be insane if he actually said that. On another note, I have a Swedish. Meow meow? What? Oh. Yeah, you do need to see a doctor. You need to ask him about butt cheek replacement surgery. Now it's a quick outpatient surgery. You can get custom butt cheeks of your whatever design you want installed. You're in and out in just 3 hours. And the butt cheeks will be good to sit on just 48 hours after the surgery. So, I'll have to. Hi, human. I guess I'll have to get confirmation that you said that. I meant that. I'll go and ask about it. That would be indicative of some. I think unavoidably you have to interpret it as nefarious. Because I wasn't arguing with Rachel. Well, no, I mean, that's not poisoning the well or whatever. He shifted from argumentation to attacking my relationship, which is its own thing, right? It's like it's not an argument related to what we were talking about at all. Right? So you couldn't call it ad hominem or something like that. It's just something that happened off to the side at the same time as the conversation we were having. And would be definitely something for me to convey that he's crossing an unacceptable boundary. I should say he's unacceptably crossing a boundary. Sounds like Rich is done talking to him though, so I guess I won't have any opportunity to ask the question. Or I'll ask Rachel what we talked about. Whatever. 11 people watching, but chat is kind of static. Well, Alec, you know what? Sometimes people just want to listen. They don't necessarily want to talk. If they wanted to talk, maybe they'd be live streaming instead of in the chat. Some people are receiving. You're more a getter. So you like to. Also, you're any tool, so you like the engagement with words. Like Dom or something. I just like to listen sometimes. We'll see what I'm curious what this Rachel has to say about her conversation with Horse Mumbler. I'm very curious. I see you, I hear you at Teabag. Hi, Horse Mumbler. I'm back. What was the thing you were saying about just then? I wanted to know whether it was true that you actually said you were worried about me and Rachel. Somebody said that you had indicated that, like you were concerned about our relationship or something. I wanted to ask you if that's what you said, or if that's what you meant, I hope you found conversation with Rachel satisfying. That you got heard adequately in the form in which you wanted to be.
Hi, Nancy.
My beautiful, how you doing?
Good. Let me.
No, we'll see what Horseman Word says about that. I'll wait patiently for his reply. But in the absence of one, I'll just ask Rachel about it. Where did I put the mouse? Over there. What do you feel when someone tells you they're worried about you? I mean, I usually think it's kind of a passive aggressive way of trying to get to me about something, right? Um, like there's nothing about the way that I've lived in ways that could legitimately worry people, before. So I know what it's like to actually have somebody legitimately worry about you because there's an actual problem or not. I mean, the thing is, it's like if you're telling me subjectively you're worried about me, you're saying that you think I should be different than how I am in some way, right? But in this instance, what I'm asking about is what he said about our relationship. Is he worried about our relationship? Like
No, it didn't.
He wasn't.
No, it wasn't about our relationship.
But I'm asking
Oh.
is Horseman Lord, did you say that in the chat earlier?
Oh.
And is that what you meant? So you answered the unimportant question, but you didn't answer the important one. I immediately wonder why Alec and feel I might be hungover and everyone knows it. Well, Alec probably. Okay, well, then the thing is, did you say that you were worried about me and Rachel in the chat? And if so, what did you mean by that? You're worried about me and Horseman Park? Or was there to worry about? Compared to your experience, Eric, I didn't have phases where I lived in ways that ought to legitimately worry someone. So when someone tells me they're worried, almost makes me feel uncanny. It makes me self-conscious. Well, to me, it's like it's just your subjectivity telling me to be different. That's what is when somebody tells me they're worried about me. But I think generally what I interpret it as is not that. It's just an FE thing. It's a passive aggressive way to shit on me. Oh, you copied and pasted it. All right, cool. Thank you for that. Can you call me? I'm worried about you. And oh, that was him. I see. My bad, zombie. I thought that was you saying that. I was like, why are you worried about me and Horseman Boy? I'm worried about you and Eric, honestly. I've been meaning to call you but lost your numbers. So yeah, why are you worried about me and Rachel? What did you mean by that? That's a straightforward enough question. What specifically are you worried about? No, horse mumbler. I'm asking you a specific question. What are you worried about? Are you worried about me and Rachel's relationship? He, this is an exact quote from what he said in the chat, right? He said, Rachel, can you call me? I'm worried about you and Eric, honestly. So I'm asking you, what makes. Okay. All right. So then you're just a scumbag, right? You're claiming to be worried about my relationship, even though there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. And then you won't tell me why you're worried about it unless I talk to you on the phone. Which, believe me, is a conversation you do not want to have. Well, I've expressed to you what I have to say about that. If you had a shred of character, you just type the answer into the fucking chat. I'm not telling you what you want. You're telling me what you want. I'm telling you that you have no fucking character. To, in the chat, say that you're worried about my relationship and then refuse to say in the chat why. Okay? That's just a full blast scumbag move. So fuck off. How about that? You want to talk to me on the phone so badly. For the love of fucking God, isn't it obvious that I'm using my phone to live stream? If you really could only talk to me about it via phone, you wouldn't have put it in the chat in the fucking first place, you piece of shit. I don't want to talk to you, you piece of shit. You put in the chat, you're worried about my relationship. So put in the chat why. What a scumbag. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. What kind of a slimy scumbag would do such a thing? Is utterly wrong of me? You're the one, without any cause whatsoever, who called the health of my relationship into question in the chat and then refused to extrapolate as to why in the chat. And as a means to leverage me into talking to you on the phone, which I don't want to do. And which you don't want to have happen, believe me. So you can just go fuck yourself every way imaginable. And remember, you cannot say to me, but listen, you don't understand what I'm meaning. This is a misunderstanding. Then fucking write what you mean in the fucking chat, you piece of shit. Very much like if I were to say in the chat, horse mumbler, you're a liar. And then you would say, well, what did I lie about? Say, well, I'm not going to tell you unless you call me. Then don't make the accusation in the first place, you fucking piece of shit. Well, I am talking to you like a man. I'm pointing out that you have utterly failed to uphold standards of character befitting a man. And thus should be ashamed of yourself. I'm not being unreasonable. You said in the chat that you're worried about my relationship. There's my relationship is wonderful and the best relationship I've ever seen between any two people. So now, is it reasonable of me to expect you also in the chat to say what you're worried about? Yes. There's nothing remotely unreasonable about that. What's unreasonable is for you to open with that thing and then try to leverage it, the answer to the question, into a phone conversation I don't want to have. That's unreasonable. That's chicken shit bullshit stuff. In no way, shape, or form is that reasonable. And remember, my tone is not informative as to whether I'm talking to you properly, right? My words convey information that matters, that's important. Okay? Sometimes I deliver it more or less sternly because sometimes my listener is more or less stubborn. In this case, you are as fucking insanely stubborn as anybody could conceive of anybody being. Because from the outset of your arrival today, I told you in no uncertain terms, I do not want my mushroom trip defined by horse mumbler. Yet here we are, as you have ignored every subjective consideration of mine in favor of your subjective considerations at every single turn for the entire live stream. And now you accuse me of being unreasonable. The fucking balls on this one. The audacity. It's like the last whatever number of hours have been almost all about your feelings. I am a compassionate guy who tries to be feelings respecting as best I can. But, sir, you and your feelings can, in no uncertain terms, go fuck themselves. No, I know Horse Mumbler. I've hung out with him before. He's not a Russian whatever. Sir, you have already not done me the respect of answering my question, which is as disrespectful as you can be, considering it's a question about something you said about me and my wife. So, until you have a little bit more sanity and can recognize that it is you who is being insanely disrespectful, then there will be no conversation. I mean, somehow, in an argument about evolution stuff, you thought it would be a good idea to take a shot at my relationship through the frame of you're worried. So it's authentic concern or something. You are one fucking piece of work, bro. How low can you stoop? Let me try to position this as me being disrespectful. As fucking if. Well, you come into my live stream where I'm enjoying my mushroom trip. Share a link that I cannot conceive of why you sent to me. And then I ask you and you say, oh, it's because I'm setting the groundwork for an argument I'm going to make about evolution, obviously. And I tell you, I don't want to have this talk with you about this. I'm on mushroom. You ignore me. Continue to ignore me. I tell you that multiple times. And continue to want me to have a phone conversation with you when I've told you myriad times I do not want to do that. And then you have a long conversation with my wife after you've attacked our relationship. And then you come back and you accuse me of being disrespectful.
I will say that the conversation we had did not have to do with our.
That's fine. That's great. But it just shows the blindness to hypocrisy that in one breath he can call that into question, and in the next breath pretended he didn't say that, and is talking to you as though, you know, there's no that didn't never hit the flow. It's insane.
I didn't know that. I didn't see that.
You didn't do any such thing. I misunderstand what you kept trying to say. Then say it, dumbass. Say what you mean.
I don't think he said that he was worried about our relationship. I don't remember seeing that.
No, it was cut and paste.
Oh.
I read it. He did say that. He said, I've been meaning to call you. I'm worried about you and Eric. That's what he said. Those were his exact words. Oh, I see. So you won't say what you mean. You'll say the parts that are wrong here in the chat. You have no problem with that. But you'll save the right parts for when I talk to you. You continue to try to leverage your fucking failures into a phone conversation I don't want to have. What kind of insanity is this? I mean, you've got to be completely fucking insane. Yeah, I don't want to talk to you. So the thing is, why are you making the following claim? You said here that, no, you misunderstood what I kept trying to say. Why did you say that? I thought you only talked to me on the phone. Why are you saying that in the chat? Why are you saying anything in the chat at all? Why is it that you're able to say the things you are able to say in the chat, but not things that mean anything? So in other words, you won't tell me the things that matter unless I'm talking on the phone. But you will tell me all this garbage you're saying in the chat. You won't answer my question about what you said about me and my wife in the chat, but you will tell me how that you're the sane one for demanding a phone conversation in order to tell me that. You know what? Fine, horse board. Rachel, can you bring me your phone, please? I'm going to call Horseman Lord. You win, Horse Mumbler. You get the conversation you definitely do not want to have. Oh, it's on speaker, don't worry.
Hello.
Hi, so what did you mean when you said you were worried about me and Rachel?
I meant on your friend.
You meant you're my friend?
I wanted to talk to her.
You
Yep, and I wanted to talk to her. I want to talk to my friend. I wanted to talk to my favorite Rachel. So I talked to her in chat.
Okay, but that does not answer the question of what you meant when you said you were worried about us.
Oh, yes, it does. It does. And if you listen, I will explain. Will you listen?
I'm listening.
I meant that I have the concern of a close friend. I meant that I was worried. By Rachel's worry. Rachel said she was worried just a few days ago. And about, sorry, forgive me. I'm hungry. I need to drink. I need to drink a big glass of milk. I just spent my energy. Well, I'm in terrible estimation. Probably both of them. But as I state, Eric, I'm your friend. I'm your friend in ways you don't know.
You're my friend that won't answer this question.
I will. Just let me take my time. Let me drink the milk first.
Okay, take your time.
I'm stupid. I am PPA.
let's not get sidetracked.
Oh, please believe me. If you can convince me I'm anything else, I will kiss you.
Okay, well, can you answer my question?
Phrase it for me again, exactly.
You said you were worried about me and Rachel's relationship. What did you mean?
Relationship?
Oh, no, you didn't say relationship. You said you were worried about me and Rachel. What did you mean?
Because I'm your friend, and I do that. I worry about you, Eric. I do, because I'm your friend. And if you want to question that, well, fuck you.
But what were you worried about, though?
You and Rachel. Your well-being. Fuck you.
You're worried about our well-being.
I worry about you because I care about you.
Okay, so, like, is there a specific thing you're worried about?
Everything. In INTP, I worry about everything. I'll tell you all the specific things if you will do me the respect of listening to them instead of telling me that I'm evil and wrong and fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. I don't have to put up with that shit. And I will not put up with that shit. And you will not do that shit to me again.
All right. Listen, Horse Mumbler, if you talk about my relationship and then won't answer a question in the chat, I absolutely will. I absolutely will.
I will answer any question when on the phone. I will not answer when ground rules, boundaries. It is really exhausting for me to type. I can't do it fast, especially on my phone. It is not reasonable for you to expect me to do anything but little bits of FU warning to okay, you can expect you. Let me say this. I would like to be able to be in a place of security where I can just write whatever to you and have you be receptive to listen, to wait for the next bit, to analyze, you have the patience to wait for the whole bit instead of attacking me right away.
I mean, what happened in this instance? You listen for a second.
When you show to me that you can read something I say and not attack me and instead say, go on, I'm interested to learn that looks wrong to me. I'm interested to see how it could actually be right with more pieces to the puzzle, because it is utterly unreasonable for you to it's hard to cram meaning into, it's really hard to cram any sort of meaning into really sophisticated meaning into 256 character long snippets. That's just
okay. Horse Mumbler, you were able to in the chat write about me and Rachel's presumably relationship, but it wasn't clear. Okay, but you were unable to answer any questions in the chat about it. So what I would suggest is if you want, unable
and unwilling to use my thumbs, which are tired. My thumbs hurt.
Okay.
My thumb's fucking hurt. It's not reasonable for you expect me to type long expert type.
No, it's
long
reasonable
detailed.
of me
No,
for
it's
you
not.
to
It is
not
not
talk
reasonable.
about me and Rachel if you aren't going to explain yourself.
I
To
am
not
going
bring
to
it up at
explain
all.
myself.
To not
I
mention
am
it
going-
at
I am
all.
going to. It is not reasonable for you to expect that I have to do it in text because I stated a worry in text. I have to explain myself in text. That is bullshit. That is bullshit. That is insane. No one in their right mind would ever say that. If you want to,
I mean, from my perspective, listen, Horse Mumbler, from my perspective, you were calling into question the health of my relationship.
Your
I wasn't,
perspective is
I might have been wrong about that, right?
Yeah.
But accordingly, at that point, it was reasonable for me to expect you to answer whether that was in fact the case in chat.
Yes, but not in text exclusively.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, homie, listen.
I win. That's the
Listen, you got your way. You got your way, right? We're talking on the phone.
I didn't.
And I still
didn't even
think
want to.
I still think you had. I don't believe you when you say you were genuinely worried about us at all. I think it was just passive aggressive bullshit.
That's sad. That was my. You know, it's a little thing I sent you. That was my attempt at a fun little. I was trying to be fun and slide into the DMs with a fun little collaborative argument instead of going heavy with the relationship. Because I have legitimately been worried about you and Rachel specifically past couple of weeks. Because I've been tuning into your live streams again recently and listening to Rachel's concerns and worries, and she's been feeling unheard, and I could hear that. And we just had a great talk. And we both felt heard.
There we go. Good. There we go. There we go. We got the answer finally. So, essentially, you're worried about the relationship because I'm not listening to Rachel enough.
Not what I said. Not what I said.
Oh, she's just feeling unheard. Is it because I'm hearing her well? I don't have a position on that. Rachel, did you tell Horseman? Well, hold on. Rachel, did you hold on? Rachel, did you tell Horseman Blue that you feel unheard?
What?
Rachel, you did not tell him you feel unheard.
That was my interpretation. That was my conclusion that I drew from my snippets of. Don't put this on her. That was my conclusion that I drew from a couple minutes. I tuned into a live stream, and for Eric, this you don't have to play Inquisitor. I'm your friend.
Apparently, not very good one.
What?
Apparently, not a very good one. You're trying to drive a wedge between me and my wife.
That's exactly the opposite of what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to remove splinters of childhood trauma that I sense because I have similar ones myself.
Zombie's correct. Sounds to me, reminds me of Worm Tongue from LOTR.
Oh my fucking God. Yeah, and you remind me of Theoden, as he is gripped by Saruman of many colors in his madness. I'm like Mithrandir trying to push through the madness. Eric, I'm your friend.
Me being mad? Is it accusing me of the one who's guilty of madness here?
Yep. Yeah, you are. And when we appeal to higher authority, when we go to the correct court, when we go to the correctness court and appeal and say, okay, which one of us is being reasonable, which one of us is trying to open and maintain dialogue, and who's trying to accuse and shut down? I'm the one trying to maintain the dialogue. I'm trying to open the dialogue. I'm the one establishing the dialogue. I'm the one trying to get us posted.
But Horse Mumbler, here's the problem. I've told you many times today, I don't want to have this dialogue.
And I don't either right now, which is why...
Which is why you insisted I call you? Which is why you insisted I call you. It's because you don't want to have this.
Eric, let me please say, I did not insist that you call me. I insisted that if you wanted
Okay, fair enough.
answers
Fair
to your
enough.
questions,
Fair
you
enough.
had to call me. You called me.
I
You
did.
called me, Eric.
I did.
You called me on your wife's phone.
Right, but you've been trying to get me on a phone
No, I
conversation
have
the
not.
entire
I have
day.
not. I have in fact not. I have in fact not. You misinterpret and misunderstand because you're trying to do it through limited fucking text. That's not even my intention, but you hooked on that.
I don't
I'm
care
sorry
what
you did.
your
I'm surprised
intention
you
is.
did.
I
But
don't.
you hooked on it. I was telling you the conditions under which I was willing to have extended interaction. I didn't want to talk to you. I told you that if you wanted to talk to me about that, though, as much as you did, I just wanted
Okay,
to.
well, the point is you had a choice, right? You could do it quickly or in a convoluted way. And you chose, you said, if I want to have the conversation, I need to do it in the convoluted way. So here I am, right?
No,
But you can't tell me that you don't want to have this conversation. You would have preferred to actually convey the information quickly.
Eric, no, you want to do the convoluted way. I want to do the way. This is the quick way. This is the quick way where we cut through all the bullshit and we don't spend half an hour with you ranting on that bogus line of reasoning where I can just cut through the shit. This is the quick. You want to be mired in the slowness. You want an unfair advantage. You want me not to be able to yell at you. You want to be able to yell at me without being able to yell back at you. You want to have all the cards. You want to have unfair advantage because you're not very good at arguing, not very good at debate. You're nasty, you're wicked, you're killer, you're very winning, but you're not good. You're not skilled. You are swampy. You are dunk the lunk. Dunk the lunk. Tall as a castle wall and twice as thick as what you are. And I love you for it, because I'm egg. Because I'm a stupid fucking little egg.
Okay, well, thank you for the time, and
you should read the book.
I'm sorry that you're having a rough day. Have a good day.
Hey, Eric.
What?
Don't get smug and leave.
I'm not smug, dude. I have nothing to say to you at this point. It's like, yeah, obviously.
You have nothing to say to that.
No. What do you want me to say to it? I mean, you didn't say anything, you didn't point out something I said that was wrong or whatever, so.
I did, and it's concerning the
No, you didn't.
Yes,
you
I did.
said
Yes, I did.
what I wanted, and you said that I'm not very good and all those other things, right? But you did not say, Eric, you said, yeah, and this is wrong.
Yes, I did.
What did?
Listening.
Okay, tell me again. And when I said what, it was wrong.
I just said a bunch of.
No,
I just said a bunch, and if you want me to,
here's an example.
Let me drink my water.
Here's an example. Eric, you said I like to go have lamb at a restaurant, but that's wrong because you don't like it. Now your
Eric,
turn.
Don't lecture me.
Your turn. Now I'm explaining to you why I didn't have anything to say about what you said because you didn't say anything.
I said many things, and you.
Okay, you just said your feelings is all. So anyway, have a good day, Horse Mumbler. I'm done with this conversation. Goodbye. I don't know what to make of that whole nonsense there. I just want to have unfair advantage. I mean, it's not like on the phone he said anything at all that was any better than anything he said in chat. It was all worthless nonsense. Horse Mumbler, no, I didn't need any advantage for every single person listening to tell from listening to that conversation that you're completely full of shit. Not one speck of advantage was needed for that to be abundantly clear to everybody. Having me on the phone was not better for you. If the roles were reversed, I would do exactly the same thing to you in chat that I'm doing to you with my voice. It would make not one shred of difference. That's how it is. I don't not talk to people on the phone because I'm scared or something, or because I don't want them to have a fair chance. It's because when I do talk to people on the phone, I get argumentational garbage like I just got right there. It's not even worth my time engaging at all. You couldn't answer the question about why you were worried about Rachel until finally you did, and it turned out to be an attack on me and an attack on the health of our relationship. It could only conceivably be understood as wicked on your part, And instead, you wanted to keep meowing about some other things. You wanted to attack me and say, "Listen, Eric, I know what I think. I feel like, Eric, what's really important to you is being good at debate. So I'm going to tell you you're not good at it." And like, oh my God, dude. If I wanted to fucking teach third grade, I would. And when you're in a hole, stop fucking digging, dude. Obviously. Yeah, like one thing that's been made abundantly clear today is that your opinion about argumentation is worth absolutely nothing. Because, like, literally everything you say and expect, everything is contrary to anybody having any idea about good argumentation. Like, the idea that somehow it makes a difference whether I'm mad at you or yelling or something, or whether it makes a difference whether we're on the phone, or all these other various irrelevancies, In one breath, you tell me you don't want to have this phone conversation, but also that you refuse to not have this phone conversation, even though it's incredibly easy to not have it by simply writing what you mean in the chat. And you tell me at one point your thumbs hurt. I mean, are you fucking kidding me? Your thumbs hurt. That's why you can't type the answer to my question in the chat, but you can continue to type your endless streams of bullshit. Like, have you zero capacity to recognize ridiculous contradictions and hypocrisies? Telling me all this well-intentioned shit, I'm not judging you on your intentions. I'm judging you on your words. And let me assure you, sir, what a horrible salad of dung those words have been. When you have chicken shit, don't try to serve me chicken salad. You eat that, fine. Don't expect me to eat it. You might critique me for being mean or disrespectful or something to you, like yelling at you and stuff. But again, that's just, you're blind to hypocrisy. Like, what about my subjective concerns? Do they not matter at all? Why do I continue the thread? I'm being a coward, huh? How long did I spend on the phone with you before I'm not a coward anymore? At any point, can I legitimately say, I don't want to talk to you and your mushy garbage and not be a coward? Just personal preference? It might be the case, Alec, that Horseman needs to get timed out for some such time here. I think that's, hopefully we'll put an end to this particular engagement, but probably won't end the conversation topic entirely. I'm not cutting off your voice. How am I cutting off your voice? I talked to you on the phone. I listened to you. I did not interrupt you. I let you talk for a long period of time. How am I cutting off your voice? Do I have to listen to you for infinitely long before I get qualified as I've listened long enough? Right. Well, listen, listening to you by voice like you wanted is not the same as listening to you for infinity. Oh, God. Do we have any more AA batteries? I've been playing like fiddle with this AA, and hopefully it'll work again for a while now. So I meant to get AAs when I was at the store. It was a plan I had in my mind in some way. Are these AAs? These are AAs, yes. Why have the little 4 next to the AAs, which looks like another A? Are you trying to fool me, battery company? Is that what you're trying to do? I don't want you to fool me. Okay, I do have plenty more of these. That's good. Rachel feels unheard. Oh, thanks for your relationship critique. Normally, we wait until somebody in a relationship, maybe, I don't know, ask for advice, comes and says, we're having trouble. What could the problem be? Well, maybe Rachel. Well, I guess you just go around and intuit problems in other people's relationships. Good for you. Yeah, you better rest those sore thumbs, horse mumbler. Hey, well, I call them some names. Fair enough, Alec. I call them some names. I call them dumbass, a bunch of other names. And that's not civil discourse, and that's my bad. He seems to just be like willfully ignoring his half of that equation, though. Which I mean, but I don't mean name calling. I don't care if he calls me names. That's no big deal. But I do mean, you know, he cares a lot about how he's talked to, right? But he doesn't seem to care at all that I might care about how I'm talked to as well, and how I want to be talked to, and like in which format. Most of all, what I want is when I ask a question to get the answer straight away. Like, what did you mean when you were worried about me and Rachel? The answer was, I think Rachel feels unheard. Eric, but I'm unwilling to commit to any claims about you not doing a good job of hearing her for some reason. Instead, I got a whole shit ton of nonsense until finally the actual answer came. Well, the way I like to be talked to is when I ask a question, the other person just answers it with the actual true answer. I don't know, pretty unreasonable of me, huh? Well, that's not your answer, but I cut you off. So, in all of that time, you could not answer a question, and the answer you did give, that was a meaningful answer that Rachel feels unheard, was actually not your answer. What you do not need is more time to say nothing. I'm sorry. That's not a good way to say things. Listening to Horace Mumbler talk about things like, Eric, you're not good, you're sloppy. And then I say, well, the reason I didn't have anything to say about that is because you didn't say anything. If you it's not like you said, Eric, you said blah blah blah, and it's wrong because, then I would have a response to it. And he said, I did say that. I asked you, okay, well, tell me what it is then. And you refused to answer again. Maybe your voice was sore. It's completely insane. I don't know what else to tell you, bro. And your attempts to frame this as me not being afraid to engage with you or not or wanting an unfair advantage, they were fatally doomed before you even conceptualized the plans. Nobody with any speck of intuition, intelligence, insight, or just awareness at all is going to buy that. Your central point is if you get to say more, eventually you'll say something. I don't believe you. I definitely do not believe you at all. It doesn't matter how much time you have to say nothing, you'll still say nothing. it's, it's obvious. Because, of course, actually answering questions is not complicated. It's quick and dirty. Here's the question, here's the answer. Sometimes the answer is we don't know. Well, like, if I told you, and I will tell you, horse mumbler, I'm worried about you, and you ask me why, I'd say, you seem to have some kind of disconnect from reality here that maybe you want to talk to a psychiatrist about or something. I'm not trying to pathologize you. I'm not sure if this is just a bad day for you or whatever, but, you know, you seemed very emotional on the phone. I don't know how things are going with you. Somebody in the chat earlier said it seems like it might be a psychiatric thing going on. Maybe I jumped the gun on that. I'm not sure, but I am a little worried about you because because at least at the moment, you seem determined to keep digging deeper into a pit that's already causing you a lot of distress. Well, I'll make an executive decision and time you out for a day or something too. You have a bit of a cool down. It's like at a casino when somebody cuts off a problem gambler. I don't know if that really happens, but it should. Yeah, I hope you're well too, or something. I don't mean you any harm at all, obviously. Um, it's just a matter of problem here arising is basically arising because your self concept is wrong in terms of deliberation and stuff. I may have played a role in that, and I'm sorry for that. I didn't know what I didn't know at the time, you know? Regardless, we're all best served when we know who we are and love that person and and understand the strengths and deficits that go along with that. No good happens when when you know you you live out Dunning Kruger stuff, right? Like I said before, the time I went out in the big waves at Santa Cruz with the longboard, even though I was not remotely qualified to do so, I was a terrible surfer. The key thing is the nature of our deficits. It necessarily includes that we're going to be somewhat partially blind to recognizing what they are, even in the scope of them. But I don't remember where I was going with that line of thought. I guess, but hopefully we can learn from those experiences where you do incur harms from our Dunning Kruger to begin to get some kind of map um, of like, okay, I guess I didn't know how to do that after all, and I better watch out because with stuff like that, apparently I don't know how shitty I am at it, so I should be careful. And if in an optimal world, for example, that's the takeaway you take away from today is that you need to understand your deficit areas and that today was a natural consequence of you going out in big waves that you had no business surfing. And didn't matter how many times you insisted you were qualified, the waves would prove you a liar every time. It's just like, as I said, when I went out there, just from how I paddled, some people were telling me, like, what the fuck are you doing out here, dude? You're gonna die. Now, if I then told them, after I had been smashed by a wave, broke my longboard, and was making the swim of shame around the point, if I had then told them, no, you know what? You guys suck at surfing, then I'd be horse mumbler. It's never fun to come to a reckoning with our own failures and shortcomings or whatever. But it never does any good to double down on them. I guess that's the unique challenge that subjective people have is it's harder for them to be correct about themselves. Although it's also true that Rachel's super incorrect about herself all the time. And and that's the other end is like wholly objective, no access to subjective data. Both ends of that spectrum um, are likely to have trouble accurate self-reporting. SI DOMs, like Rachel's sister thinks she's an INFJ, but she's an ISFJ. And then, no matter what arguments one might make, I'm sure her response would be, well, here's an example of me behaving in keeping with this description of INFJs. It's like, okay, I don't. Tell me you're an ISFJ without telling me you're an ISFJ. Because, if subjective knowing is your dominant function, then who are you to tell me how I am? I'm entirely defined by my experiences and the maps that I choose to assign to myself. Let's see. You have to be demodded first. Where's my word? I don't feel particularly any need to demod him. Like, he hasn't like spitefully hidden somebody or stuff like that. I don't see any good cause to unmod him. I think he's just having a really bad day. And I get that. I've had plenty of bad days myself. Do you think everything he did was worth it? Me? I mean, it was the natural consequence of things. I don't evaluate doing things based on impacts like that, Like, well, could I have gained better impacts with doing some of my time? Do you think it was worth it? Well, like, if by worth it you mean, did I convince Horse Mumbler? No, I don't think I convinced him of anything. I don't think I don't know what's going on with that. I don't know. Is it worth it in that the important topic of coming to terms with who you actually are, if that impacts him at all, then it was worth it in those grounds. But regardless, no, it was not what I wanted for this live stream or mushroom trip, but it's what I got. So there you have it. Yeah, under the guise of friendship, is what he says. But it's legitimately possible that he's been watching some stream, selectively some particular stream and some moments of some particular stream, to the exclusion of others, and have some kind of legitimate cause for some kind of worry. But if he thinks it's a good idea to tell people who are happy in their relationship and have like the best relationship in history, there's a problem with it because they're worried about it. They've experienced the subjective feeling of worry. Well, they need to have a major come to Jesus moment, or have obviously not dealt with couples in the world at all, or something before. Because no, that's not a good idea, and no, it's not like justified by good intention either, right? It's in on its face a scumbag maneuver. Intent doesn't come into it. We've already established the couple is happy and like a model of good couplehood, right? Then not only is this the best relationship either Rachel and I have ever been in, it's the best relationship I've ever seen in the world. Not including you and Ruben, obviously, Acacia. You guys are good too, but you're just a little below me and Rachel, okay? Yeah. I'm just being fair. That's all. I'm just objectively evaluating things. That's how I do things. I objectively evaluate them. So, to be genuinely justified and worried about us would require us to be going through a hard patch at least, right? Like, like the last Adderall cycle, Rachel took like too much and crashed super hard and was what is it called, displacing her or making narratives about her general dopamine bad feelings that were about me and my failures as a man and a husband or whatever. Like, the reason she's so sad is because I'm not a good relationship partner because I don't give her enough gifts. Now, I fully understood that this is just dopamine crash, and as soon as she's recovered from it, she's gonna be full of regret and apologies. And of course, that was the case. But it would be reasonable, potentially, if somebody were to just happen upon that stream and not have checked in a while or whatever, and for them to say, well, yeah, I'm worried about you guys. It would be an unfounded worry, but it would be reasonable for that to occur. But this is not anything like that. You got any shrooms left? You could do it. No, shrooms don't work like that. Shrooms don't work like that. We're already doing stuff for Valentine's Day. This is what Rachel wanted to do. She wanted to take speed and live stream. Of course, she's not really involved in the live stream very much. Once she gets on the speed, she generally wants to talk to one of her friends on the phone. Virtual interventions don't seem to go well by design, based on bad optics from the outset. Anyway, you can't even get an accurate read over a selected virtual perception, no real IRL contact, etc., etc. What's a virtual intervention? I'm sure I don't want to see this show me, but I'm gonna click it anyway just because I'm a dumbass. I mean, I'm assuming it's AI. I don't want to wait for it to load. I mean, that's just a waste of mushrooms, most of them. Unless you eat the quote unquote booster dose within like 30 minutes at the most of eating the initial thing, it won't do anything. There's this weird kind of um, tolerance curve that's crazy for psilocybin. Like, I I was at 5 days since I last took it today. I was like, fingers crossed. Right. And then, yeah. And like a sane thing to do would be like, hey, you and Rachel are cool, right? Yeah, that's great. Why? Oh, nothing. I saw this one part of the stream and I guess it was just totally misleading or something. If you really had, if you really wanted to, to address the thing. Wait, what am I looking at now? Is it the same thing? Why am I looking at it again? It's just Barack Obama saying that they're real, but he hasn't seen them. Well, even if that actually is Barack Obama, that's not a good reason to think anything. A friend who puts it the way you put it to yourself right now sounds like a good friend. Right. I mean, that would, it seems to me that's what honest concern would look like. But, um, obviously there are lots of things that seem to me obvious that are not obvious to Horseman Boy. So, who knows? Right. They're not in Area 51. Turns out they're in Des Moines, Iowa. They have a little business front downtown. Interestingly, they don't even hide it. The name of the business is The Aliens Are in Here. But everyone just assumes it must not be the actual aliens. They're hiding in plain sight, as they say. I know I have a beer. I need to eat some food. Where's my beer? There it is. Okay, it's not a real beer. I'm just going to call it a beer anyway. Don't let this distract you from Zionists. Why do they have to be Zionists? Like, look, zombie. People who eat children are horrible because they eat children. Other things they might also be don't get to be damned because of that. Like, Jody's a Presbyterian and eats children. So we don't need to include the Presbyterian part when we're talking about the child eating. She didn't eat kids because she's Presbyterian. She ate them because she's fucking batshit crazy and evil. Which frozen dinner do I want? Or, ooh, here's a fun thing I got at the store last time that I don't ever have never gotten before. Texas toast with cheese on it. Let's see what the instructions say. How to cook it. Anybody want to collaborate with me on ideas about evolution? Like, what level of insane do you have to be to think that it's a good idea to collaborate with me on ideas about evolution? It's basically his way of saying, we need to figure out a way for you to agree with it. What insanity. We don't need to figure out any way or collaborate on ideas about evolution. It just needs to do its job. Or admit that it's not the answer to things. Why are there no instructions on this? How can there be no instructions on this? How long are you supposed to cook it for? How do you know if there's no instructions on this? Where are my fucking glasses? They're there. There's seriously like no instructions on this. Oh wait, there they are. 425 for 8 to 10 minutes, or in the toaster oven, 425, 10 to 12 minutes. Well, the advantage with the toaster oven is you don't have to preheat it. Oh, I don't want to throw the box away though. I'm gonna need to look at those instructions again. Who's Asmongold? And why does he have a better diet than me? Is it because he eats more Texas toast than me? Yeah, well, that's fair. Right? This is the first time I've ever had it. Now then, we're going to turn on this 425, huh? That's right about there. And what is this thing? Baked broiled toast? Toast? I'm going to turn that on for an unspecified amount of time. Because this timer, oh, there's 10 minutes right there. I was going to say the timer doesn't have minutes on it. It doesn't have minutes on it until it gets to 10. It just has pieces, like a little picture that tells you how long for something. Like a piece of bread, a bagel picture, another piece of bread that's darker, I guess. Well, it looks like I have a little bit of smoke coming out of there because whatever I cooked the day before must have dripped onto the bottom of the thing. Look at that. Lots of smoke coming out. Well, that's fine. Just let that smoke out here for a minute or two. You'll go up into this fan. Go on now. Get out of here, smoke. Now, we'll put those two lovely ladies into the oven. Maybe I should ask Rachel if she wants. Oh, it was. Yeah, there's room for one. Hey, Rachel! Calm down, what's happening? It's on fire. What in the world? Why is it on fire? Oh no. Okay, well, let me see. Turn this off. Let me just unplug it. We've got a real fire going on here, unfortunately. You know what? I've got an idea. How about we cook these Texas toasts in the regular oven? There's an idea. 425 it is. Toaster oven, I thought you were the better choice. I was wrong. And now I'm a little bit worried about whether or not I should use this toaster oven again. I unplugged it. Alright, well, that was something I did not expect to happen. And it nevertheless did happen. So, there you have it. Who's been attacked as a group? Are you talking about Jewish people? Well, good news is, like everybody else, they're individuals. So, segments about like those people over there with their conniving plans. Well, everybody's got plans. Some of them more comprehensive and evil than others, granted. Well, I tell you who was a real evil fuck was Alan Dulles. That guy. Not a good guy at all. A shame on America is what he is. Well, everybody should just be like Japan. World War II? I'm familiar with World War One, and I'm familiar with how, Japan somehow became like a democracy, but never heard of this World War II thing. Atrocities? Us? Us wonderful Japanese people commit atrocities? You gotta be kidding me. In this war that I've never even heard of. I don't think so, mister. I forgot Rachel the Bright Flowers. I had a choice between roses and mixed flowers. I got her the mixed flowers. If you were a Rachel, would you have preferred the roses or would you prefer the mixed flowers? That's a good question. I don't know the answer to it because I'm not you and you're the one asking. Why do piggy banks have a pig shape? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. Yeah, we're not having a conversation about that teabag. Don't you worry. Look, when individuals get together to conspire against you, it is perfectly reasonable to critique and dislike those individuals or to try to hold them accountable for their wrongdoing. What is not a good thing to do is to conclude that groups that those individuals represent, or even groups who they purport to pursue their interests of, that you can make conclusions about other individuals in that group. But I don't want to talk about it. Because I'm neither anti nor pro-Semitic. I'm just regular Semitic. I that's the same kind of scumbag as somebody who says women exist just for fucking, or like all these fucking horrible billionaire people and all this stupid, horrible shit they do. Too much wealth, power, fame, whatever, at too young an age, maybe, but in general, maybe, seems to lead to evilness. But, like, for example, if somebody were to say non Christians only exist to be slaves for us, that would not be an indictment of Christianity. I wouldn't ascribe to that statement. It doesn't matter if it was made by a Christian. Still, that person is not a representative of Christianity. Did I get it right, New Groove? Or did I get it wrong? This is the question that I have for you. Can we get along? Well, I'll tell you what I'm never going to get along with. Aliens. I'm going to be like, hey, get out of here. This is our planet. We already have enough different kinds of life around here. We don't need any more. Slam ham. I'm talking about outer space aliens. I'm never going to be okay with outer space aliens because, number one, we already have enough different species to deal with down here as it is. Number two, this is our planet. Get out of here, aliens. And number three, aliens, you're from space. Who knows what diseases you're carrying? Yeah. I'm okay with inner space aliens, yeah. If they're super teeny tiny kind of small aliens that go inside your body and explore, after I see a fair amount of people incurring that without harms and maybe finding some benefits, then maybe I'm okay with that. It could at least go on my foot, let's say, to start. I look so sober. I'm pretty sober at the moment, yeah. The mushrooms are mostly worn off. Unfortunately, nothing better than being on mushrooms, but you can only really do it like once a week. That's just not treating mushrooms like a whore. Their cuteness gets them past the ozone layer, but can they enter the lower atmosphere? Well, I'm assuming they must come from a planet with approximately equal atmospheric pressures to Earth. Because that's going to be your big problem if you're going to some place that's not your natural planet. It's pressure considerations. Like even here on Earth, we can only survive up to so high up in the air, even if we have oxygen. If we don't have a protective suit, our blood will boil at a certain point. And we can only survive so low under the water because of pressure concerns. It's kind of crazy the amount of pressure that life can withstand, though. You do have creatures at the bottom of very deep ocean under massive amounts of pressure swimming around like no big deal. So, you know, obviously, if you're one of those fish down there and you're going to try to travel from your ocean to some other planet, you're going to have to maintain that intense pressure even as you leave the ocean into the regular atmosphere and out in outer space where there's no pressure at all. And you're going to have to keep up a lot of atmospheric pressures for the entirety of your journey and everything you might do when you get there or whatever. It's going to be a challenge. It's like you come up with a solution to maintain 600 psi throughout an interstellar flight. You think that's easy? Listen, I tried it once. It's not that easy. I failed pretty much right away, and all of the astronauts died. "10 minutes. The oven smells like weed, like decarbed weed in there for any edibles. I think it's like 11 minutes. You're 11. Yeah, It's a 10 to 12, so I'll give it 11. Crabs are well suited for space. Well, I got an idea then. Why don't we just shoot a bunch of crabs into space, see what happens? My guess is they'll take over space, as they should. It's their birthright. I saw this video titled the other day, "Things Keep Evolving into Crabs." Which is just such a silly, ridiculous title. What's your favorite magic mushrooms? I don't have a, well, I mean, the best mushrooms I ever ate were called Ghost PE. There were these little blue, super blue little mushrooms that I got at the mushroom store in Oakland. But generally, I don't know what type the mushroom is that I'm eating. Do you have any mushrooms for sale? Yeah, I've got some. Let me bring them over. Here they are. That's the extent of the conversation about the kind of mushrooms. Like, I don't care what strain of mushrooms it is. I'll eat them if they're psychedelic mushrooms. If they got psilocybin in them, they're A-okay with me. I will say I'm a big believer that it's important to eat all the mushrooms, not make tea from it or some other half-assery. Just buckle down and eat all the whole mushrooms. There are easier ways to do that and harder ways. It's never going to be super pleasant, but the way I've done it is as smooth as you can get. Hawaiians are the strongest and visual and colorful. Yeah, well, I don't really know much about mushroom strains, but I do know that when I asked at the mushroom store which mushrooms were the strongest, I got this, very ESFP answer. I don't know. I don't do mushrooms for strength, okay? Like, you need to do it because of other reasons, than these are the strongest ones. I was like, okay, well, give me those ones then, I guess. Nowadays, I would ask for which mushrooms have the smallest mushrooms. I prefer small mushrooms over big mushrooms because I don't know, I just have this kind of association with bigger mushrooms as being more dirty, which is just it's not based on anything, but also because you can like figure out, like, let's say I get an ounce of mushrooms and it's like all one super big mushroom. Well, I don't know. It's just I'd rather not dose like that where I say, well, I guess I just take 1/8 of this big mushroom. I'd rather just be like, I take these few little full mushrooms plus this stem and this cap or something like that. I've heard this, Johnny Cat. I've heard that fresh ones are more potent than dried ones. I have no way of verifying that from experience. I've never even seen undried mushrooms. But I would like to grow them here. Then I would be able to get undried mushrooms. Seems weird though that drying the mushroom out would reduce the amount of psilocybin it has in it. I guess it does. I don't know. I'm no mushroom scientist. I'm a bear scientist. Oh, right. I have a solution to that in the works. Just gotta say, I'm hungry. I should eat something. Oh, I've got Texas toast in the oven to serve just that purpose. What a. If I hadn't been on mushrooms, that whole horse number thing would have really been an ordeal. As it was, I kind of didn't notice how much of an ordeal it was because I was on mushrooms, but now I think back on it, it's like, oh my god, what a mess. It smells like weed in here. Oh, I guess I used that thing. That was the thing on which I decarbed the weed. That's why it smells so much like that. Because I decarbed the weed out that cookie tray. Oh, who's currently hosting a party of 4 Texas toasts. I have to go pee. Let me show you the cat while I go pee. For those who've never seen a cat before, and don't know what it is, well, it's a species of mammal. Humans have domesticated, or perhaps they domesticated themselves. This was something I read the other day. And this is what one looks like. So there you go. Well, okay, toast is done. Looks delicious. These ones, this plate. I got a plate for Rachel and a plate for me. Rachel is, I did not know this until I went to the bathroom. We could hear from the bathroom. She is talking on the phone with Horse Mumbler. What a saint. The part I heard of the conversation was saying, I don't know how to word this so that Eric takes it as meh. He's so concerned about me understanding he's well intentioned or something. Look. I already demonstrated what it would have sounded like if it were well intentioned. So I'm like, hey, are you and Rachel cool? Yeah, why? My bad. I just saw something on a live stream the other day that made me kind of be a little worried, but I was wrong. Something like that. Thank you, my saint darling. Thank you, Saint Rachel.
You're welcome. I want you guys to be fighting. I wish I could.
I mean, I don't even think of us as fighting. You know, I was frustrated in this discursive event because of his non-answeringness, but that doesn't impact my relationship with him at all, as far as I'm concerned.
That's good.
Horse mumbler makes sense. A horse is very hard to understand. Yeah, I need some food badly. This is wonderful, wonderful sustenance for my body. If only I hadn't left my beer somewhere.
Oh, will we find it?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Can?
Yeah. Texas, kudos to you on your toast.
Yeah.
Oh, over there. I'm always leaving this mouse places other than where I need it. I got it, everybody. I got it, and the world will never be the same. What's Cameron Hall? Really, cactus coolers from Texas. I didn't know that. I wonder if Arizona iced tea is actually from Arizona. If so, that's one of Arizona's bragging points for sure. This is exactly what the doctor ordered. Delicious food. Salmon Hall is a wainscot applied in hallways and vegetables. That's a very strange thing to include on your list of cactus cooler and Texas toast. Wainscoting, huh? Oh, no, it must be really great wainscoting for you to highlight it so much. What I'm guessing is miles above other lowlier wainscoting. I appreciate your enthusiasm for the medium of wainscoting. Let's see what's going on. Well, in the other, the split tab view, I could put, in theory, I could put some basketball. Gonzaga, Santa Clara, Nevada, San Diego State, St. Mary's Pacific, they're all on right now. But I think I'll go Olympics. Which Olympics am I going to go? Inclined. Let's give it a shot. No pun intended. Let's give a shot to the women's 7.5K biathlon. If you don't know, biathlon's the one where they cross country ski for a while and then they shoot the rifles at a target and then they start cross country skiing again. So that's pretty cool, right? It's a sporting event that involves both skis and a gun. I'm liking it. It does sound hard. Cross country skiing is hard. It's incredibly fucking tiring. My parents took me cross country skiing at least once, but in this flat spot that's south or below the Mammoth town in Mammoth. And we went cross country skiing because my mom didn't downhill ski. And it was absolutely horrible. Everything about it was horrible. Like you got to get a certain motion with your foot to make it even work properly. I could never even get that motion down. I was used to fixed bindings, alpine skied all the time. And I was used to occasionally having to do a little, hoofing it up a hill if I wanted to. Oh, I should have gone down that way. Let me walk back up the hill and it being tiring and stuff. But not that being the whole point of the activity is walking around on skis on the flat ground. Horrible. What a horrible activity. I'm not Jewish, for God's sake. Both of my family lines go back to Christian people. My dad comes from like Mennonites, which are kind of similar to Amish. My mom comes from the Brandstetters, which is like a German Dutch name. You tore a hamstring skiing, never tried it again. Same with bowling. You tore a hamstring bowling? I don't think that you should have concluded from that second one that bowling was especially high risk for hamstring injuries. Yeah. That's fair then, Zombie. I agree with you. Yeah. We shouldn't be expected to say anymore with sore and or tired thumb. I should stress though that my parents were actually atheists. They weren't Christian or anything.
That's so funny though, because your mom was atheist, but she liked Christmas so much.
You're using introverted intuition, Rachel. There's your problem there, right? Because I identified it.
And she said, cleanliness is the godliness too.
Mm-hmm.
But that one I choose not to believe.
Well, my mom wasn't like my dad. She couldn't have cared less about the whole issue of God. Never crossed her mind.
So she was more like, whatever. Like,
Yeah, like we're atheists because we don't believe in God. As far as she got with it. My dad, on the other hand, was quite militant about it, you know.
Yeah. Thumbs get tired. Mine do from like if I'm playing games for a long time on my phone. My thumbs get tired. Okay, like, I feel bad. I don't want to make fun of him for that.
Yeah. We don't need to pile on. There's no reason to, you know, make an unfortunate reality worse. Boy, Eric, you sure are wise about stuff. Yeah, I sure am.
What's that? Biathlon?
Biathlon.
Biathlon. What is that?
This one is the one where they cross country ski for a while and then they stop and shoot their guns.
Oh.
And then they get back up and cross country ski for a little longer.
Bi means two?
Bindings too? What?
Does bi mean two?
Yeah.
And it's a biathlon because they ski and shoot.
Yeah.
Okay.
The athlon, I guess, each of those things. I don't know what athlon means, but the problem is using black magic. Do you have the ideal woman visualized for yourself, Alec? Good question. Do you? Regardless, I believe I've already drawn your soulmate before, so we already know what his ideal woman is. I don't remember. Alex, you'll have to remind me. Did I draw your soulmate before? If so, what was her name? And what did she look like?
You know, it's interesting. The how you were saying like the U.S. really like they're not on top except for like female hockey. That's like all I hear about.
Yeah, we're not that good at Winter Olympics.
No, Winter Olympics. There used to be like a couple of like Shaun White, or I think that's his name.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he did a lot on snowboards.
Christy Yamaguchi used to have. Like, we really don't have.
Well, I think the American mixed curling team
Oh,
is done. I don't think it's over. That event is over, but I know that they were doing quite well.
that's good.
You can't remember the soulmate that I maybe drew for you, huh, Alec?
Oh,
Well, I'm beginning to think that might be the universe telling me I need to draw you a new one.
might be.
Let me see if I have any paper around here.
But yeah, I used to think that like the U.S. had more like people to watch in the Winter Olympics, but it seems like this is like this year for some reason it doesn't. We don't really have um any stars that I can think of. I think Lindsey Vaughn. She didn't she tear something?
Lily Von crashed.
And didn't she like take someone else's place? Like there's a
No, I mean, she crashed in training.
Oh.
America's best hope in downhill skiing.
Okay.
Right? But she crashed in training, but that was fine. She was okay enough to compete. Then she crashed in the actual race and had to get airlifted.
Oh jeez.
I don't know what was wrong with her, but it didn't look like that bad of a crash.
Her ACL says teabag.
Oh.
That's not good. Honestly, I'm surprised that I think Lindsey Vaughn is like around my age. I thought that I was surprised to hear that she was going to be in the Olympics. To be honest.
Who, Lindsey Vonn?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I thought she was out of it, too old. But
oh well, yeah, she may have been on that end of her career. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know I don't know how old or young you can be in the Olympics. Like,
well, you can be whatever. Like there's.
Well, she's my age.
But some events, like 41 is old for some events and not for other events. Mm-hmm. For curling, it's not old at all. It doesn't matter. For downhill skiing, that's kind of on the older side. But you see some, like Austrian or Norwegian downhill skiers are 45 or something.
No, I don't like Blumpkins. I'm very lucky. I have good hair. It was hard, like as a kid growing up with it, knowing what to do with it, because it's like pretty wavy. I don't know.
Yeah, you got great hair. You got thick, full-bodied, sheen-laden hair.
Wow, thanks. Like, they were talking. I was watching this YouTube who was telling people was talking about how celebrities gatekeep hair stuff, hair secrets. That plastic surgery is like pretty much like on the table. Like people will talk about what they've done, but when it comes to like wigs and hair extensions, they won't mention it. Like one person said that like Blake Lively, for instance, like she's been in commercials for L'Oreal for hair care, and she has extensions in like all the time. And Sabrina Carpenter too also has like tape-ins and like expensive fake hair.
I wonder if Alec sees so much in his fake hair.
Oh, I wonder.
I can't tell just by looking at it through my spirit window if it's fake or not. But I can show you what it looks like.
I didn't have the physical or social affordances where probably 90% of young adult romantic initiations occur. My dad's an INFP, and he always tells me, even to this day, how nervous he was around girls and how difficult it was for him to like go up to a woman to talk to her. Um,
This is like an AI foot. It's like she's got a little bit of a foot deformity, maybe, but I know you're an open-minded person.
and like you're in a group of like boys, like I don't know, I that and my environment has been all my life highly structured and contained with fixed events and hierarchies. Stakes were either high or possibilities were low, and there wasn't any transitional spaces where people stay out or stay up late or stuff like that. Oh, they call it the third space. Apparently, third spaces are very rare to find now.
What's the third space?
So like a third place is like a space is like a coffee shop or like a library, parks.
See, so I'm gonna assume that she's got basically what I'm drawing here. She does have normal feet, but they're in a pile of camouflage, so it's hard to tell what they look like. Now, what is her name? Her name is. What does she look like? Embryo. She looks like an embryo. Her name is Ambria de la.
Thanks, show media. It's weird when I look at myself and sometimes I see my sister. Like that face that I just made there is like, oh my gosh, you look like my sister. But more like my sister looks like me.
Ambria de la Carlington. She's a real beauty. And you know what? She's a real loyal girl, too. She's got a shirt on that says, Sorry, I'm taken. By Alec T. That's who she's taken by. So just, Alec, now you don't have to worry about the niceties of dating. Just get a copy of this picture, print it out from your computer, walk around, keep your eyes open for this lady. You even say, excuse me, is your name Ambria de la Carlington? Would be a good way to find your soulmate as well. And like I said, don't worry about the feet. They're normal feet. They're just in a pile of camouflage feet. What is your family heritage, Rachel? That's Zombie.
What? Oh, I'm trying to find. I'm gonna look up my 23andMe. My 23andMe has recently been breached, but I mean, like,
Some hackers want to go in there and convince you you're a Negro.
they want to recreate me with my genes. 23andMe. I'm half Italian. I think I'm 45% Italian, or maybe I'm half. Hold on, let me see. 23andMe.
Here's Chad Ryan's Soulmate. Wow, this is an action shot. She's about to start a running race. Well, you know, Alex, when you finally meet Ambria, all those problems will be a thing of the past. Your eyes will meet across the room, and you just run toward each other and start kissing immediately.
Yeah, I'm Italian. I can't find my 23andMe. I'm some percentage Italian, some percentage uh Eastern European, and uh Great Britain. So it's like Italian on my dad's side, Italian, and then Czech, Slovak, Polak on my mom's side, and also Irish, English, Welsh, Scottish on my mom's side.
Say no to hookers and blow. I agree with you. Definitely always say no to hookers, but what are you holding? With the blow, you know? Basically, just haven't been in enough loose, lingering, repeated interactions where people's attractions to me can gain momentum or traction or whatever you're thinking. I also suspect, Alec, that you need to have a fair amount of time with somebody to clarify how you feel, you know? And people want to move quick in romantic stuff. To the, not to the, not to any good outcomes, I don't think, but people do anyway.
My mom and my dad met through a setup.
Really?
Yeah.
So, like, when somebody said, I think you two would like each other.
Yeah.
Somebody knew them both.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Well, that person must have felt pretty proud of their matchmaking when they got married.
Yeah, they did. They did.
I told you you guys would be good for each other. And now look, you're getting married. It's all thanks to me.
Mm-hmm. Yep, my aunt and my uncle. My aunt is my mom's sister, and my uncle worked with my dad. So my mom didn't have a. I think this is how it goes. My mom didn't have a date to a wedding, and my uncle was like, "Hey, I know this guy who's single," and my dad went with my mom to the wedding, and I like to think that they fell in love on the dance floor because they both like to dance.
Hmm. I can tell you this much. They didn't bond over being correct.
No. No. They bond. No.
I articulate plenty of conversations that did not happen at that meeting. Things like, you know what's correct about things? No. That was a very FITE kind of date for your mom and dad. I'm sure it was wonderful. Eventually, they did get divorced, but I gotta thank the people who set them up because otherwise there wouldn't be any Rachel.
Thanks.
I didn't show you the drawing process because the camera was on Rachel, but I did draw it right standing over here. No, I guess I was drawing it sitting down, maybe. It wouldn't make sense for me to draw standing
I
up.
think you were standing up.
Was I?
Yeah. You were over there.
I guess I just holding it in
Yeah.
one hand and drawing with the other.
Yeah.
Well, that seems like a bad way to draw. But I guess it was my way, so that was fine. So, this is lady in Moser, she's shooting her gun. She's hit all the targets now, I guess. I think you have to hit them all, but and so it matters like how many bullets you use to hit them all, but you have to hit them all regardless. I think is how it works. I'm not entirely sure about that though. Bang, boom, bong, waddle, please. There, she got them all. She shot all the targets. You know, I wouldn't say she was dead center on all of them, but I guess you don't have to be. It was good enough. So she gets to go back to the horrible activity called cross country skiing. I guess if they didn't have the cross country skiing, they wouldn't qualify for the Winter Olympics. Because every Olympic sport in the Winter Olympics has to involve frozen water of some kind. Otherwise, we would just be like, well, you know, I could play basketball in the winter, just go inside. It's an inside sport anyway. And then everything would be in the Winter Olympics. There'd be no difference at all between the Winter and Summer Olympics. Except that in the Summer Olympics, you couldn't have the winter sports.
It's true.
Winter's really being super cool and saying, all right, fine, Summer Olympics. We'll let you have stuff that you can do year round. And we'll just focus on the frozen water thing. But really, you should know this Summer Olympics. We could totally host all of your sports too at the same time. So remember that. No, you couldn't do a good job posting this. It's too cold outside. Meow, meow, meow. I don't want to hear about it. Boy, there's one thing I can say about the Summer Olympics. They really got a mouth on them. Always meow, meow, meowing about how, no, you can only do this in the summertime. Bullshit. I do that stuff in the wintertime all the time. I'm constantly running marathons in the winter, doing rhythmic gymnastics in the winter. In fact, I bet all you summer gymnastics people, you were practicing all winter long in anticipation of the Summer Olympics. So, you know, just saying. And that's how the Winter Olympics became the dominant Olympics between the two in terms of their social relations. Wow, this lady's good. She's firing fast and right on the money. Bang, 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 bang. H. Oberg from Sweden, I think you are now the favorite in my eyes to win this race. You were so much faster than the last lady at shooting those. And in fact, you have overtaken first place for the moment in the splits here. So, here's the finish line. I guess they go off staggered, must be how it works. Somebody, these two are coming right to the finish line. L. Meyer from Switzerland is about 5 seconds off the pace from the still leader from Poland, whose last name is Zook. I don't know. Anyway, now here it shows H. Oberg being number one. I don't quite understand what all that is. Like, wasn't that other lady just number one? But I guess in her heat or whatever, maybe. But yeah, if you ever want to get a lesson on shooting targets in the snow, look up H. Oberg. She's really good at it. Even better than you, Eric? Considerably better than me. I'm actually not good at that. The Winter Olympics cafeteria for the athletes features a Nutella cake. They don't even have a ladle. You're supposed to scoop it out with your hand. But that doesn't stop people, you know. Even though it's gotten considerably grosser since the beginning of the Olympics, people still dig in there and get a fistful of Nutella and just start munching it. Can we please get a Nutella ladle? Free Palestine, huh? Well, I've got some bad news for you. I'm not keeping Palestine locked up. So, I am unable to free them. Maybe you should, I know who you should talk to. You should talk to whomever it might be. I don't know who it would be, but who's keeping them locked up and tell them to free them. I also wonder if I give an emotional, significant first impression where it might cause someone to feel like flirtations, provocations would be transgressing something to me if I'm bringing out reflection, carefulness, and hesitation in a person. The only person who's confessed their feelings for me only did so after knowing me for some time. And when they did confess, then you're like, as if, which was pretty mean of you, Alec. I was surprised by that. I thought you had a little bit more sensitivity than that. Hello there, three of me's. Three of me's. I'm Christian. I believe in Jesus Christ, so I believe in me. My night's going pretty darn well, really. And I know that I provided two such already today, but I do believe I feel another rendition of Who Loves You, Baby coming on pretty soon. Because I like the song and I like to remind people of the important question that Telly Savalas posed long ago. It's super groovy. That beat. Well, that lady's super tired. She fell down. That's how tired she is. I can't even stand up anymore. I've skied so much. After she crossed the finish line, don't worry. Oh, this lady's going fast. You're good at that, lady. I would never be able to ski that fast in a million years on cross-country skis. But you know what I would be good at? Race walking.
Yes.
I believe, without any checking of any actual anything, that right now, as it stands, you could enter me in the Olympics race walking, and I might not medal, but I'd be in the top 10. That's what I think. You might disagree, and that's fine. But that's only because you've never seen me race walk. What is your favorite book? Is a question I posed in the chat. I don't have a single favorite book. I know I'm not the Chad. I'm going to answer it anyway. I do have various books that have impacted me a lot in my life. Like Zen of the Outermost Arguments comes to mind. Also, Thomas Mann's Dr. Faustus. Um, and then there's been plenty of wonderful fiction books that I've enjoyed the shit out of, but are less likely to stick in my mind than works that deal with more substantial themes, I guess. Truthful videos. I don't make claims about God. Okay? It's a faith based paradigm. I don't make arguments about it one way or the other. I don't care to engage in such with others. K.O. Naughton. K. Zook. C3C is not my favorite because I can't pick a favorite, but I'm rereading a favorite novel of mine, which is Near to the Wild Heart by Clarice Lispector. Hmm. Never heard of it. I enjoyed the Harry Potter books. What comes to mind is fiction I enjoyed. It's easy to remember those. I've also seen the movie. I really enjoyed the Wheel of Time series by Robert Jordan, plus later on Brandon Sanderberg, something like that. I like T. I might hesitate, but guess that you offer a more formal presence than most regeneration champion, like presence that is divine child hinting at the holy guess for the one true truth. Well, that's a whole lot of stuff. I never watched that. Quest, but guest reads funnier.
Am I doing too much for being upset about that? Being upset about Valentine's Day. Today I texted my boyfriend or whatever. He is or whatever he is. Happy Valentine's Day. He then replied, Happy Women's Day, to which I responded, LOL, you don't have to be weird, just say it back. To which he said, It's a Woman's Day, what don't you understand? That's weird, right?
And he's being really aggressive about things.
Yeah, I mean, you don't like it, and you still got me.
Right, right. If you're if you're if you know that the your partner cares about the thing and you're being that like I'm gonna point out that I don't care about it
Mm-hmm.
and that much like in their face. That's just you know somebody who's who has various one of various problems, but it's not a good relationship. And it's perfectly reasonable for her to be upset about that.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah. Why did the Scarecrow win an award? Because he was outstanding in his field.
I like that. I'm going to steal that.
Thank you for that one. I appreciate that joke. Freedom isn't enough. What I desire doesn't have a name yet. Okay. That sounds very edifying to me. Like, it is the truth that your feelings can exist independent of names and stuff. They do. Just as, like, physical pain does. But it seems to me that wanting something, well, you'd have to be at least able to describe what it is, right? If not name it. I don't know. I feel like that author isn't doing enough work. Like, okay, it's not freedom that you desire, and you may not have a name for it, but let's try to be clear about what we mean. And I'm sure that Clarice Lispector would say, Eric, 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 no. You're not getting it. This is something you get here, okay? Not with your mouth. You're talking all the time. Michelangelo, who knows what type people from a million years ago were? I guess with him, we got a fair amount of work product to look at. But for people who we don't have at least work products to look at, it seems so wildly speculative. What am I? A wild speculator. Well, some confessed in a way I could not respond to reciprocally. Some confessions aren't invitations. It was more of, I need you to know this kind of conversations. I need you to know this. Will you be my Valentine? Like that. And for those who've expressed feelings for me, I did not feel the same for them. Hmm. Sorry, my emotions negate advocacy that. It's absolutely appropriate place for emotions to be determinate on the matter. He must have felt like a real expert in the field of that moment. Oh, feelings. You make a spicy stew. Sometimes it's so good, but other times it just hurts. Oh, feelings. So very important in the calculus of things, but so easy to not notice or forget about. Oh, feelings. I want to write for you a poem called Feelings. Feelings. F is for feeling. E is for everyone has feelings. E again is for even you. L, learn to live with your feelings. I have feelings too. N, never give up on your feelings. And G, goodness gracious.
I mean, goodness gracious, how these people are like lying, panting on the ground. Like, oh my god.
Yeah, it's
What is
quite
this
dramatic
play?
looking. Yeah, it really is. Check this out. I'll give you. Oh, like,
Oh no,
they might
no,
be
don't
super
get oh.
copyrighty if I do that with the Olympics. I know already that the Olympics is pretty
Oh, yeah.
copyrighty.
Basically, these women are finishing up their biathlon and just like plopping to the ground in exhaustion. Like not even yeah, plopping.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're giving every ounce of effort. This is a long distance one, 7.5 kilometer
Oh my!
sprint.
Oh, it's a sprint.
It's a sprint that lasts 7.5 kilometers. So,
What are 7.5 kilometers?
well, a kilometer is zero point 0.6 of a mile, so um, call it 4 miles, 4.5 miles,
Oh, that's a long time. That's a big.
5 miles maybe.
Oh.
Alexia, a romantic believer wearing the mask in public of a perfectionist, while your soul is a rebel and a maverick. Alexia, did you catch that? There's some words you got there. Those were some positive label. Positive labels you got. These ones, they're standing up. They must not have tried as hard. If you're standing up at the end of this race, you left some of it out there on the field, you know. I guess that's where you're supposed to leave it. But you're supposed to leave it all on the field. I mean, I'm sorry, you ended the race and took some with you. You didn't leave it all on the field. Watch speed walking. Gee, I don't need to watch it. I live it every day. Lee Marvin, paint your wagon. You were born under a wandering star. Lee Marvin, paint your wagon again. Is Lee Marvin Paint Your Wagon a song? Okay. What am I? Your favorite book is A Brief History of Time by Stephen Hawking. You like Chaucer and Socrates and Aristotle and Plato and Stephen King. I don't really like Stephen King. I think I read Brief History of Time. I don't really remember it. Chaucer, you know, I'm not a fan of that old timey book stuff.
Isn't Chaucer like Great Britain?
Yeah.
I read Chaucer. I had to take a English history literature class.
You were Canterbury Tech.
Yeah. Can't tell you a single thing.
Who wants to read that old timey book stuff? I did the English is not. It's like you gotta decode what the words mean and all that stuff. Like, you know what? If it's really worth reading, then somebody just write it in regular English. And people have, of course, but that's not the one you're reading.
No, we had to read the book.
And
it was very hard.
And if you were reading the actual, like, regular language saying of the thing, you would not think it was a good book. Because people weren't very good at telling stories back then. Shakespeare, he it's reasonable to give him credit for at least some good plot concepts, I guess.
Yeah.
And a good job of pacing through the story for the theater, I guess, you know. He didn't always, his histories were super long and horribly boring. But Shakespeare stands out more than Chaucer to me. As, well, because, I guess because Canterbury Tales isn't, it's kind of told in a primitive storytelling fashion, if I remember correctly. Like,
yeah, it is.
He just kind of goes from thing to thing, and
it's
something like that.
Really, I can't even describe.
Yeah.
It was so long ago.
But I would also give Milton a lot of credit for his poetry, certainly was better than Shakespeare's. I also like her second novel, The Chandelier. You like the sadder story, huh? Alec,
Oh man, I can't deal with sad stories.
I don't know how you do it, man. I can't hear or read anything a little bit sad, and it's like a rusty knife stabbed into my psyche that I remember for days
Yeah,
afterwards.
me too. Years even.
Yeah,
Like I audiobooked The Great Gatsby, and that's not even like. I mean, I don't know if people consider it to be a tragedy, but I was so messed up.
ain't no comedy.
No, it's not. It's not really a love story either. It's like unrequited love. It's just sad. Just the things that happen in it really fucking fucked me up. And then learning about how messed up Fitzgerald and Zelda Fitzgerald were and how they died, it fucked me up even more.
How did they die?
He died of a heart attack from alcoholism and at a young age, I think 43 or something, and she died in a fire. Fucking terrible. Fucking terrible.
How old was she?
She was young. I don't know. She was in a mental institution, and there was a fire, and they at that time they had locks on the doors for so no one could leave, and they
That's terrible.
yeah.
Well, you know, old timey atrocities, fortunately, are a little less extreme these days, it seems.
She's 47.
It's a shame.
Wow. Technically speaking, the Fitzgerald marriage lasted a little over 20 years. How the heck is that possible?
I don't know why I pronounced it like that, Alec. I just, I guess, thought it would be fun to pronounce it like that. I don't know. The chandelier.
The Illyrian.
That's how it looks when you look at how it's spelled. Because I was hooked on phonics, that's why, Alec T. I was experiencing the word phonetically. But yeah, actually, I mean, looking back to the thing, I didn't read that when I saw it as chandelier. I read it as, I'm not sure, some word that I wasn't sure what it meant. And it looked like, I don't know, I mean, I guess because of the title of the novel, I imagine it being a description of a person rather than an object, like the candle maker, the chandelier, the chandelier, the maker of chandeliers. Good question, though. I appreciate the question. Made me revisit my thoughts on the matter. But it doesn't seem more title like to have the person doing the thing job rather than the cup, the chair, It doesn't seem quite as tidily as the chair maker. Watch out, active buns. Here comes the chair maker. Thank God, chair maker, you arrived. We had nowhere to sit down. I've been standing up for years now. That's a book I want to read. I want to read The Chairmaker. And what he does, first of all, he's got a team and an office in New York City, okay? And one of the team members goes, "Boss, we got a lead." Yeah? Tell me about it. Community in South Dakota. Whole town of them. Ain't got no chairs.
You gonna write a book about that?
Yeah. It would be a good book. I'm saying I should write. I'm saying it would be a good book, right? And then what he does is he goes down there, makes them all chairs, and it's about the massive impact that this has on these people's lives. Well, really, it turns out it was all just propaganda for the chair making industry.
Not anymore, show media. It's been a while. It's
Oh. Live from New York, the complete uncensored history of Saturday Night Live told by stars, writers, and guests.
it's really good. I highly recommend it.
From 2014? When it was written.
Yep.
So, cool.
It's like for anyone who likes SNL, it's a good book. It's you hear from like the cast, the crew, the producers. The only one that they didn't get any work, any um, uh, story from was Eddie Murphy.
Well, I guess he's a little too important for that.
Yeah.
He was busy doing his important Eddie Murphy things.
Even though, like in the book, they really said they're like, um, they were like at this part of our time in the 80s, we were left with no Lorne Michaels, he had quit, and then like some other woman was in charge, and she brought in Eddie Murphy, and they all credit him for saving the show.
Mm.
Yeah. And they all said that he's like a genius when it comes to comedy, like, but he just felt kind of used, I guess, maybe like a show pony, a little bit. I don't know.
Show pony.
I don't know.
Probably they it wrote more race stuff than he was naturally comfortable with or something.
Possibly.
Or they had some people other than him writing that stuff that would make him probably a little bit uncomfortable. But I think if like Saturday Night Live just let him write any kind of race stuff, and other than that, not reference race, then he would be more likely, obviously, to feel comfortable with doing that stuff.
Oh wow! Originally it was published in 2002, but then they've updated it with new cast members and stuff.
Huh. Well, I think when I was in high school, read a book. Well, I definitely read a book about John Belushi. I did it for a book report as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I think I also read around the same time a book about Saturday Night Live, but
Oh.
I don't know like what book around 1988 or 89 was published about Saturday Night Live, but it's kind of weird to think that long ago there's already a book saying like overview of Saturday Night Live.
Yeah.
You know? It's been around for such a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Chandelier is a metaphor for her introspection, which is often agonizing, with illuminations about how terrible life is or memory. It casts intense light on her a few times. She even describes the chandelier as a spider a couple of times. Lots of scenes also take place on balconies. Hmm. Her introspection is agonizing. She has an epiphany. Good news. Bad news is it's about how terrible life is. Or a memory. That sounds like a real fun book. like, sounds like you're reading a real fun book. It's kind of a book you want to take out of the town on a Friday night. Hey guys, yeah, did you finish reading The Chandelier yet? Oh yeah, we did. Kate, you want to talk about the various qualities of introspection about how terrible life is and how painful? Ah, I thought you'd never ask. That's exactly why I'm here. I was hoping to discuss these matters with you. Hello, Victor and Clan. I guess I'll take this.
Sorry, I didn't realize. Yeah, sure.
Oh, it's fine. I thought the thing was falling. Chandeliers are a common symbol, not unlike books, but under the premise of lighthouses. Right? That sentence makes no sense to me. Let's see what this is. We're gonna open it.
Oh, it's for teabag, so we can try and maybe see the book, the SNL book.
Oh, cool.
I think it's the whole book though. So you might actually be able to like use that document. It's scribbled.
It's gotten from readabookforfree.com.
Yeah, so I think you might be able to read it for free.
I mean, I don't know where it's from. I'm sorry. Do you know where it's from?
What?
This thing.
What thing?
The thing you're linking.
Oh, scribbled.
Scribd. Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever that means.
And I think you can download it.
Don't do that. I don't necessarily trust that thing, right?
But yeah, if you want a taste of it.
Cool. Well, that's great. So may or may not be legit. That thing we don't know. If it wasn't legit, we're sorry we shared it.
Oh no, I think it's legit.
Okay, cool. All right, cool. So what am I? So okay, that's that. There's no need for me to click the link. Okay. know, when I read it, it reflected a lot of my feelings. Watching the protagonist grow up, her anticipation of a difficult life, leaving her father's farm, trying to live in the city, going back. Identify with that experience of rare, sharp moments of clarity that punctuate the stream of consciousness in a world that can feel intense or claustrophobic. It didn't depress me when I read it. And it made me cry. Not only because it was sad, though it was, but because it was also very well done, and she wrote it so young. Well, you know what the saddest book is? Bridge to Terabithia. Have you ever read that one?
No, thank God. I have heard that it's sad though.
It's as sad as it gets. I dare anybody to read that book and not cry. I dare you. You will find it impossible. It it won saddest book ever award in every year since its publication. I've never seen the movie. If it's even half as sad as the book, then it's 5,000 times too sad for me.
My mom was trying to recommend books that I read. She was like very like insistent that I read, but I was like, I audiobook.
What was the mom saying? Hour of the Star. Clip from the film adaptation of Clarice Lispector's book. So she's been around a long time, huh? Her books she was writing was a while ago. She's dead, in other words. Thank you, Alec. Thank you for clarifying. I'm glad that she finished her last work before she died.
Me too. You know who should finish their work before they die? What's his name who wrote Game of Thrones and never finished it?
Oh, right.
That's just bad. So wrong.
Yeah. I mean,
You kind of cash in, right? It's like, oh, well, I got the deal from HBO and they're paying me for the end of the movie, but I'm not going to finish the book. I'm like, what?
the thing is, it's possible that he didn't really feel like he could do it and have it be good. It's possible that he, like, either that he can't do it at all, or that
Yeah.
he's been trying to do it and it's coming out crap.
Yeah, it could be. It could be.
I emphasize a bit with extroverted sensing meltdown, but the thing is, I, with him, I don't quite get it because I would think that with the whole HBO people involved, it would be easier to get things done.
Well, like blind items that I read about him always say, like, don't expect an ending to this franchise, each show anytime soon. The author has no intention of finishing it.
Kind of reminds me of Dave Chappelle, you know?
Mm.
getting the big deal extension, and then like can't handle the pressure.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, because it did blow up. It was a huge. Game of Thrones was huge.
Yeah.
My mom's trying to get me to read. My dad's trying to get me to watch Gilded Age.
Mm.
Like I did these things when I was with you guys because like I had no friends or anything. I don't know.
We
I,
could try watching Gilded Age.
I,
Have you
I
watched
didn't
any of
like
it?
I didn't like Downton Abbey. Like I watched Downton Abbey. You know, like you just like watch some things with your parents.
Yeah, yeah, sure, I
Yeah.
gotcha. Well, and that's why they're recommending stuff to you is because they're imagining
Mhm.
that you're going to relive those moments or something vicariously, or you know what I mean, from a distance. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah, it is. It is. It's a we had a connection during this, but like I don't have I'm not going to be like, yeah, well, actually I was just trying to bond with you guys. I wasn't really interested in the show. Like I don't know how to say that. Like
No, Alec. Everyone should read what I say. I'm sorry, Richard. Go
that's okay.
ahead. Sorry that interrupted you.
Sorry. Like Downton Abbey, like, yeah, again, and like Dancing with the Stars. I used to, again, like try to like make time to hang out with my mom, so I would watch that with her, and then when I stopped, like she got very upset. So like now I feel like I'm a phony because like I like you know said that I liked the things or like appeared to have liked them, and I get suggested the same things, but I was never really into it to begin with. Not that Doesn't Abbey is a bad show. It just it was very slow.
Well, you know, parents love you to the best of their abilities in ways they can, you
It's
know,
true.
and they'll be gone someday,
Oh
and
no.
you don't want to look back with regrets like the ones I have. They may,
Sorry, I don't need to be.
they may not, such regrets may not hurt as much for you actually in the end because I find instrumental value, but to the extent that my experience can be generalized to you, certainly you're not a bad daughter in any way, but I just know that um, my frame of reference changed so dramatically after they were gone,
Mm.
and I had to go back, evaluate, and live with all my choices that I made while they were alive. You know, in terms of opportunities to engage with them meaningfully or something.
I did a lot of that. I
I,
definitely did.
I don't mean this as a criticism.
No,
I'm
no,
sorry.
I'm not. I'm not taking it as a criticism.
I
I'm
can
actually
understand why
looking
you
back.
might though.
I'm actually like thinking back. Like, did I? I definitely. We definitely did do a lot together. I spent most of.
Yeah, you if you're saying like you put in the work already, that's fine.
No,
You
no,
have. I don't deny that. I'm not even saying what anything or what you should or shouldn't
no.
do
You're
in
right.
terms.
No,
I'm just saying
no.
be think ahead to
Yeah.
after and what you might
Mm.
prioritize then. You know, a little bit. It's a horrible topic, of course. I looking forward to the day when we have to deal with that for sure. But I also don't want to have failed to learn from my experience
You're
where I was
right.
a sweet summer
No,
child.
you're right. You're right. You're right. And I feel like I'm. Oh my God, it's Dremar.
Oh, we just watched her in a movie.
Yeah.
I thought that was on right now. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. With a little turn of attention to this or that in one direction or the other, you can really feel the weight of life, more or less. I need a beverage that's hydrating. I feel dehydrated. What's a beverage that's good at hydrating people? Well, I'm going to say that number one answer on the board is this stuff right here. A little something I like to call water. It comes out of the tap, sure. I could eat that. I mean, drink that. I could. It's fine to drink. But you know what it's not? Conveniently delivered to me in a bottle. You might say, well, Eric, you could just pour it into a glass. Pour it into a glass. Do you even hear yourself? And then what? Scrub the glass carefully before I put it in the dishwasher. Then have to run it back again because it didn't quite get all the way clean. Only to use it immediately after for another glass of water. That sounds like wasteful waste to me. I need to eat more food. If you're asking the question, what's wrong with Eric? My answer to that question is he needs to eat more food. Or, there you go.
I'm still like processing that like Warhol was probably an INFJ. But it makes sense. Like you're right. Like and I pop, and he was known for his pop. He's just such a.
Oh.
You okay?
Yeah, well, when you said that, I thought you were going to say, I'm still processing the stuff with horse mumble,
Oh no.
which made me think
Oh,
about
sorry.
that. I intuit that you were processing on like that SI level of continuity with recency of events and stuff, but in fact, you weren't talking about that at all.
I didn't take a picture of the flowers because then I was thinking to myself, I was like, well, is that showing off? I felt bad. I suddenly felt bad for like people who don't have anything for Valentine's Day, so I didn't post a picture of the flowers.
It wouldn't have been showing off if you had posted the picture with the caption, "In your face, single people."
Oh God, no.
Take that.
Oh, Valentine's Day.
Cold and 68 in here? Of We're at Thursday at 68. It feels a little colder than that tonight here. I assumed the heater wasn't on, but it is.
I feel warm, but I'm not feeling well, so.
Yeah, I need to eat more food. You need to eat more food?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Oh.
Yeah, they always work. But I should be able to show like when I'm happy, you know? Like I don't know, it was like just like a weird like thing. Like I felt like I was like, but then again, like I was like, oh, am I showing off? And then again, like some people are like, oh, if there's no picture, it never happened. Maybe I'll take a picture tomorrow.
Well, let me ask you this. How do you respond when other people put stuff up like that? How does it?
I'm always like, happy Valentine's Day. I'll be like, oh, happy Valentine's Day.
Okay, so then it passes at least one test, right?
Yeah.
Like you don't object to the thing that you or yourself putting up.
It's true, I don't.
So that's one test.
I didn't post them. Yeah, I did get flowers from Eric. Eric got me flowers and candy. I'll post on Instagram. I didn't though because I didn't want to seem like I was showing off.
How did you feel when you were single about that stuff? You're like, Happy Valentine's Day with, you know.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I mean, well, like, with my group of girlfriends, we always made each other feel, like, included. Like, we would do stuff for each other, so we didn't feel as lonely. But of course, I was jealous, you know? Like, we had this thing where you can buy a rose like, a person, you know, or, like, a whatever gram, a Valentine's gram, telegram, and like a person will come in and be like, hey, is Allison Smith here? And then like Allison Smith would be like, I'm here, and she'd get a flower, and then I'd be like, single again. I was jealous. I would be jealous because I didn't want to be single on Valentine's Day, and I was like, oh, it's such a mean holiday because it forces people to like. I just always called it a Hallmark holiday.
Wow. How things change.
No, I like it.
No, I think you have to think about whether you want to respect the feelings of the old you or respect the feelings of the new you.
Can I respect the feelings of the old me while respecting the feelings of the new me? Because at the time I understood being jealous, like.
Yeah. I mean, in the general rule, people post stuff about good things in their life, right?
Mm-hmm.
All of which can make various parties jealous.
That's true. Yes, Bravo 1515.
So I titled the stream Single Sadness Day.
Yeah, it can be very sad. It was sad. A lot of times I was single on Valentine's Day, or it would be broken up with close to Valentine's Day and be single, and it was tough.
Take that. Well, they're still Valentine's Day? It's Valentine's Day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's almost over.
Almost,
Well, not all, yeah.
Did you hear that expression? He likes to argue with his sister.
No.
But that is code for somebody being gay.
No, I never heard that.
Yeah, I just heard it the other day here. Of course, they said it. I had no idea what that meant. He likes to argue with his sister.
What is it supposed to represent?
Apparently, it means you're gay. You like to argue with his sister. It's like, he likes to, he likes to wink, wink, argue with his sister.
I never heard that.
Yeah. Wow, that guy win?
Yeah.
The gold medal?
Yeah, I think so.
I think so too, based on him skating around with that big flag over there.
Yeah. Thanks, LT. Yeah, it is. I am trying to be thoughtful for the third party because I've been there, Like, I can't help it. Like, I don't like getting jealous, but it sometimes brings up jealousy.
What is that hat he's
I don't
wearing?
know. What is that?
You've got to be kidding.
We gotta show this
What the hell is that?
and see if everyone.
Yeah, we got to. Wait, hold on.
No, wait.
Don't go. There it is. All right, now you can show it.
Ew.
Wait, let me. What are you showing? Let me see. I'll show it to you. Okay.
What the heck is that pattern? What is that?
What is this hat he's got? I've never seen a more ridiculous hat. I honestly, I don't think I ever seen a more ridiculous hat.
Me neither. I've never
it-
seen. It looks like a broccoli head.
Is this a hat he wears out into public? Like here he is, skating around. He's got no hat on. And then he decides, incomprehensibly, to put this hat on. What? What kind of a hat is that? Oh my God. Hi, Mo, Chris. I wonder what you got deleted. I see why you got that deleted. Where did T-Rub go? I don't even know who that is.
I want Rob to answer me to finish.
Who's Rob? Oh, here? This Rob?
Yeah. Like finish this thought. Like I'm pretty sure it wasn't just my name.
Maybe he sat down at the computer and he heard you talking and he's just like, Rachel. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe. So, let me push play on this. I need to go pee. Why is he wearing this hat?
Oh my God, it's so embarrassing.
Who in the world would think that was a good idea? Wow. It better be like his disabled little brother's hat company or something. That's the only explanation. He seems to have taken it off or no? Yeah. He's taken it off. He didn't wear it for very long. Like we captured.
Maybe it was a dare or something.
We captured a special moment there. I mean, who knows? I mean, this is live with some mom, so you're not going to necessarily see anything right away. But might take a minute or two. You know, they gotta wait until the telegram office receives the telegram transmission from overseas. Hi, the Cam. Happy Valentine's Day for Cam. What you doing now? Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. You know, the title of this was not to say that single people, they should feel sad, but just to acknowledge that it's kind of it's kind of uniquely an exclusive holiday, right?
It is. It's not inclusive. That's why a lot of they do Galentine's Day, so that single women can get together.
Or have a gallon or something.
Yeah.
Do you think people do that? They're gonna say, let's drink a gallon for Valentine's Day?
No.
No.
I don't know. Maybe they do. They might have.
If not, let's promote that next Valentine's Day. We'll encourage people to do that by this video right here. Everybody, you gotta do that for next Valentine's Day. I just did a job fixing a sink and did some repairs for a friend. I made asparagus soup yesterday, guacamole today. With the title, Eric is pointing out how commercial Valentine's Day marginalizes single people.
Oh, this hockey game looked like it was a good one. Whoa!
Oh. 4-2 US. Let's see. Hang ding dong. What happened there?
Netherlands won?
What was the score?
Oh no.
Okay.
Oh, second
I was thinking intermission is not over
Oh.
yet. We could watch that hockey game. Where is this crap we're watching? Anybody watch?
Peacock?
I mean, like,
Interesting.
I see during the intermission. Maybe the hockey game will come on after intermission on this channel. If not, we should probably switch to the hockey game. Respect for the facts. Respect for one another. Thanks, NBC News. You're doing a fine job, I'm sure. This is speed skating. This is not hockey.
Did anyone see Wuthering Heights? Trouble.
The new Wuthering Heights.
Yeah. I want to hear if it was as bad as it looked.
I'd be curious to hear as well. Rachel's giving me a little bit of a description of what's going on there with that. Conceptually, it sounds like a train wreck.
It sounds pretty bad. Trouble. That's my. You're silly.
That'd be a good sample to have. Yeah. Trouble. That's my. You kind of had it pitched like that, yeah. Hockey. Hold on. This is hard. Why is it hard, you might ask? Because it's not all in. It's not untabbed completely. Alright, let's see what's going on. Top picks for me. Hockey. I thought it was in the intermission. Hold on a cotton picking minute. Or is it only on Peacock? Well, we have Peacock.
This was on USA too. You, I don't know. Us.
Oh, you mean USA? Okay, let me see. Man, 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 man. Oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh, oh. There we are. We finally get
It's
to the
curly.
first. I mean, first Olympics. I'm saying. Yes, we got the one Olympics. Okay, come on, Olympics. Where are you? Who do you think you're hiding from?
I haven't seen it, but my impression is that it's bad per se. It's bad per se, but it's more like a lot of Pinterest boards went into making of the film, and it's not, and it's sort of TikTok edit coded, basically aesthetically interested without committing to something more substantive.
Substantial. Or substantive.
People will make cool edits though, and it looks like it's been beautifully shot. I'm sure the acting is okay because the actors got seem to be good actors.
My name is Heathcliff. I'm the guy. You can weather my hats anytime you try. I used to have a thing like that where each character introduces themselves. It's a great idea. I'm just jealous I didn't think of it.
Wuthering Heights.
Having Wuthering Heights where each character comes up and does a little thing. Like, my name is Heathcliff, you know. To make it hip and for the young people today.
That would work.
Yeah. You can weather my heights. You can weather them good. My name is Heathcliff. What? I gotta go pee. I think I'm gonna continue to let the stream run for a little bit more.
I could talk for them.
Mary, can you talk to him? I think I want to eat more food.
Yeah, I think yeah, it's not supposed to be faithful to the story. Um it is supposed to be, but that's so weird. The men's hockey, that's what they played. That's what they were showing.
Maybe I was watching something that was recording.
Oh, maybe,
Oh,
yeah.
here it is right now.
Oh, this is
This
live.
is live right now, is for sure. So here it is. Channel we were already on, but why could I not find it and all of those things?
I don't know.
Because they were hiding it. USA 4, Denmark 3. What is this? The third period
Yeah.
of an exciting matchup between hockey stalwarts.
Oh,
Oh,
oh man, they're fighting for it.
Yeah, this is like a barn burner. Okay, now it's time for me to go pee.
So, watching men's hockey reminds me of Heated Rivalry because both of the characters in Heated Rivalry go to the Winter Olympics, but they play for different teams. Like one of the guys plays for Canada, I think, and the other one plays for Russia. And yeah, it makes me think of Heated Rivalry. I don't recommend Heated Rivalry. It's a soap opera. It's what Eric calls gay hockey. Not that there's anything wrong with gay hockey. Uh, Rachel, should I see Wuthering Heights for research purposes? But I rarely ever go to the movies. That's tough, Alec. Like, do you want to? I did listen to the album that coincided with the film. Enjoyed that.
That show, its core message can be summed up as following. Just because we're hockey players doesn't mean we can't be gay.
Yeah, that really is. That was the lesson from Heated Rivalry.
Wow. I learned a lot with this show.
I learned that being called boring is supposed to be flirting, and being called a dick is also supposed to be flirting.
You're a dick.
And you're boring. Or an asshole. Yeah, asshole and boring. That's what I called it. Heated Rivalry. So anyway, going back to Wuthering Heights, it might be fun to go and see it for the experience.
Was
And
it only in theaters or something?
hmm?
Is it in theaters?
Yeah, it's in theaters.
No.
I would see it with an open mind. And I guess trying to forget what I know about Wuthering Heights.
I don't remember liking the book particularly.
I didn't read the book. I've only seen the movies. I think the book was too big for me, like much.
Yeah, I don't remember it all that well. But I did read it. About some guy. It's like a handsome guy who I guess is some kind of nobleman or country gentleman or something. And he goes to this lady's house, and I don't really remember what happened, but there's some conversations and stuff.
So, I actually used to love going to the movies by myself. I used to, when I lived at my parents' house, I would go to this local theater. It's not in, I don't think it's there anymore. A lot of theaters have closed down. But I used to love going to theaters by myself because I would go see things that like maybe my friends wouldn't necessarily want to see. And kind of like go into it and come out of it with only my perspective. Wait, what happened? What happened? Why is it changing? Oh, the TV's changing.
Moving up. I mean, it's going on to like, it's going on to like somebody's Spotify.
No, it's the okay, wait. Oh, the final of USA Denmark is 6-3. Just happened, I guess. I don't know what happened. I don't know how we missed it.
What is it just live with?
Yeah, but they somehow shot 2 more goals that we missed.
Or US won 6-3.
Yes.
Good for them. Good for us.
Yeah, good for us.
What do you get, Denmark?
Rachel, it's true you can make an activity fun to do on your own based on how you see it, how you experience it, what it feels like. Yeah. So like I'm totally cool with going to the movie theater by myself, but going to like lunch with and not using my phone, or like having a magazine or anything to read, that makes me nervous because I'm so used to like interaction while eating that like going to lunch by myself and sitting by myself and not having any like media to use to distract me from my aloneness. That's a little bit harder for me. Going to the movies was a little bit tough at first. I felt it was like a big challenge for me, but then after I was like, wow, I really enjoy this. Because I was always like, oh, but like going to the movies is such a social thing. You know, you go with your friends and you talk afterwards. And then I started to want to go to movies more um, than my friends did. And sometimes I would want to go in the afternoon. So I would go by myself. Alex T says, at the university, I usually eat alone, but it's okay when I have a window to look through. I'm not, if I'm not by a window or if I'm not outside, I feel weird eating, a bit self conscious, etc. Yeah, me too. The best kind of meal is with a friend. I like to talk over meals, though. Not everyone's into that. Uh, Wuthering Heights is one of the movies that I would go to see myself just because I am like curious about it. It's really just like it would really get me into the seats just for yeah, exactly, Alex T. Sometimes I forget to eat because I'm chatting so much with the friend. Um but yeah, like Wuthering Heights is definitely one of those that I'm like curious about. So I would, you know, if there was a movie theater that was like close, I would see by myself, but um I'm not even sure. Like, my mom's like, "Oh, great! Now you can like, you know, practice driving and stuff." And like, I should practice driving, but I am so afraid, like, not feeling sensation in my feet. Like, I really think I should take it slow. Like, I really think I should take it slow. Like, I'm nervous about like not feeling the pedals and stuff and like sensations. I don't know. I mean, it's important for me to drive, but like I feel like driving will be different for me now that I don't have the same feeling in my legs that I used to. I don't know. I love the kind of get-togethers I have with like a friend where we sit down to eat and we just start talking like right away, and like the waiter has to come back like two times to actually get our meal. I definitely haven't mastered being alone in public. I put my headphones in a lot. I'm an earbud listener. Hey, Amber. Yes, Rachel, same. I like those sorts of conversation that don't seem to have a beginning either, with awkward starts, like trying to start an engine, refreshing when conversation immediately comes alive. Yeah, I agree.
Oh. Well, hi Amber Waves Prod. Amber Waves Prod, listen here.
There definitely isn't.
I'm not your dad. What's wrong with gay hockey? Sounds like there is something wrong with that show.
The show is terrible. The show has, like my sister showed me a clip. The show is so big that they're putting it in Czechoslovakian. So they have Czech speakers. It's just a huge phenomenon. But it's such a, like, my sister sent me a video of people at a hockey game and the fans yelling kiss, 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 because in heated rivalry that's what happens. And I'm like, oh my god. like that's pretty funny. It's funny to yell kiss at a hockey game. Um
I'll tell you, would you feel differently if you were, say, having lunch on a lunch break at work? So you were working a full work day, and in the middle of the day you had a lunch break, and today you decided not to bring your lunch to work. You want to go out to eat lunch. Would you still feel the same, or does it matter? Like, I guess what I'm asking is, does the quote unquote like reasonable reasonableness of you being there for some reason other than you don't have anybody to go to lunch with or something like that, you know? Does that factor into your consideration? I like taking lunch with another coworker on the premises, but if I took lunch alone, I didn't like being in the break room like that, sitting alone, outside. Yeah, well, sitting alone in the break room eating your plain bologna sandwich from home is a pretty sad picture. Paints a pretty sad picture. Whereas if like you could finally I get a few minutes to myself here on this little perched away outcrop of a place and you're enjoying your lunch in solitude. That's a very different feeling. And then finally, some of the many people coming to talk to you all the time catch up to you again. I guess my peaceful life of solitude is over. So my inclination is to be winding this down here relatively soon. Um, I think we've more or less run our course here. Yeah. At the coffee shop where I work right now, we don't get time to ourselves for 30-minute lunch. I usually run in the back and eat something while I'm standing between tasks. Barely a lunch. Well, that makes the question moot then, doesn't it? You're like, I'm not eating alone, I'm busy. I'm eating on the run here. I'm eating on the go. We were already diagnosed what a soulmate would look like and everything, and her name. I drew her earlier. So, before today, he was lost in a confused fog about who his soulmate might be. From this day forward, he just needs to find her. He knows exactly what she looks like and her name. Asterisk. Actual name used may vary. She may be under an alias. A lot of people do that these days. They go through life under an alias. Some of them will be fancy and say, no, it's not an alias, it's a pen name. You're not fooling anybody. So I'm going to smoke a cigarette. Take you guys with me. And we'll remember the good times and the bad times that we had during the stream. We'll remember fondly things that went well, less fondly things that went less well. We'll return to a world where, well, same problem hasn't gone away, need to be addressed, tomorrow, gotta do stuff, blah, blah, blah. That's always stressful getting back into that mindset. And touch and go. So whether I'll turn the productivity corner, I guess you could say. Or at least have a good spurt for a first time. It'll be fine enough. But you know what? That musing, we can go outside and have our cigarettes and leave that kind of hard scrabble musing as best we can, at least until the morrow. What would that mean? Tomorrow. So they used to say it a long time ago. You know what else was a long time ago? The beginning of this dream. But you know what's not a long time from now? That's right, the end of this dream. Wasn't that poetic? What happened there? What's going on with that? Well, I can't see with that. I'm very sorry. Got some lady. Let's see what that says. I gotta see what this says. They put this huge block of text and did not give you anywhere close enough time to read it all. Well, I may have came to the text late. May have come. I want to publicly say sorry to my teammates for yesterday's performance as well as other skaters that were affected by my crashes. Obviously, none of what happened yesterday was my intention, and I also want to have good Olympic results. Something was wrong with me yesterday, and I will continue to figure it out in training until Saturday for the 1,000 meters, where I will return as the Corinne Stoddard you all know. Until then, I'll be taking a break from Instagram. As you can imagine, there are some things being sad about yesterday's performance, and I don't need it in my head moving forward. What happened? She got a crash? She had crashes? How many?
Maybe 3? I thought I saw like 3 crashes.
3 crashes?
We'll see. Let's see.
Wow, that makes this race very interesting, right? She's
Yeah,
24 years old. She had 3 crashes. And
I think 3 crashes. I saw definitely 2, possibly 3.
well, regardless, she was crash prone yesterday, I guess. Well, her crash proneness carry forward to today's. What is this event exactly? Is it the final of it? Hopefully, it's the finals we're seeing. No, this is the heat. Heat 3 women's 1,000 meters short track. Right now, S. Putzma is in the lead. Now Connie Stoddard has taken over the lead. Connie Stoddard, then S. Putzma, then G. Tapalapa, something like that. I'm rooting for G. Tapalapa. I'm just kidding, Connie Stoddard. I wouldn't root against America. Don't you worry, I'm rooting for you. I believe in you, Connie Stoddard. I don't care how many times you crashed. 57 seconds. There's, let's see, 3 laps to go. She's in front. Oh, somebody in the back crashed. Somebody just wiped out and went into the side there. But it wasn't because of any contact with anybody else. Anyway, Gong now has taken the lead. El Gong is in. Oh no, there she goes again. Oh my God, she crashed again. What the fuck happened?
She carried into another person too?
Yeah, she took out whatever that lady was.
Damn.
Now we're watching the speed skating for this crashing maniac who's apparently keeps crashing. Let's see. What makes her crash here? Well, there's that one. That one from fourth.
That was clean.
That was one I saw. Although the person from fourth ended up kind of like kicking the leg of the third person, it didn't affect them enough to make them crash. Now here comes. They keep showing that one. Show the next one. There. What's that? Go back a little bit and show that one. Oh, she just lost it.
She totally lost it.
Somehow.
Oh, and then again, damn, that sucks. So she fell over.
Oh! Wow.
Oh.
Well, it looks like Corinne Stoddard, maybe you need to rethink your skating style a little bit. You obviously have a bit of a crash problem. All right. All of this right now for the live stream is just bonus coverage. I am going to end the stream when I have this cigarette. So it's what was your question? Will you stop with your dumb questions? There's really a bit. Bro, I don't know. Bro, though. I'm talking about bro, though. Hmm. God damn it. Can't help but think about the first one where
Come on, Santos Griswold.
you know, unfortunate.
Come on, Santos Griswold. Oh, Italy's getting in front of you.
Use the power of America to win.
Use the power of America to win.
Oh.
No.
Hmm. It's the heat,
Oh, it's the heat?
I think. Hot food. Maybe not though. Let's go, America. A little more every day. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. This is a super obscure band. Hold on. Sloppy Seconds. From 1980, whatever. I think they put out 2 albums. But the songwriting is obviously, you know, they're slugging above their weight class because I end up singing snippets of their songs fairly often. I got one, Veronica. You leave Veronica a little more every day. You leave Veronica a Anyway, you know, some of their stuff is problematic. Such as Come Back Tracy. Was the summer of '84. The video store. It's about somebody, the narrator, the singer, I guess, being sad when they took away all the Tracy Lord's pornography videos. So, a little bit, like I said, problematic, right? But I guess an artifact of its time. So, no, I've got a timer on this stream. The timer is this cigarette. Let me tell you. Because, you know, personally, I'm thinking we haven't really had a complete Valentine's Day. You know what I mean? Wink, wink. Nudge, nudge. St. Valentine always said, there's a certain thing you gotta do to complete Valentine's Day. Krishna online classes. You need to hello. That's only for married people, though, by the way. The rest of you, you know, don't start living in sin. All right. Nobody's advocating for that. No one can accuse me of telling others to be sin livers. So, what's going on, knee tear? We've arrived at or near the end of the stream, but you'll find that even these diminishing moments are absolutely magnificent. I feel a bad feeling coming on. I feel a bad feeling tomorrow. But maybe I'll feel better after I get a good night's sleep. What are those gloves? What is that? What's on his fingers? Oh, there's some weird gloves. Okay. Here's a little suit for you to wear while you're doing your stuff. Here, can we have a little suit to wear when we're doing this stuff? Sure. There you go. Ooh, I like it. It's all skin tight and everything. I feel like I'm really, like, moving through the wind. If I were an Indian, they'd call me wind mover. That's what this suit's called. That's the name of this model. Wind mover. Well, the important thing is that we got to see them on TV. Here's their suits that you can already see them wearing. What they look like when they're not wearing them. Not the people, but the suit. There's a program, Olympic coverage people. Nobody gets too sick for puffer fish. Nobody but you and crazy old Mrs. Jenkins. Oh, mercy, mercy, me. I'm feeling like some anxiety. Well, I'm going to talk to the cigarette. I'm going to ask you all an important question. I was feeling lots of anxiety at the moment. Not a lot. Medium and rising. The answer, if you guessed Telly you guessed wrong. But I do like that you were thinking of Telly Savalas. That was you're in, think your head's in the right place. The answer is me. I feel like a fuck around Fred who's full of anxiety. Yes, indeed. Who's a fuck around Fred? It's you, Eric. You fuck around Fred. Is that how you're describing this experience? Oh, train's already over, baby. You're all living on borrowed time. Well, I guess it's over, but here we are, still streaming. Yeah, well, it's over-ish. We all went to Dan. Shoot, I think you got a hat. It's really cold out. It's like seriously super double extreme cold out. I don't know, maybe. I don't know what the temperature it says. 40 something? Doesn't feel like it. It's fucking cold. I always say, don't trust thermometers. Trust your own gut instinct about what the temperature is. I'm sorry you've been too cold. If that makes you sad, it doesn't bother you, then I'm not sorry. But if it does bother you, then either way, it's all my fault. Now we gone. Live stream of old man smoking a cig. Now we gone. Now I'm back. Haven't even started to smoke it yet. It's so cold out here. I've got on two jackets and a sweatshirt. I still feel cold. I refuse to believe it's as cold as they say it is. Gotta be in the 30s at the warmest. I mean, it's not gonna be in the 20s, obviously. Youth Mental Health Challenge. Strengthen after school programs. Oh, good God. Empower parents. What are you? EmpowerOurFutureCoalition.com/whatever. Who's gonna go to that website? What are you even advocating for? Oh my God. People in their horrible ways. Why would they just stop with their nonsense? Oh, poor Mr. Eric. Feeling so blue. You can party today, but tomorrow still comes due. It's always fun while it's happening, but it still comes back true that you're stuck doing stuff that you simply must do. don't, instead of doing that stuff, you say, I hate myself, I hate myself. That's how it goes. We know this from plenty of data. With cold brew in the future, vapor disperses very slowly, so you must be careful, especially regarding oxygen smoking or vaping. It's actually a good way of checking your breathing properly. The feet get the
Doesn't this look like an outfit that I would wear, like way, like
way ahead.
it's Johnny.
Oh, it's Johnny.
Yeah.
I wish you could catch a cover. I was still kind of processing.
Oh.
But yeah, I was definitely was thinking leaning yes.
Right?
Wow,
Yeah.
that's a shock to see this Johnny.
I know. I guess INFJs.
I don't know. I just saw that with this band cover. I thought it looked. I assumed it was a girl.
Mm-hmm.
Well, these days are different than the olden days. These days, there's a boy George for every regular George. This is a pretty satisfying cigarette. It's been a while since I smoked one. It's also nice smoking in the cold. Oh my god, this lady's gonna go again? Crash. Cindy Crash a lot? Or maybe her name is Caroline Crash a lot. She's gonna go again. Okay, I gotta watch this race. Okay, so she's crashed in like multiple of her last races. And now she's in this team relay thing. So if she crashes, oh my god, did she just go down? Who just crashed? Tell me she that wasn't her who just crashed right there, was it? It was. She seems to have caught up. I'm not sure what's going on. Wow, this is crazy to watch. This lady who was supposed to be like super good at this event just having the yips and crashing every 5 seconds. It's a stinker. I just for out of morbid interest, I want to see her crash again. It looks like the U.S. is not too far behind the pack here. There's a pack of three, then a little gap in the U.S. So you got some ground to make up thanks to crashing your crash-a-lots, but go, go, America, go, go, go. You gotta skate fast if you wanna go. Win a gold. Go, America, go. It looks like it's a pack of four, you know, one right behind the other, you know. There's not really any gap anymore. So America's catching up, you foreigners. Go, America, go. Put on those ice skates and go, go, go. Well, the line's kind of stretched out now. America is still in last place. So thanks a lot, Crashy Pants. It looks like we lost. Thanks to you and your crashing. That's what everybody's gonna say to her now. Or they're gonna say, no, no, don't feel bad. Just it wasn't your. I mean, you didn't try to crash. But the other team is just gonna be like, bro, lady, bro, lady, listen. It was fine when you crashed in your singles race for yourself, and who cares? But now you ruined it for all of us. Well, sometimes that's just how the proverbial cookie crumbles. Let's see. I think the US is yes, it's moving to third place. Actually, that's some improvement now. Third place. This is the final lap. There's way too much ground to make up for them possibly to get anything other than third place. And it's over. Third place. Well, Crashy Pants, I hope you're satisfied. With you and your crashing. Yeah, I gotta crash all the time. Well, this time it hurt the team, lady. Not just America. You've broken America's hearts. You know, I obviously feel bad for her. She must just be like, wow. You know, I used to play best case scenario, worst case scenario. My worst case scenario was never this bad. Alright, well, that's gonna do it. We're gonna wrap it up with tap it up. So don't forget to have a great night. Experience all the wonders that life has to offer. And see you next time.